aujourd'hui, on va découvrir ensemble donc The Wreck, qui est développé et édité par The Pixel Hunt, qui est sorti le 14 mars 2023, donc dont j'ai une clé, et dont j'ai une clé à vous faire gagner avec le giveaway. Vous tapez la commande !Hunter dans le chat et vous êtes inscrit pour gagner une clé du jeu. Voilà, donc ce sera une clé pour Steam, bien évidemment. Désolée d'avance à tous ceux qui voient la VOD sur YouTube, je vais dire cette phrase sur le giveaway beaucoup de fois, mais c'est comme ça. Et donc pour le petit résumé, donc dans ce visual novel en 3D, suivez Junon, une scénariste ratée qui tente de survivre au jour le plus important de sa vie. Revivez le passé, modifiez le présent et aidez-la à écrire son avenir, car sans votre aide, l'histoire de Junon risque de se finir en naufrage. Donc je crois qu'il n'y a pas de doublage français, par contre je vous ai mis des sous-titres très très gros, parce que je pense pas que je vais m'amuser à les lire, je vous le cache pas, j'ai un peu la flemme. Voilà, l'audio sera en anglais, mais les sous-titres sont en français. Donc je vous ai mis des gros sous-titres, voilà. Comme si vous étiez une très vieille personne et que la télé est prête et les sous-titres sont gros. Voilà, ils font la moitié de l'écran potentiellement.
C'est honteux.
Et oui, mais bon, c'est comme ça, c'est la vie. Alors attendez, moi j'hésite, je sais pas si je vais jouer à la souris ou à la manette. Alors attendez, je vais éteindre ma manette, je vais voir ce que ça donne. Et si jamais c'est ok, eh ben, je resterai à la souris. Voilà, c'est parti. Ah, la description, malheureusement, non. Ah, d'ailleurs, est-ce que vous pouvez me dire un truc? Ça marche, Gavark, merci pour le lurk. Et j'espère que tu vas bien, en fait. Des bisous. Est-ce que vous pouvez me dire quelque chose quand vous êtes sur ma page Twitch? Bravo, Iris. Bien, bonne vanne. MDR. Quand vous êtes sur ma page Twitch, est-ce que vous avez la possibilité de mettre les sous-titres ou pas? Ou est-ce qu'il faudrait que je me débrouille pour essayer de les remettre? Parce que je sais qu'il y a eu des mages, des trucs et tout qui sont produites avec EBS. Et il y a des choses que j'ai pu remettre et d'autres non. Est-ce que vous avez sur le côté, dans votre navigateur, une option quelque part où c'est possible? Ou alors pas du tout? Ah, c'est cassé, j'adore. Ça me fait plaisir. Ok, bah merci. Je vais noter que... Je vais noter... Il faut que je répare ça, parce que je trouvais que c'était très intéressant d'avoir les sous-titres. Le titre du jeu n'est pas changé, ni le stream? Mais qu'est-ce que tu dis? Bah moi, c'est sous The Wreck que j'ai fait le truc. Si, actualise dans Crad. Moi, généralement, je l'ai bien rentré dans mes trucs. C'est pour casser caption, je pense, ouais. Actualise et dis-moi, sinon j'essaierai de voir de mon côté si je peux actualiser aussi pour le titre du stream. Normalement, c'est ok, hein. Non, non, normalement, c'est bon, hein. C'est bien qu'il review et tout, hein. Mais t'as actualisé la page? Parce que moi, même sur mon téléphone, hein, je vois découverte de The Wreck, etc. hein. Donc, même en F5, bah, c'est étrange. Normalement, c'est ok. Ouais, relance, parce que c'est étrange. Hein. C'est étrange. Même chez moi, attendez, je vais regarder, hein, parce qu'en plus, je suis toujours chez moi. Oui, même chez moi, c'est ok. Même chez moi sur Opera, c'est ok. Donc je pense que c'est un petit souci, autre. Donc voiloche. Eh bien écoutez, on va commencer. Let's go. Et puis n'hésitez pas à me dire pour le son. Bon là, il n'y a pas de son, c'est normal, mais quand il y aura du son, n'hésitez pas à me dire s'il faut que je mette plus fort, moins fort, etc. Ah comment on appelle notre nouveau scénario? Est-ce que vous voulez qu'on donne un nom particulier ou est-ce qu'on laisse comme ça? Beau taf, le modo, hein. Ah ouais, pas bête. Allez. C'est la première personne qui est... Oh, trop bien, on entend! On entend comme si je tapais sur un tac tac tac. C'est trop bien. Ah, j'adore. Comme si on tapait sur notre clavier. Oh, c'est génial. C'est plus agréable que quand je tape sur mon clavier en vrai. Hein, donc, Jean-Michel Sénat. C'était pas mal, mais c'est en retard. Voilà. Allez. Ah, extérieur, campagne, jour, une vieille voiture. déglingué traverse la campagne à toute allure, certainement. C'est parti. Sachez qu'on est ensemble pour 4-5 heures, hein, bien sûr. Préparez-vous. Il y a un chat! La musique est... C'est le début de la démo. Et là, juste la musique, je la trouve trop bien.
I have a confession. I love crappy romantic comedies. Yeah, it's a cliché. I can't help it. I love them. All those movies have that scene, you know? The girl is at her wit's end. She's been crying her eyes out. Her makeup is running. She looks like a zombie. She's done. Which is when Ryan Gosling knocks on her door to coax her out.
Miss.
Du coup, n'hésitez pas à me dire pour le son du jeu. Je pense que ça c'est ok, mais si vous voulez que je mette un peu plus fort, je peux. Hein. Tout en baissant un peu la musique. Et du coup, au niveau des sous-titres, alors est-ce que c'est cassé ou est-ce que c'est quand même bon?
Ah, shit. That sounds nothing like Ryan Gosling. See, this is the problem with my life in a nutshell. It's not romantic, and it's certainly not a comedy. All right, where am I? What happened? Oh yeah, the hospital. I felt woozy, and then really, really hot. And I guess that I fainted? Ah, well, dropped to the restroom floor like a sack of potatoes. No better place for a nap.
Are you okay, miss?
Oh, shit, the doctor. Honestly, not really, no. I'll be alright, though.
Are you sure?
Ah, il va falloir bien aller. Hein. Ça marche, RS. Merci pour le screen.
Ah, as if I could be sure of anything. Still, I should probably update my guardian angel. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe there's something I know for sure. If I have to spend one more second lying on this filthy floor, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to vomit.
On va peut-être
Vomit
éviter.
again, I guess.
On va peut-être éviter de vomir. Alors, attends, je vais juste aller regarder ce que tu m'as mis. Qu'est-ce que ça donne? Alors après, comme il parle en anglais, c'est peut-être possible. Mais est-ce que quand moi je parle en français, est-ce que c'est un peu plus cohérent ou c'est toujours de la merde? C'est ça, surtout ça la question. Ah, quand moi je parle, il n'y a rien. Ah, c'est intéressant ça. Ok, d'accord. Bon bah écoute, je verrai ça plus tard. Hein. Mais je te remercie. Je te remercie, au moins ça confirme que c'est bien cassé. Et qu'il faut que je trouve une solution à ça.
I'm just a little nauseous, is all. I just had a little bit of a moment. A big moment. But it's over now. Sorry, I ducked out. I'm already feeling much better. I can hardly tell her the truth, can I? Most people don't actually want you to be honest with them.
C'est rare que quand on demande ça va à quelqu'un, la personne veut que tu sois honnête à fond, quoi.
Oh, I apologize, Dr. Giagana. I just vomited up my breakfast.
C'est
I
ça.
had it all over my chin. It wasn't a good look. It's hardly my fault. I haven't been handling stress very well lately. I guess it depends on what qualifies as lately, If we could take it to mean anything from yesterday to the day I was born, then I'm not lying. Let's just say that it's even more true now. Anyway, this isn't about me. I'll be out in just a second. those weren't here before. Do you think they have any idea where they are?
I'm sure this comes as a shock, but it is crucial that you understand the situation. Your mom had a brain aneurysm. Do you know what that means?
Mom. Funny. I could never get myself to call her mom. She's always been Marie to me. As I understand it, it's a weakened artery wall?
Correct. And that artery ruptured, which caused a hemorrhage. It is a serious situation. We need to prepare for whatever happens next very quickly indeed.
I've watched enough Grey's Anatomy to know that this is not good.
Grey's Anatomy, meilleure série, bien sûr. Non, c'est faux. Urgence. Urgence, meilleure série. Mais ouais, je pense qu'à... Enfin, sur ce son, je crois que tu peux pas forcément régler, mais je pense que c'est ça plutôt... Pour les sous-titres, c'est plutôt l'espèce de WebSocket, machin, faut que je trouve une solution. Faudrait que je fasse comme si je partais de zéro et que j'installais un truc et que je vois comment je peux faire. Ça marche, Dancrad, merci beaucoup pour le lurk et du coup, bah, bonne liste et bon appétit. Alors.
We? I don't know anything about medicine. I work in administration. It's mostly paperwork. I am not going to tell her that I'm a failed screenwriter. She would never take me seriously.
Anything related to medical care will be my team's responsibility. But you are her trusted advocate.
I'm
so
sorry,
you should be
her what
aware.
now?
Do you not remember? This is the reason we called you. We have your name and your number, which means that you signed the release.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
And since she is not able to express her will, it falls to you to speak on her behalf. But I presume you discussed that when you went through the process. So you must know that there are a number of options to consider.
I don't believe it! She put my name on the form without asking me. She must have forged my signature. It's hardly a surprise. She's always done that kind of stuff. But I'm not making any important decisions. I've had my share of this kind of responsibility, and it didn't turn out well. However, my dear mother doesn't seem to understand.
Quand est-ce qu'elle a déjà donné, tiens?
After all we've been through, what makes her think that I can make the right decision? Pitting us against one another at a time like this, that's exactly what my mother would do. I feel trapped, like a fish in a barrel. Oh, come to think of it, I would love that. A 30-second memory, and not a care in the world.
Ils sont beaux, les poissons,
Fear
hein.
me, sharks, for I am the terror of the oceans. That reminds me of the nickname I got during swim class in middle school. Sea hag.
Sympa,
Haters, all of
Junon
them.
le ton. Ah ouais, ok.
Sorry, Miss Fortin.
Super.
Demange. I went back to my maiden name.
I'm sorry, that wasn't in your file. Listen, I understand that this is all very sudden, but we don't have a lot of time. We need to focus.
We do indeed.
Mais je trouve que c'est l'angoisse, moi. Hein. Les cours de piscine, encore en primaire, ça va à peu près. Mais les trucs de piscine, quand t'arrives au collège-lycée, c'est la puberté, c'est tout ce que tu veux. Faut te mettre en sous-vêtements, parce qu'en fait, un maillot de bain, c'est un sous-vêtement. Hein. Faut te mettre en sous-vêtements devant des gens que tu connais pas. C'est l'angoisse. Hein.
I'm sorry, it's just...
It's okay. I understand. It's not an easy situation. Our major concern right now is the hemorrhage is spreading. There's the risk of a cerebral vasospasm. That is a complication which could severely affect her brain.
Is she going to die?
We're doing our best to make sure that doesn't happen. But there could be long-term consequences. This sort of event severely impacts the body, and mental functions may also be impaired. I need to know if you and your mother will be able to deal with that sort of complication.
Ah ouais, mais pour moi, il reste mec ou meuf, il n'y a même pas de... Tu sais, il n'y a pas de différence, quoi. Tu sais, tu peux te sentir à l'aise dans ton corps ou pas. Enfin... Et puis, tu peux te sentir à l'aise dans ton corps, mais ne pas avoir envie de te mettre en maillot de bain devant des gens que tu connais pas, tu vois. Et comme en plus, on est vraiment sur une période de vie où les gens ont ou la pique et la remarque facile, je trouve que c'est un peu bof. Je sais pas. J'ai l'impression que les gens ont envie, tu sais, tu sais que t'as une envie d'épreuve de torturer les autres, quoi.
No, it can't be. What do you mean?
To be completely frank, if we're able to pull your mother through this, there's only a small chance she'll be like she was before.
Small? How small?
Smaller than that. In all probability, she will never be quite the same. Some people would prefer not to keep living under such circumstances. That rather their medical care were geared more around letting go as gracefully as possible. What I need to know is, what would your mother want?
I don't know how to answer that. Last time she told me she wanted something, it was...
d'IRS, je trouve quand même que le regard des garçons, ça donne quand même l'impression qu'ils mettent des bouts de viande. Moi, je m'en foutais un peu, j'étais invisible, c'était juste moins évident que quand j'étais habillée. Ouais, je suis d'accord, mais tu sais, ils peuvent aussi vanner les mecs. Enfin, tu vois, comme il y a des vannes qui fusent de partout, je trouve que c'est... Pour moi, c'est pas le meilleur truc à faire à des pré-ados, ados. Surtout pour la confiance en soi, quoi. Sachant qu'elle est assez importante. En fait, c'est toujours ça qui m'a un peu dérangée dans le lycée et tout, c'est que, en fait, t'as l'impression que, tu sais, on te jette quelque part et on dit à toi d'avoir confiance en toi, sinon tant pis. Et je trouve ça un peu con. Là, on n'apprend pas aux autres à être tolérants, on nous apprend pas à s'accepter, on n'apprend pas plein de trucs. Du coup, c'est un peu le coup de tu sais, fais semblant jusqu'à ce que tu y arrives, quoi. Ah oui, tout ou rien, bah ça n'a rien fait. Après, faudrait voir, elle est différente à quel point, en fait.
To be in MoMA.
Excuse me?
Ne pas marcher, ne
MoMA.
pas quoi.
The museum in New York.
Miss Demange, Wait, your mother's that Marie Demange? The artist?
Ah oui, c'est vrai, je me souviens de ça. Comme quoi, tout le monde, dès que les gens savaient le truc, ils changeaient d'attitude et tout.
Ah, there it is. Works every time. Once people figure out who Marie is, snap! Their whole demeanor changes. They feel like they know her somehow. Of course, they're completely wrong. Oh, she takes them in with her dog and pony show, but there's a world of difference between who she is in public and in private.
Oui, bah ça c'est sûr, hein, comme tous les artistes, comme toutes les personnes.
The real her, she would realize how ridiculous her question is. Yeah, the Marie Demange. And I'm her assistant, I guess. I handle the business, the management, the press, so that she can be fully dedicated to her art, you see? Anyway, the other day, I got a call from Centre Pompidou. They want to do a retrospective on her life and work. Can you imagine? The billboards, the crowds, the press, the whole shebang.
Yeah,
I'm
class.
like, hell yeah! I hop into my car, I rush over to tell her, I run into the workshop, yelling, and you know what she said? Did you hear from MoMA? Ugh. Someone had told her they were considering her Self-Portrait 8, a canvas from her latest series. A whole exhibit in Paris, on the other hand, she didn't care. So, that's my mother. Most of the time, I don't know. I have no idea what she wants.
C'est un peu la tristesse.
I know what I'm asking isn't easy. I can give you a little time to think.
Like that would change anything.
Bah oui, autant réfléchir, hein.
Yeah, I suppose I need to think about it. I'm sorry, I gotta go. I know what she'd say, that I'm running away again. What did she expect? That I just show up and what? Decide whether she lives or she dies?
Bah surtout, je trouve ça très particulier de mettre sur ta feuille une personne de confiance, et puis cette personne, tu l'as pas tenue au courant de ce que tu voulais. C'est un peu bizarre. Ah oui, je crois qu'on va aller au bout de ça. Et après, c'était la fin de la démo.
I remember. Diane and I found an injured bird in the backyard. It was tiny. I think it was around the time Marie had set up her new studio in the sunroom. Now that I think of it, that was also my first experience with death. In fact, I also had a really weird dream that night. Something about that day always seemed off. I never figured out why. And why am I thinking about this now?
Alors, je sais plus si on arrive à se souvenir. Je sais plus si on arrive à se souvenir de ce qui posait problème avec ce jour. Hein. Je crois qu'il faut qu'on trouve l'élément. Je crois qu'il faut qu'on trouve l'élément là-dedans qui est... Ah oui, le temps que ça apparaisse. Oui, ok, d'accord.
I never saw it again. And when I asked what happened, she said it just flew away. I was so relieved.
Ouais, je pense que l'oiseau il s'est pas échappé. Hein. Je pense qu'elle a dû faire un truc avec. Je sais pas quoi, mais il y a dû avoir un truc. Hein. Ah.
Back then, Marie wasn't very well known, but she was hardworking. She had just started a series on birds, actually. They were all over the house. She considered them a symbol. A postmodern symbol of anti-anthropic levity. Classique Marie.
D'accord, les peintures, ok. On peut pas plus se tourner. Peut-être l'ombre, hein? Non? Même pas. Ah si. Ombre.
I saw a big shadow moving down the hallway that night. I imagined a monster bird was visiting us. For a long time, I thought it was just a strange dream.
On peut regarder. Ah ouais, on peut regarder sur le côté. Je pense que je vais jouer, attendez, je vais changer, je vais jouer à la manette, je pense. J'espère que je peux changer encore maintenant. Alors attends. Ok, ça c'est pour avancer, parfait. C'est plus simple, ça me fera moins mal aux mains, je pense, enfin aux bras. S'avancer comme ça. Et on est bon. Ah, mais il n'y a pas grand chose. Je crois que je recule là, hein. Ok. Et là j'avance. On va avancer. Ah. Voilà.
Do you recognize it? This is the mobile that Marie made me before I was born. It's exquisite and delicate. I loved it. And you did too. I think I still have it in a box somewhere.
Elle parle à qui? Elle parle à sa sœur du coup? Ok, donc je crois que j'avais fait ça la première fois et j'avais pas assez tourné la caméra. Ah, ça vibre. Ah. Valise, tiens.
Yeah, Diane was so proud of packing her own suitcase. Her father came to pick her up that afternoon. She spent the weekend with him and her stepsister. I was a bit jealous, but also happy to have some time with my mother. Just us.
Ok, donc ouais, elles sont demi-sœurs quoi. Alors, comment je fais apparaître ça? Est-ce qu'il faut que j'avance plus? Faut pas me tourner encore, hein. Ah, là je peux.
The nest was high up in the tree, but the wind blew it down. The bird was obviously young. It was a big fall. It must have been badly hurt. I didn't realize it at the time.
Ouais, je pense que la mère elle a tué l'oiseau en vrai. Hein.
Now I know for certain that someone was in the backyard that night. And since Diane was at her father's, it must have been Marie. What was she doing out there? Maybe...
Maybe, elle a dit à l'oiseau, tu vas pas faire long feu toi. Hein. Ah, oiseau. Ah mais ça on l'avait vu. Ah non pas du tout, j'ai rien dit, on n'avait pas vu ça. En gros ça l'a énervée, qu'elle suggère qu'on le laisse dans une cage et tout, elle avait pas compris à l'époque, mais maintenant elle comprend un peu plus. Ok. Il n'y a rien là. Ah, on l'a tué. Ah oui.
That's what she was doing out there in the middle of the night, burying it in secret. And it might sound strange, but I also understand why she did it.
Bah malheureusement, tout seul comme ça, compliqué hein. Coucou Death Note, si je lis tout ton pseudo, je vais l'écorcher, donc ça sert à rien. Et j'espère que tu vas bien. Essayer de tournicoter. Bon là, quand on se dirige vers le tableau, après tournicoter, c'est un petit peu compliqué. Hein. On va essayer de voir dans la chambre, est-ce qu'il y a autre chose qu'on peut regarder? Bon, après, des fois, ça fait de la résistance. Hein. Là, je pense que de toute façon, on va être obligé de regarder les scènes plusieurs fois pour avoir des trucs qui se débloquent. Mais ta vie. Ouais, parce que là, c'est la fin. Hein. À part l'ombre. Ah, peut-être là. Non, il n'y a rien. À part si vraiment... Ouais, on peut regarder là-bas, mais... Ah, tout ou rien.
Marie is really an astonishing person, you know. She's usually hard, but also she could be vulnerable sometimes. She couldn't stand seeing the bird injured. She knew it would never recover. It was too weak. I remember she said, "Not being able to fly, that's no life for a bird." She thought it would be better off dead. She could have just abandoned it, let things run their course. But I don't think she did.
Bah l'abandonner, c'est pas très sympa, non? Enfin...
She killed it with her own hands.
Laisser faire le temps.
Doesn't it? But that's just Marie. That's her outlook on life. She's all or nothing.
Oui, du coup, ça nous donne une idée de ce qu'on pourrait faire avec elle par rapport à la décision à prendre.
What I need to know is, what would your mother want?
Voilà. Et du coup, là, on peut cliquer sur le tout ou rien. Ouais, parce qu'on l'avait vu tout à l'heure, mais on pouvait pas cliquer vu qu'on n'avait pas vu la scène.
I'm not ducking out. Not this time. After all, isn't this what Marie wanted? I think my legs are shaking. Maybe I'm having another turn. I think I need a sugary drink.
Understood.
Do you need anything?
Well, I need more coffee. But if I drink another one, my stomach's going to declare war on the rest of me.
I just can't speak on my mom's behalf. One thing's for sure, she's a radical. She's
Oui.
all or nothing, all the time.
Clairement, pour l'oiseau, bah, elle aurait pu aller chez un vétérinaire déjà.
I understand.
C'est spécialisé, enfin, les
It's
trucs
hard
spécialisés dans
to
les,
contemplate the idea of
les animaux
living with a
sauvages, quoi.
disability.
It's not that, not at all. If we were talking about me or someone else, I would say it's gonna be fine. You adapt. People do it all the time. They have to. Life's too important. I would say that. She wouldn't. I'm not sure that answers your question.
She certainly comes across as rather forthright.
You don't say.
I've seen her on TV a couple of times. My father loves her. She's an extraordinary artist. In her interviews, she's so impressive, fierce even. It must be quite something to be the daughter of someone so talented.
I've heard this one before.
Mm.
That's a polite way to say it can't be easy to have a nutcase for a mother.
C'est ça. Ça va pas être facile tous les jours d'avoir des parents qui sont artistes, hein, très clairement.
Yes, it's quite an experience. Doctor, do we know why this happened? We were just having dinner last night. She was fine.
There could be a lot of factors. Family history, hypertension, alcohol consumption.
I did have a pretty severe hangover this morning.
Even past trauma, like a historic head injury. It's hard to say right now.
Ah.
All right, Miss Demange, I'll give you time to think. Let's speak again in about 2 hours, if that works for you.
Sounds good. Can I...
Oh, il est mort le petit poisson.
Yes, of course.
Oui, il dort. Mais ça
Let
dort
me
pas comme
find
ça.
out her room number.
I know what I have to do, what I should do. It wasn't that long ago that I could write this kind of scene without breaking a sweat. I step into the room, there'll be tubes everywhere, beeping sounds. The audience will know that it's serious. Then I start bawling my eyes out. I collapse on my mom's bed, pouring out snot from my nose. Or maybe I'll be dignified, stony-faced, standing quietly in the corner. Close up on my face. They'll see I'm suffering deep inside. A single tear rolls down my cheek.
Attendez, je vais voir si je peux pas faire ça. Je vais décaler vite fait la cam, enfin dans la rétrécir. Des fois ça bouffe. Les sous-titres. Peut-être là ça sera mieux. Je suis plus petite mais tant pis. Hein. C'est le jeu qui est important.
That's exactly how it will happen. Or what should happen. There's just one problem.
Ah.
I really must. She probably needs me. I don't know why, but I can't open that door. It's always stressful to share an elevator with a stranger. Still, it could be worse. Hey, June. I could have to share it with my sister.
Ok. En vrai, c'est pas grave. Enfin, c'est vrai que c'est toujours un peu bizarre quand t'as des gens qui rentrent dans l'ascenseur avec toi. Mais le seul truc, c'est si les gens ils commencent à péter ou tu sais, à faire des trucs bizarres, quoi. Ou à trop te parler et tout. Là, c'est chiant.
Okay, I'm kidding. We love each other. Love giving each other a hard time. Okay, I love giving her a hard time. For instance.
Dididou.
Hey, Dididou. Nothing?
I haven't eaten yet. My blood sugar's low, okay? Come with me to the cafeteria.
Okay.
But if you utter that stupid nickname one more time, I'll strangle you.
There it is. She had me worried for a sec.
This food looks nasty.
Did you notice? Jan loves being in charge. She wasn't always like that. It started when she was a teenager. Some people get acne. She got authority.
So, how's work?
You know, scheduling, phone calls, spreadsheets. It's mind-numbing. There's no time to think. That's why I love it so much.
How's your script coming along?
Oh,
Oui, bah c'est pas très grave. Au moins, elle a un travail déjà. Tu vois, elle est pas en mode j'écris un scénario et je taffe pas à côté et c'est la merde et. Pitié, Diane, aide-moi.
I never should have told her about it. I guess I had a moment of weakness. I thought she would worry less about me if she knew I was working on something creative.
Pas pourquoi elle serait inquiétée.
But why did I even think she was worrying about
Bah,
it in
c'est
the
ça.
first place? She doesn't seem worried now. Better change the subject. And how are you?
Well, since you ask,
So easy.
I was doing good until yesterday. One of my idiot patients up and groped my ass.
Ah, sympa. D'accord, elle fait quoi? Patient, il m'a attrapé les fesses. Donc elle doit être dans le médical, très certainement. Après, quel
She's a
médical?
physical therapist,
Kiné.
working with professional athletes.
Ah oui, ok. Ah oui, donc les mecs se croient tout permis, ils touchent les fesses des gens, quoi.
She spends her days massaging pretty boys with 2 brain cells and 0 self-control. She's the best in her field, I've heard. All the major soccer clubs are fighting over her.
Oh, trop
Probably
bien.
because she has her own story. She almost became a tennis pro at 17 years old. She was really strong. And then there was some kerfuffle, I don't know what happened, but the league didn't have her back, so she just gave it all up. I've never seen her so angry. Though today's a close second. I wonder what happened to that guy who was stupid enough to grope her.
Ah, c'est ouf, ouais, putain, elle a fait être joueuse professionnelle de tennis, quoi. Ok.
What happened?
I handled it with poise, aplomb, and composure. Anyway, he has a broken hand now. Good thing he plays soccer.
J'avais
not
preuve de tact et
volleyball.
tout. Du coup, il a la main
The
cassée.
worst part
Oh,
is
purée.
she's not
Ah
joking.
ouais.
In
Ah
other
non, je pense
news,
pas que ce soit une
This
blague.
place is so stressful. Everyone's way too nice.
It is a hospital.
Bah, après, un
Jan.
peu chaud parce que j'espère qu'elle a pas perdu son taf,
Scowl
mais.
24/7. So, how is she?
I haven't been to see her yet.
What are you waiting for? A singing telegram? Sorry, that was uncalled for. This whole situation, it's just a lot.
Yeah? Sounds like there's something else. Something else bothering you?
No, nothing else.
Wanna bet that there's something else?
Well, I guess, I did meet with the doctor this morning. She told me about your deal. Between Mom and you. And, to be honest, I was shocked. Were you going to tell me at some point?
Elle l'a pas appris. On est d'accord qu'on l'a appris aussi, genre ce matin. Enfin. Mais non, après, je me dis. En vrai, son taf, c'est pas qu'elle s'en fout, mais même si elle lui a cassé vraiment la main, si c'est une kiné réputée, je pense que c'est le joueur hein, à qui on va dire écoute, la prochaine fois, tu feras pas ça. Et que tout le reste va continuer à se faire masser. Parce que si la meuf est hyper bonne dans son domaine, bah. Dans les sports comme ça, c'est important d'avoir de bons kinés, quoi.
Ugh, see? I knew that this whole trusted advocate thing would never fly. The only question is, will she believe me when I tell her I didn't know? Given the state she's in, I wouldn't bet on it.
Ah, je sais pas ce qu'on peut lui dire. T'es vexé en fait. Tu dois être secoué. Bah, t'es vexé en fait. Je sais pas comment elle va tourner sa phrase et je trouve que c'est un peu énervé. Donc plutôt, tu dois être secoué et genre, je comprends que tu te secoues à cause de ça, mais.
Look, I'm sure you're upset.
Of course I'm upset. We just found out that Mom might die. Does that mean nothing to you?
Ah, tu te calmes,
It
Micheline.
does. Of course it does.
Calme-toi.
It's okay. I'm handling it. You know, I'm perfectly capable of making this decision. Just leave it to me this time.
What's going on, June?
I'm sorry.
Something's wrong.
Could be the grapefruit. I read somewhere that it's really toxic. And,
No, it's not the grapefruit. I don't recognize you.
Quoi?
You're different.
Mon différent quoi? Elle est bizarre, elle.
Ooh, she wants to talk. Seriously. That's just her way to cope with stress. She needs to dissect things to understand them. And she needs to understand things in order to control them. So, what's the play? Idiot or goldfish?
J'ai un peu le même principe. Hein. Quand des fois je stresse pour un truc, j'aime bien disséquer et me dire bon, au moins je comprends. J'ai un peu de contrôle parce que je comprends. Donc je la comprends un peu, la Diane. Même si elle est un peu énervée. Est-ce qu'on fait l'idiote ou la carpe? La carpe.
Maybe if I say nothing, she'll leave me alone?
And don't pretend you can't hear me.
I guess I can't
Aucun
get
des
out
deux
of this
marcherait, de
one.
toute façon.
You're acting like some kind of robot. You're all closed off. And you clearly aren't considering how I feel about all this.
What's the game here? Where's the Jen I know? She's got some nerve lecturing me as though nothing happened. I'm not gonna lie, she's not entirely wrong. I haven't exactly been brimming over with empathy recently. It's not my fault, you know, it just makes it easier to get through the day. For me, at least. I'm not sure how anyone else manages.
Ouais, je suis un peu distante. On va essayer d'admettre les choses quand même.
Maybe I am a little bit distant, but have you thought about my situation?
See? That's exactly the problem.
Quoi?
And, okay, this is going to make me sound like a huge asshole yet again, but I'm used to that. I've been meaning to talk to you about this, so
Oh là.
why not do it now? We're here for Mom, and you can see how hard this is on me. And yet, here we are, yet again, talking about you. What happened to you was awful. It really was. Absolutely horrible. But that was 5 years ago.
Alors, je sens venir le truc absolument horrible. Par contre, ça fait 5 ans, et alors? C'est pas parce que ça fait 5 ans que tu peux pas être encore impacté par quelque chose?
It can't be 5 years. It can't be 5 years. It can't be 5 years. It was only yesterday. Why
Ah
the
ouais,
hell
dans
is
sa
she
tête,
bringing
oui.
this up anyway? Where are you going with this?
I don't really know. I guess I'm a little worried about you. I don't understand what goes on in your head, and that scares me. Why are you like this?
Really? She's worried about me?
Bizarre. Ah, je peux pas cliquer dessus. Ok.
You had to go there, didn't you? You really, you can't help yourself. Whenever you can't control something, you just hate it, don't you? And so, pow, you attack.
You're wrong, June. I'm just trying to help. You can't really tell me that everything's fine, can you?
Do you think that throwing my little problems back in my face is going to help? Oh, wonderful, wow. Oh, it's a miracle, I'm cured. Thanks for the therapy session, but I really have to go. Obviously, you can handle everything just fine on your own, so go ahead and take care of Marie.
Wait, June! Don't leave, please! I'm sorry. I really need you.
La communication est très fluide. Tout se passe bien.
She really
se
is a
passe bien.
dumbass.
Ah, est-ce qu'on va peut-être vivre les scènes à chaque fois plusieurs fois et on va les faire différemment au vu des souvenirs qu'on a? Peut-être.
Should I be honest? Do I have to? I just grabbed the first opportunity to put up a stink so I could get the hell out of there. Of course I'm weird. and I can see how that might freak her out. She wasn't telling me
La
that because
musique.
she cares.
Banger.
That was her lashing out to hurt me.
Et ça repart. Ok, d'accord. Alors, qu'est-ce que... Non, ça va pas être l'oiseau. Ça va être quoi, cette fois-ci? Qu'est-ce que ça peut être? Ah, ça va être le coquillage.
You know, Astrid, memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why. For instance, one day I visited a fishery. This was a year or two ago. I was writing the script for a promotional documentary about lobsters, a freelance gig for the Agricultural Chamber of Brittany. Truly the crowning moment of my career. Although for real, I loved writing it. It felt good. Going outside, meeting people. And lobsters are fascinating animals. Shall I tell you what I remember?
Le homard, l'animal fascinant. Le homard, j'en pince pour lui. MDR, bien sûr. On s'attendait pas, bien sûr, à cette petite phrase. Ok. C'est pas mal parce qu'en avançant, du coup, on voit comment il a été pêché et tout. C'est assez cool. C'est une tête, là? Pardon? C'est une tête de dauphin? Attends, c'est quoi cette merde, là? Qu'est-ce que c'est que cette connerie? Bizarre. On va se dire que c'est pas ça, hein. C'est chelou. On va avancer. Attends, il y a un truc là. Ah, je sais pas si je peux reculer et aller là. Bah, je peux pas reculer de ouf non plus, quoi. Hein. Mais c'est une tête bizarre, ça. Hein. Oui, c'est sympa, le homard, mais bon.
With a little garlic butter, lemon or mayonnaise, they're delicious. They're on every great chef's menu. Lobsters are a symbol of wealth and luxury.
Moi, je pense que j'ai jamais goûté vraiment... J'ai dû en goûter une fois, mais pas... Pas ouf. Enfin, pas les meilleures conditions. Faudrait que je regoute un jour pour voir le homard. Faut faire les crevettes, hein, quand même. Hein. Donc, on a vu ça. Alors, quelle était la vie de ce homard, bien sûr? Possade. Ah bah oui, il est cuisiné, du coup. Ah, alors il y a que quoi?
Lobsters are a mystery to science because they don't age. Their cells replace themselves perfectly.
Ah, je savais pas qu'ils vieillissaient pas.
Never stop growing throughout their lives.
Si on le laisse, il peut y avoir des homards géants, du coup. C'est trop bien, ça. Petite boîte cadeau, bien sûr. Vous aussi offrez des homards à vos amis. Génial. Meilleur cadeau. Et coucou Damonrou, comment tu vas? J'en profite, hein. Je vous remets dans le... C'est épinglé, mais je vous remets dans le chat. Le fait qu'il y a un giveaway et que si vous souhaitez y participer, vous pouvez en rentrer la commande !Enter pour gagner une clé Steam du jeu auquel je joue actuellement. Voilà. N'hésitez pas. Alors, normalement, c'est OK. Normalement, t'as dû recevoir... Ouais, t'as dû recevoir un petit MP... Twitch. Pour te dire que tu participes bien au giveaway, etc. De Wisebot. Normalement. Tu peux me confirmer, Damonrou. Normalement, c'est OK. Ah non, eh oh! Il y avait un truc sur lequel je vais cliquer. Fin de journée après le taf. Ah bah cool. Bah pose-toi alors. Prends une petite boisson, pose-toi. À la cool.
Have a chitinous exoskeleton, a durable and tensile material that protects them fully. This natural barrier is so strong that lobsters have no natural predators. In short, no one can mess with lobsters. Except humans, of course.
Mais attends, en vrai, le homard, quoi qu'il se passe, ça peut être immortel. T'as pas de MP... T'as pas de MP... comment ça s'appelle? De MP sur Twitch? Normalement, c'est ok. Alors, attendez. Vous savez quoi? On va prendre 2 secondes. J'essaye un truc. T'as bien écrit ça. Ok. Merde. Attendez, j'écris pas dedans. Ok, on est d'accord. Alors, ce qu'on va faire... Damon Roux, ça a bien marché. Hein. Si vous écrivez ça, ça marche bien. On va faire... Voilà. On va ensuite faire... Voilà. Pour tous ceux qui veulent participer, du coup, Damon Roux, tu peux refaire !Enter. Et pour tous les autres, vous pouvez le faire dès maintenant. Voilà. Donc, je vous confirme hein, que vous ayez un MP. Alors, normalement, il est censé y avoir un MP Wisebot, mais si vous n'en avez pas, dans tous les cas, vous êtes bien inscrit pour le tirage au sort. Voilà. Bah oui, c'est beau. Non, mais en fait, je trouve ça ouf, parce qu'en gros, ça veut dire que voilà, si demain, il n'y a plus d'êtres humains, le homard, il va vivre super longtemps, il va être super gros, et personne va le bouffer. C'est trop bien. Genre, si un jour, il y a un truc nucléaire ou autre, parce que ça peut un petit peu quand même aller dans l'eau et tout. C'est-à-dire qu'il peut y avoir des homards géants, mais géants de ouf. Et c'est tout. Voilà. C'est génial. Je trouve ça trop bien. Ah, on a bien sûr un nouveau son aussi, Damon Roux.
Vive les culs.
Voilà. Est-ce qu'il y a autre chose à...
Vive les culs.
Voilà. N'en abusez pas, bien sûr. Hein? Tu n'entends pas? Voilà. N'abusez pas des sons. Hein. J'ai pas forcément mis de restrictions pour tous les sons. N'en abusez pas.
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000 eggs in their lifetime.
Ah ouais.
They keep each clutch underneath their tails for several months. And when the eggs finally hatch, out come a profusion of larvae just a few millimeters long. Can you imagine? Over 100,000 tiny little astrites.
Énorme. Ah oui, parce que c'était la conversation qu'il y avait en début de stream et du coup... Gavark a crié ça d'un coup et puis bah il a eu la gentillesse de faire un petit son. Normalement je crois !commande, alors commande avec un S je crois. Vous avez tous les... un lien et sur ce lien vous avez tous les sons qui sont dispo. Normalement. Ah mais on est reparti là. Oui mais faut le voir plusieurs fois non? Dans la vraie vie.
That was the official line. The one I got paid to write. But I dug deeper.
Ah.
You can call me a lot of things. But I'm nothing if not conscientious.
Ah
I
mince.
learned a lot about lobsters that the Agricultural Council wouldn't have approved of.
Ah non, bah qu'est-ce qui se passe sur le homard? Ah mince, il y a des vérités. Il y a des vérités sur le homard. Alors pas Omar m'a tué, mais il y a des vérités sur le homard et c'est pas cool apparemment. Est-ce que... Est-ce que le homard vote extrême droite et est complotiste? On ne sait pas. Mais apparemment, il y a des choses moches hein, qui concernent le homard. Hein. J'ai changé ma coupe. Quelle coupe? Ma coupe de cheveux? Maintenant, c'est la même.
Everyone loves lobsters. But to truly love them, first you have to cook them. And to cook them, you have to kill them. There are two ways. Traditional or modern.
Et c'est parce qu'ils sont gras, Damon Roux. C'est le truc horrible. Mes cheveux sont gras, donc ils brillent. Non, mais j'ai rien fait de spécial, à part les laver. Du coup, bah peut-être que là, je sais pas, ils sont plus jolis, écoute. Il y a 2 méthodes pour les tuer, la traditionnelle et la moderne. Ah, la traditionnelle, ça doit être le faire cuire dans l'eau, non? Moderne, c'est quoi? Je vais
The
plutôt demander.
traditional way is to chuck lobsters into boiling water,
Mais non, je voulais demander moderne.
alive. And wait, their flesh burns. The air bubbles beneath their shell expand and burst
Ah!
their organs. It's horrible. Lobsters don't want to die. But the people who love them don't care about that.
Bah oui. Et c'est quoi la moderne? Ah mais non, quelqu'un peut dire comment on tue un homard de manière moderne. Parce que l'ancienne, je suis pas fan. Je suis propre, exactement. En fait, quand je suis propre, je resplendis. Je suis propre comme un sous-neuf, comme on dit. Je porte du noir. Ah oui, peut-être. Entre le noir et le orange, ça le fait. Oui, mais ça, ils disent c'est la traditionnelle. Mais ah, tu dis Damon Roux, c'est de couper un nerf dans la pince. Ah, c'est peut-être ça la méthode moderne, du coup. Pourri. De quoi pourri?
Lobsters don't age, but after
Ah,
a while, their shells
merde.
do. And if they can't make a new one, their current shell will wear out.
Et il meurt après, non?
It will split. Bacteria, fungi, and
Ah.
other diseases might seep in through these cracks, and then the lobster will rot from
Ah,
the
le
inside.
pauvre. Ah ouais, d'accord, ok. Ouais, donc en gros, ouais, le homard, il peut pas... S'il arrive pas à refaire une carapace, c'est mort, quoi. Alors, je sais pas ce qu'il faut pour qu'il en fasse une. Mais oui, du coup, bon, il est mortel sans être vraiment immortel.
Lobsters have a chitinous exoskeleton, but sometimes they feel trapped in it, so they molt. They leave their shells behind and expose
Ah, ça doit être
themselves.
bizarre, un homard sans
Until their
carapace.
skin hardens again, the world is full of predators, carnivorous fish, other arthropods, and humans, of course. Because when they've just molted, when they're soft, lobsters are their tenderest and their tastiest.
D'accord, quand il vient de muer, qu'il est tendre et mou. Oh non Damon Roux. Quand il est tendre et mou, eh bien, du coup, c'est mieux. Sur pourquoi il n'était pas immortel. Ah bah, du coup, voilà. Par contre, oui, bah si, non, on a la méthode moderne. Oui, par rapport à la carapace. Mais s'ils n'avaient pas ce problème de carapace, en vrai, bah, potentiellement, il n'y a rien qui les retient de vivre très 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 longtemps, en tout cas. Après, je me dis si une femelle, parce qu'ils disent plusieurs mois, mais imaginons que ce soit minimum 2 fois par an, si ce n'est 3. Une femelle, ça peut aller jusqu'à 100 000 œufs. Donc on est à 200 ou 300 000 par an. Peut-être c'est bien d'un côté de faire une mini-régulation, je pense. Peut-être ça fait beaucoup après de homards dans les océans. Une pensée comme ça, hein. Foutu. De quoi foutu?
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000
Ah,
eggs
d'accord.
in their
Ok.
lifetime.
Très peu atteignent l'âge
You
adulte.
will reach adulthood. The larvae
Ok.
will be gobbled up by passing wildlife. The young ones will be poisoned by water pollution. Their livers filled with heavy metals and microplastics.
Bon, bah,
And
s'il n'y avait
those
pas
who
de
grow
pollution
big
dans les
enough
océans.
will be plucked out of the sea by humans to end up on a fishmonger's stall.
D'accord. Oui, donc oui. Il n'y a pas des masses d'homards. C'est les ressources locales qui vont les limiter. Ouais, bah oui, oui. On va dire idéalement, il n'y a pas le problème de carapace, il n'y a pas de souci de ressources locales et tout. On est sur un bon candidat. Parce que je crois que sur Terre, c'était quoi? C'était pas... Ah, les cafards. Les cafards qui sont un peu... je crois s'il y avait une catastrophe nucléaire et tout, les cafards survivent. Il doit y avoir hein, le cafard des mers. Hein. C'est le truc qui survivra peut-être en évoluant, mais certainement en évoluant, mais qui survivra le plus longtemps possible. Cafard et scorpion, ouais, c'est ça. Bah, comme dans Fallout. Hein. Et les rats. Il y a eu les rats aussi. Alors après, je sais pas si les rats, c'est vrai ou pas, mais...
All this to say, being fake, writing pretty lies, that doesn't bother me. Between my clerical work for Marie and those PR gigs, I learned to tune it out. No one wants to know what's in my head, but maybe you do?
D'accord. Bah, je sais pas, moi, qui veut savoir ce qu'il y a dans sa tête. Ah. Seul au monde. Seul au monde comme un homard. C'est horrible. Des extrémophiles, le cafard, les scorpions. D'accord, ouais. Ouais, il y en a d'autres, ok. Je parle pas le raccourci avant. Dommage.
Everyone loves lobsters, and that love is what's killing
Ouais,
them.
faire croire que tu prends une
If
flûte,
no
en fait,
one
tu
loved
parles au
them,
rat et puis
we'd let lobsters live happily at the cold bottom
tu
of the
refais
ocean.
ce truc-là, mais à
Lobsters
l'époque
don't need to
moderne.
be loved. Me neither.
Le homard a pas besoin d'être aimé. Ah, d'accord. Moi non plus. Mais c'est horrible, ça. Un ratophile. Alors, je pense que les araignées, vu le nombre d'espèces qu'il y a, c'est un bon candidat pour survivre aussi s'il y avait une catastrophe ou un truc. Hein.
Lobsters don't age. In fact, they could never die at all. If they just stayed in their holes, they'd never get sick. They'd never get harvested or trapped. Unfortunately, lobsters grow. Maybe that's the big difference between them and me.
D'accord. Ah oui, donc elle pense qu'elle n'a pas évolué en fait. Contrairement au homard, quoi. Ok, on avance, hein. Attention, la petite boîte de homard. Je suis un homard. Seul, ah oui, on va avoir 15 fois le mot seul, je pense. Hein. Ça le protège énormément. Si l'atmosphère change, si la couche d'ozone se casse, si la surface se vaporise, c'est tout juste s'il le remarquerait. D'accord. Mais non, Damon Roux, non, je pense qu'il va te répondre. Je l'attends en live. Non, mais il va bientôt live en plus. Normalement, il live bientôt, mais il te répondra, t'inquiète pas, Damon Roux.
Lobsters have a chitinous exoskeleton that limits their growth. As soon as they shed it, they're in danger. Their enemies notice their weakness. They can smell it.
Bah oui, ils doivent sentir, ouais, bah logique, quoi.
If they can reach a weakened lobster, they'll devour it. They'll tear it apart and feast
C'est sympa,
on its flesh.
c'est joyeux, du coup,
They
j'aime
don't
bien.
want to be eaten.
Bah non, bah on va éviter. Le homard étant chacun de nous, exactement. Le homard m'a tué, bien sûr. Faut que j'arrête avec cette blague de merde, hein. Vraiment, faut que j'arrête. En chacun de nous, il y a 2 homards. Le homard qui évolue et le homard qui pourrit. Putain, c'est beau. Il y a un côté beau un peu là-dedans. Et effrayant en même temps. Je suis pas sûre d'apprécier. Hein. Sous les mers. Oh, sachez que je suis absolument pas fan des fonds marins. Et que vous savez, les gens là... Ça marche, Damon Roux. Bah écoute, bon bain. Bon bain, bon courage. Vous savez que, ouais, la cage me fait penser à ça quand on voit des gens là qui sont dans une cage et puis il y a les requins et tout au milieu, etc. Jamais je fais ça. Déjà, la plongée, ça va être compliqué. Je pense que la plongée, pour moi, c'est de la plongée petite avec de l'eau hyper claire et pour voir des beaux coraux et des beaux poissons. Mais ça s'arrête là. Hein. Ça m'angoisse.
Female lobsters may lay over 100,000 eggs in their lifetime, and they'll never watch them grow up. You might think that the sea is salty from all the tears shed by lobster mothers, but they don't cry. What good would all that sorrow do?
C'est horrible. Merci pour le lurk, Damon Roux. Des bisous. Ouais, non, c'est affreux ça. On va s'arrêter ou on continue avec le coup d'être seul là? Parce que. Par contre, je me remets pas de la tête de dauphin là. Il y a un problème là. On est d'accord que c'est bien une tête? C'est pas un dauphin, c'est du thon, je sais pas. Mais c'est bizarre, non? Ah, attends, ça vibre quelque part là. Ah, c'est là. Je ne sens rien.
You know, Astrid, memory is weird. You suddenly remember these moments without knowing why, until you realize it's trying to teach you something crucial. That day, I learned that I needed to be stronger than a lobster, to never molt, to never get eaten, to just hide in my hole, to never cry. That's the only way that I could keep on living after you died, my little fawn. I don't want anything. I don't expect anything.
Oh non, c'est trop
I
triste.
feel nothing.
Alors attends, du coup, ce qui est mort, ça doit être peut-être son fils ou sa fille, je sais pas. Un enfant peut-être, certainement.
Why are you like this?
Ah, et on peut rejouer la scène. Bah oui, là, on peut lui répondre.
She's right. I have been weird lately. Honestly, I'm glad she noticed. You're right.
I am? Because I was starting to think that I was just being a dumbass.
Oh, you're totally a dumbass. You can't just bring up Astrid's death out of the blue and throw it in my face. But you are right. With her gone, something inside me is broken. I just don't feel anything.
D'accord, donc ouais, la mort d'Astrid, donc certainement de sa fille, ou alors de peut-être sa compagne, on sait pas.
Sealed off. Like a damn lobster.
A lobster?
And you're right, it's been 5 years already. But I'm still trying to figure out how the hell I'm meant to reconnect with my life.
I understand. I mean, I know I can't understand, but I think I get it. Is there anything I can do to help?
Ah, c'est gentil là, du coup, c'est mieux.
Well, you can keep on beating up idiots, but that's more of a public service than for me.
Continue à éclater des cons.
I will.
Bon, bah ça va, ça s'est bien passé.
I admire you.
Sure you do.
You've always been the sensitive one.
T'as toujours été la plus sensible, ok.
That's classic Marie right there. I'm sensitive. By which he means weak. Not strong enough for the world.
Ah, c'est pas cool ça.
Obviously, I pale in comparison to the formidable Diane.
Bah là, j'ai pas d'autre réponse, malheureusement.
Yep, that's me. So fragile.
That's not what I mean. Mom raised us to bite before we get bitten. That was the only way out she could see. And I guess I took her literally. But you weren't like that. You knew how to listen. You got people. You were less scared of them. I always loved that about you.
That's new. What the hell do I say to that?
Comment réagir à ça? C'est le truc le plus sympa que tu m'aies jamais dit, non? Je sais pas, enfin... Y a pas d'autres réactions à avoir, en fait.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah, right. Knock it off. I don't know why it's so difficult for us to just talk. Maybe this is why Mom chose you.
And we're back. Are you bitter right now?
Certainly not.
Certainly.
No. I mean,
you are bitter. You're pouting. Look at your fucking face.
enough, okay? Stop it. This isn't the time.
Oui, laisse-la parler,
I
en
just
fait, non?
don't get it.
What is there to get? You know Marie. She's unpredictable.
Wait, you mean you didn't know?
Well, you should see what my signature looks like on the form.
She's the worst. Why would she do that?
I have no idea. I guess she thought it made sense since I handled the rest of her paperwork. Unless she thought I was a perfect fit since I'm a Libra with Pisces rising or whatever.
All right, but still, it's a big responsibility. And it's a bit weird to ask you, of all people, to make that decision.
La phrase, elle veut dire quoi, là?
What am I supposed to do? Scream in the middle of the hospital cafeteria? That's not my style. Although, the way this day is going, it might become my style.
You can be pretty clumsy. You can't cook a meal without setting the house on fire.
Et voilà.
Mais ferme
I'm
ta
never
gueule ou
going
pas,
to
non?
live that down, am I?
Pardon, mais ça va pas la tête?
Depends. Have you figured out a safe way to brown-baked Alaska yet?
Whatever. This isn't the time to rehash all that.
On est passé... C'était super gentil et tout.
Really,
Ah,
I don't
je
get
t'envoie
it.
des trucs dans la gueule.
This is so important. Why would she trust you over me?
All right, I've had enough.
Ok.
You know what? You're right. Only an idiot would trust me.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, here it comes. You're the reliable one, aren't you? The one people can always count on.
What are you talking about?
Ugh, I'm out of here. I'd probably just trip over her ventilator or something. We wouldn't want that to
C'est ça.
happen now, would we?
You're being ridiculous, you know. Please, Sit down. I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh, you didn't? Well, you got that wrong.
En vrai, je suis d'accord que c'est bon, c'est vrai que... Après, on voit l'histoire sous son angle à elle. Et... comment dire? Et donc, on essaie de la faire évoluer petit à petit. Mais je trouve quand même qu'il y a un côté où c'est à elle de faire des efforts et pas aux autres. C'est-à-dire que l'autre, comme elle lui parle, alors autant la première fois, c'est plutôt Junon qui s'est, on va dire, énervé. Mais là, je trouve que par contre, là, sa sœur, ça se fait pas la merde, elle lui parle, quoi. Donc je trouve ça un peu chiant de se dire c'est à nous de prendre sur nous et de répondre correctement pour pas que ça parte en couille, alors qu'elle provoque finalement.
Well, that was embarrassing, wasn't it? I just can't help it. So Mom wrote my name instead of hers on a worthless paper. What does it matter?
Ah, surtout qu'elle le voulait pas, que son nom soit écrit.
Stupid competition. I hate it. I feel I can't escape it.
Là, va falloir la convaincre qu'elle peut nous faire confiance. Ah, le briquet. Ah bah oui, parce qu'elle disait sans mettre le feu à la cuisine et tout, je sais pas quoi. Oh là, le briquet. Allô? Hop là. Non? Yes.
Of course I'd remember that day. My infamous 25th birthday.
Ah,
the day we
ok.
met Diane's girlfriend. The day we danced a little, ate a little, and drank too much. But most of all, the day everyone went home early because I set the kitchen on fire while making dessert.
Ah oui,
There's
ok.
plenty about that night I never told Diane.
Oh merde, oula, on va découvrir des trucs de fou. Et bah let's go, on va essayer de regarder un petit peu. Donc il y a plein de bougies. Bah, c'est très beau, hein. Mais en gros, il y a un truc qu'elle a pas dit.
I wasn't expecting Marie to have a present for me, and yet she remembered. It was a bottle of Japanese whiskey as old as I
Oh,
was,
whisky japonais, pas mal.
25 years of age. But as usual with Marie, things couldn't just be nice. I hope you like it because it costs me a fortune. That's what she said when she handed me the bottle.
Ah, sympa. J'aime bien qu'on donne des cadeaux comme ça. J'espère que tu vas aimer, ça m'a coûté cher. Bah écoute, je préfère que tu ne m'offres rien en fait. Tu sais, on t'offre un cadeau, mais on te fait une réflexion en même temps.
I hate whiskey. I hated it then, I hate it now.
En
She could
plus.
afford it too. She wasn't world famous yet, but her career was taking off, and with that, her taste became more and more luxurious. Me? Oh, I was light years away from all of that. That's how it works with Marie. Even when she does something for Jan and I, in the end, it's always about her.
Ouais, d'accord. Super mère. Hein. Ouais, c'est ça. J'espère que t'as aimé notre cadeau, parce que putain, dis donc, on a dépensé cher pour toi. Hein. Ah, c'est le genre de truc qui, tu sais, qui m'énerve, tu vois, vraiment. Attendez, j'arrive. Tu sais, bah, comment dire? Oui, je sais pas. Tu sais, c'est comme les compliments à la con, tu sais, style... Étrange ce choix de robe. Tu sais, tu te dis, mais on fait une réflexion? Ah non, mais parce que d'habitude, c'est pas ton style, mais là, ça te va bien. Bah, en fait, non. Tu peux juste te dire, trop bien ta robe.
It was the first time Diane introduced us to her girlfriend. Her very first girlfriend. She didn't make a big deal of it. She didn't even tell me that she would have a guest. But I knew it was important to her. And neither Marie nor myself reacted appropriately.
Ah merde. D'accord, donc elle a fait son coming out, elle a présenté sa compagne, et ils ont pas bien réagi. Alors j'aimerais bien savoir, bon la mère on s'en fout, la mère elle a l'air d'être un peu spé, mais pourquoi elle a pas bien réagi? Non. Oui.
I was furious. It's stupid, I know, but I wanted to enjoy my party.
Ah oui.
She showed up with something
D'accord.
important to share. All of a sudden, my 25th birthday seemed trite, unimportant. In fact, from the moment Diane and her girlfriend arrived, I no longer mattered to Marie. She rushed over to hug them both. I don't think I'd ever seen my mother so excited. Then she congratulated Diane for her rejection of patriarchally mandated heteronormativity. Diane didn't say anything, but I could see she was upset. Her intimacy had just been reduced to activism somehow. Her girlfriend was called Sasha. She was nice, intuitive, smart, and very pretty.
Oui, j'avoue que les gens qui font des trucs comme ça, tu sais ton anniv, et ils en profitent pour annoncer leur fiançailles, leur machin, leur truc. Alors je comprends hein, que ce soit l'occasion que la famille soit réunie. Mais du coup, bah en fait, ouais, c'est un peu ton anniv, quoi. Tu sais, c'est un peu ton truc à toi, donc attends un peu avant de le faire, non?
I was quite reluctant to organize this party. It was the last birthday I would celebrate at Marie's. Your dad and I were about to move in together. So I wanted to make it special, to impress my mother, earn her respect, maybe even her admiration. But that would only happen if everything were perfect. The fire made it a complete failure, but to be honest, she'd have found some problem anyway.
Ou alors organise ça avec ceux qui font la fête. Oui, voilà, au pire. Tu dis, écoute, je sais qu'il y a une réunion pour telle occasion, pour vous, pour toi. Est-ce que tu penses que... comment ça s'appelle? Bah, qu'on peut faire le truc à deux, quoi. C'est pas très compliqué, tu vois. Il y en a, t'as l'impression. Ou alors, tu sais, ceux qui se demandent en fiançailles pendant ton mariage. Tu te dis, mais est-ce que tu peux laisser les gens avoir leur journée et tout? Et puis après, bah toi, ça sera ok, quoi. Ou comme tu dis, elle reste, sauf si c'est prévu avec les autres personnes présentes. Mais sinon, bah... Soyez sympa, quoi. Surtout que c'est des gens aussi, on leur faisait pareil, je suis sûre que ça les emmerderait. À un moment, respectez le bon vieux proverbe qui dit faites pas aux autres ce que vous voulez pas qu'on vous fasse, quoi.
Diane always loved being the center of attention. But when she showed up with her hair cut short and dyed green, I almost didn't recognize her. 19 years strong on this earth, and she couldn't care less about people's opinions. She was amazing to me. But I wonder if she was, at least unconsciously, trying to please Marie. It worked, by the way. Marie always had a soft spot for the rebels, and contempt for the rest. I don't think it made Diane any happier, though.
Essaye de regarder partout, hein. Ah! J'ai super peur, ça va pas ou quoi? Mais ça va pas? Ça va pas, Dancrade? Parce que t'as vu mon message. Parce qu'au lieu de faire des conneries, hein. Fais des conneries, mais on me répond pas.
I was so stressed out that night that I started drinking early. Marie loves to drink, so does Diane, and her girlfriend Sasha followed along. Long story short, we got drunk fast. All four of us. We had booze, we had cigarettes, plus the other stuff.
Il y a de la drogue. Il y a de la drogue là-dedans.
And after a while, Diane was completely out. She could barely stand.
Réserve-toi pour les trucs d'horreur. Bah c'est bien, bah tu m'as pas répondu, donc en fait, voilà. Cool.
When dinner started, Marie turned on the charm. She laughed loudly, talked a lot, asked all kinds of questions. She has the most unbelievable charisma when she's trying to please someone, you know? And that night, she really was trying. I thought it was odd. She certainly wasn't doing it for me, or for Diane. And then I noticed the way she was looking at Sasha. I saw the glimmer in her eyes. The same as when she talks about Japanese whiskey. And I got
Attends.
worried.
Attends. Elle voulait se taper la meuf de sa fille. Il y a un problème là. Eh ben merci pour la réponse, enfin. Voilà, traitez vos modos comme ça. Ah oui, j'ai oublié quand même. C'est bien, continue comme ça. C'est très inquiétant là. D'accord.
Vive les culs.
Parce qu'en plus, c'est pour ça elle a dit oui, Diane ne sait pas tout ce qui s'est passé ce soir-là. Donc ça se trouve, il y a eu une embrouille dans la cuisine. Alors soit elle a mis le feu volontairement, soit il y a une embrouille dans la cuisine pour éviter que sa mère se tape la meuf de sa fille, quoi. Chaud, hein. Chaud les marrons chauds, hein, je vous le dis. Hein. C'est quoi ça? Il y a un téléphone par terre, non? Ah. Alex.
Alex called several times that night. He wanted to know how things were going. He had a hunch things would be tense, and he wanted to be my emotional hotline. I didn't answer. I wanted to fend for myself. It's why I didn't invite him in the first place. I'll admit, sometimes his support was stifling.
Ok, bah super, voilà. Ah, oh j'aime pas ce gâteau. Sachez que c'est le genre de gâteau, je sais plus c'est quoi le nom, je déteste ça, je trouve ça pas bon. C'est logique puisque je déteste. Je n'aime pas du tout ça. Je suis pas compliquée. Mais Mais t'arrêtes. C'est que je me pose toujours la question, est-ce que c'est toi ou Gavark, hein? Vous êtes tous les deux, mais insupportables. Hein. Et encore, Damonro est en lurk, fort heureusement, parce qu'alors là, on serait pas sorti de l'auberge. Hein. Et là, il va entendre son nom, s'il a laissé le son, il va dire quoi?
I'd got these nice candles to decorate the table with. Obviously, I burned myself when lighting them. To no one's surprise, that was typical me. Scaevus, they called me. It means clumsy in Latin. Marie coined that one. I didn't mind. Quite the contrary. In any family, everyone plays a role. You just need to find the one that suits you. And I like being the bumbling, fumbling one. That way, at least, the pressure was off.
J'anime le chat. Bah, c'est bon? Ça sous-entend quoi? Que le chat est pas animé? Sympa? Voilà, des modos qui mettent une bonne ambiance, bien sûr. Ça critique les streams sur lesquels on est. Est-ce qu'il y a autre chose à voir? Ah, proche.
So, yes, Jan and I were trapped
Why
in
you
this
bullying me?
ridiculous rivalry. The choir girl versus the rebel. The meek versus the indomitable.
Est-ce que je te bully? J'aime bien te bully. C'est comme ça. Voilà. On va mettre un petit coup, hein. C'est mérité. Tout le temps. Bah ouais. Bah écoute, ça va pas l'air de te déplaire, hein.
I'm never taken seriously. She's not allowed to show any sign of weakness, and we hold it against each other. But as soon as we lower our guard, we are saddled with the obvious.
Non. Ouais.
It's become more intense as we grew in Mary's shadow. We care about each other more than anyone else.
Bully-moi. Horrible. Et vu que c'est demandé si gentiment, j'arrêterai pas. Quoi? Les bougies tout chaud? Oui, donc on va réussir à régler le un peu conflit parce qu'elles sont proches, même s'il y a la mère qui a essayé de mettre de la rivalité entre elles. Ça aussi, hein, problématique. Hein. Les parents qui ont plusieurs enfants et qui ou montrent très clairement qui est leur préféré ou mettent de la rivalité entre eux. En fait, faites pas de gosses, hein, ça ira plus vite. Hein, ou faites-en qu'un. Hein. Faites-en qu'un, comme ça c'est le seul et l'unique. Vous êtes sûr qu'il est privilégié et puis c'est tout. Hein. Ça brûle bien. La Captain Obvious, ça brûle bien du coup. Hein. Accident.
The flames went up very high, very quickly. Everyone ran into the kitchen. Marie, Diane and Sacha.
Tout le monde a débarqué. Alors, Sacha, tiens, parce que moi je dis c'est la pièce rapportée, façon de parler. J'aime pas cette expression, mais voilà. Donc, je veux bien savoir un peu ce qui se passe. Parce que de toute façon, Diane, c'est pas hyper intéressant parce qu'il disait qu'elle a des trucs dont elle n'était pas au courant de cet accident-là.
She didn't say anything. I just saw her wiping her lips as she came into the kitchen, and she looked at me funny. I said it was an accident. I was trying to brown the baked Alaska, but it
Omelette
wasn't
norvégienne.
No
C'est
one
dégueulasse.
questioned my
J'aime pas du
judgment
tout ça.
The whole thing was just classic me. Alex wasn't there to defend me, and I just sucked it up. I never saw Sasha after that day. She and Diane broke up a few weeks later.
Brian is in the kitchen. Yes, indeed, secteur G. Comment tu vas?
Et salut les loulous.
Tu n'aimes rien? Ah bon? Qu'est-ce que j'aime pas d'autre alors? Parce qu'apparemment je n'aime rien. Bon, donc du coup elle a fait exprès de faire cet accident-là pour certainement... Moi je pense que c'est pour éviter que la mère se drague trop ou se tape la meuf de sa fille, quoi. C'est bizarre aussi, hein. Faites pas ça, hein. Faites pas ça, hein. Ou je sais pas, avec les mecs ou les meufs de vos gosses, là, ou... Je sais pas, faites pas des trucs comme bizarres. Hein. Et à l'inverse, hein, les enfants, hein, faites pas ça non plus, hein, c'est bizarre. Hein. Parce qu'autant accepter que quelqu'un ait d'autres histoires, bon, des fois, c'est accepté plus ou moins bien, mais pourquoi pas? Là, c'est normal. Mais là, t'acceptes qu'une des histoires, c'est quand même ton père ou ta mère ou ta fille ou ton fils. C'est dur, non? Mais ça va tranquillou, merci. Moi, j'aime rien. Ah, je vous remets, même si le message est épinglé, pour les nouveaux arrivants, je vous remets le petit message du giveaway. Si vous tapez... Si vous voulez gagner une clé du jeu auquel je joue à l'heure actuelle, donc une clé Steam, vous pouvez taper ! Enter pour participer au giveaway. Le tirage au sort aura lieu à la fin du stream. De quoi le millefeuille? J'ai pas dit que j'aimais... Ok, d'accord. J'arrête de communiquer avec toi. Et je pense que je vais t'envoyer... Je vais te renvoyer à la cave.
Maybe I was
Vive les
just
culs.
drunk. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was paranoid. But when Marie invited Sasha to her studio to see the paintings and more, ooh,
Hola!
there's the flag. She was up to something.
Viens dans mon atelier, je vais te montrer mes peintures.
And maybe she could have. I tried to warn Diane, told her to watch out. She was too far gone.
Bah, de toute façon, secteur, après, si t'as quelqu'un à qui tu veux offrir la clé ou autre chose, qui serait intéressé par le jeu, voilà. Juste, bah, je vous fais confiance de toute façon. C'est pour ça que j'en parle pas trop. Voilà, c'est pas une clé pour avoir une clé, quoi. Tout simplement. Bah, c'est un jeu français à la base, du coup, je trouve ça cool qu'ils aient mis en audio anglais pour que ce soit bien plus international. Moi, je trouve ça cool. Dommage que c'est pas j'aime les culs. Faut demander à Gavark s'il a envie de dire j'aime les culs. Mais au bout d'un moment, je pense que chez lui, on va se poser des questions quand même. Hein. Après, tu peux le faire toi. Hein. Tu sais qu'il me faut toujours un son de toi, un son d'Eres et un son de Raikin. Hein. Moi, il y a le c'est beau. Hein. Donc...
She just looked at me. She had this blissed out smile. She could barely keep her eyes open. I had to do something,
Oui.
but I couldn't face Marie head on. I wasn't strong enough, so I improvised.
Oui, Eres. Tu as une voix. Bah ça, bah voilà, ouais. Bah mets-le... Alors pas, ouais, pas comme ça. Mais plutôt... blasé. Tu peux le mettre en blasé, hein, celui-là. Hein. Il faut un truc que vous dites souvent. Bah, le à tes souhaits, Eres, je pense. Même en allemand, ça peut être pas mal. Je veux dire, j'éternue... Enfin, je trouve que j'éternue assez régulièrement, donc...
No one noticed the bottle of Japanese whiskey was completely empty. Alcohol burns nicely on the stove. It was perfect for me to craft a diversion. And you know what? I wasn't even that drunk. I was mostly angry. At Marie. At myself.
Et salut Tomouf, j'espère que tu vas bien. Contre Marie et contre moi. Pourquoi contre moi?
At my inability to confront her face to face. Maybe nothing happened after all. Maybe Marie didn't try anything. I'll never know. But I was scared enough for Diane's relationship that I set the kitchen on fire.
Bah, l'autre qui dit ouais, je te montre mes peintures et bien plus, ouais, il y a quand même un petit souci, quoi. Hein. On va pas se mentir, il y a peut-être un anguille sous roche. Et bah, ça va très bien. Ça va très bien, merci. Donc, du coup, je précise, hein, c'est une clé qui sera sur Steam. Bien sûr. Et du jeu actuel, bien évidemment. Faut qu'on observe autre chose. Mais quoi? Il nous manque un truc. Mais après, en vrai, on a sauvé sa relation, mais vite fait. Elle est toujours avec cette meuf, notre sœur, ou pas? Parce qu'après, on va pas se mentir, même si elles étaient bourrées et tout, si la personne avait quitté, elle se laisse tenter pour aller faire des trucs avec ta mère ou ton père, bon, bah en fait, bon débarras, quoi. J'aurais tendance à dire, hein, je suis peut-être un petit peu agressive dans mes propos. Mais bon. En fait, on s'en fout un peu, quoi. Bon, après, c'est vrai que ça aurait causé un drame dans la famille, mais... Fais-moi confiance. Ah! Ah, elle va lui dire la vérité?
I can't tell her the truth, and she wouldn't want to hear it anyway. But what I did that night,
Bof.
I did out of love. Marie always said that you can't trust anyone in life. Well, in that moment, whether she knew it or not, Diane could trust me.
C'est pas surpris.
Why would she trust you over me?
Alors, fais-moi confiance, Sista.
And here we go again.
C'est le cas de le dire.
Trying to see who can spit the furthest. But you know what? I'm not playing this game. She needs her sister today, not a fight. You know, I get it.
Get what?
Why you think of me this way. The chump who keeps screwing things up.
I never...
I understand because that's my little routine, you know?
What are you saying?
Secret. Bah, de toute façon, faut lui dire, hein.
What's wrong with me? I'm not about to tell her all
Si.
my dirty secrets.
Si on veut
That
savoir.
wouldn't be like me at all.
Non.
Although I guess this is a pretty good day for confessions.
Oui. Ah, on peut choisir. Ah non, moi, je veux lui dire... moi, je vais lui... Bah, tout le monde est en train de se confier, donc autant y aller, hein. C'est aujourd'hui ou jamais.
Marie and you. Between the overbearing artist and her gifted little go-getter. So I figured if I played the klutzy ditz, I wouldn't need to compete with either of you.
If I'm so gifted, why the hell did I choose this grapefruit? This thing's disgusting.
That's my dee-dee-doo. Open your heart a tiny bit and she gets all uncomfortable. I told you it's toxic! Understand this. We both know things can be tense between us.
C'est tendu.
It would be easier if I could act like this is all her fault.
Ah,
Jan's competitive spirit is unmatched. She has to be the first.
ah c'est chiant les gens comme ça.
You can make her a little stupid sometimes. Oh, just like when she was training for tennis, or when we did hamster races.
Les gens qui veulent toujours être les premiers, mais même qui cassent les couilles dans les jeux de société et tout, c'est super chiant quoi. Franchement, faites pas ça. Hein. Faites pas ça, vous faites chier ou venez pas aux soirées. Hein. Comme ça au moins c'est bon. Le seul truc où je peux être compétitive, c'est dans les escapes. J'aime bien me dire qu'on va au bout de l'histoire, mais après, c'est bon quoi. La meilleure compétition, c'est avec soi-même. Voilà. Vous pouvez l'ajouter aux citations si vous voulez. Alors, quand on faisait des courses de hamster, bah, c'est un peu plus rigolo que le tennis quoi. Le tennis, bon... On a compris, Diane jouait tennis, elle a failli passer joueuse pro.
Yeah, exactly. Racing hamsters. Pretty cool, huh? We had these hamsters for a while. We won them at the village fair. Marie hated them, but we were allowed to keep them as long as they were out of her sight. And Jan always wanted to race them.
Mais t'es déjà hunter, Damon Roux, c'est bon. C'est bon, c'est ok. C'est beau, merci RS.
I felt like punching you at times.
Sympa.
Come again?
Yeah, it sounds weird when I say it out loud. You're the strongest person I know.
And you're built like a sea cucumber.
Look, all I'm saying is, I was always on your side when it mattered.
Are you talking about Mom right now?
Not just her. Yeah, I'm totally talking about Marie. I'm talking about the fact that you're my sister, and that's special to me. And I know it's the same to you. Listen, Diane, I have no idea how things are going to play out with Marie. And it's true, I have been feeling out of it for a little while now. But I do know one thing that's going to help us.
What do you mean?
I mean
What do
that
you
being
mean?
a
Pardon,
psychopathic
excusez-moi.
robot has its perks. Cool heads prevail.
Pardon pour les
And I
fans de
think this
Justin
is going to
Bieber.
help us make the right choice. The best choice for Marie, sure. But for you and me, too.
Maybe.
Why are you looking at me like that?
It's just... I'm not used to seeing you like this. You sound confident. It suits you.
Merci.
All right, so what do we do?
I have no idea. But I'm not going to tell her that right now. I need to find a different tack.
On peut pas faire grand chose, ouais, parce que tu connais ta mère, en même temps c'est notre mère, c'est pas ta mère, donc...
Right now, there isn't much we can do. The dog sounds like she knows what she's doing. They're putting her through a battery of tests. They'll figure things out. So, I think we will have to wait and see.
I can't. No, I just can't. I'm not going to sit here twiddling my thumbs.
We don't have a choice, Jan.
Of course we do. We need to stay on top of the doctors. They need to do their absolute best. Come to think of it, we're not keeping her in this hole. I'll call my dad. I'll bet he'll have a buddy in a private clinic somewhere. We're not leaving anything to chance.
Ah, ça va, t'énerve pas non plus là.
You're with me, right? We need
Oh
to
là là.
fight, don't we?
Calmos.
I don't know, Jan. What do you mean, I don't know, Jan? If we were in her place, you know very well what she'd be doing. She'd do everything in her power to make sure we pulled through. We owe her that as well, don't we?
I can't take any more illusions of control.
Et coucou Ayou, comment tu vas? Damon Roux, arrête de troller. Comment tu vas, Ayou? Bah du coup, pour l'instant, il est cool, ouais. Il est très sympa. Donc, la Monroe, si ça a marché. T'inquiète pas. Même si tu n'as pas le message VoiceBot, ça a marché. Ah! De toute façon, je crois pas que tu peux entrer plusieurs fois. Enfin, j'espère pas. Mais je pense que c'est une personne. Hein. C'est un compte, une personne. Hein. Pas déconner. Hein. Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire? Damon Root, tu n'as pas regardé tes messages, au fait. Privé. Zombie.
You can't always do something, you know? Running around all over the place, yelling at doctors won't help her just because we think it will. It doesn't work that way. It never does. Sometimes you just need to let go.
Let go?
Let it go, quoi.
Let go of what?
See, Diane, maybe this is why Marie chose me. She knows that I can keep a cool head, that I don't let my emotions take over.
Bullshit. You think this isn't your emotions doing the talking? You go on and on saying that Mom is the worst mother ever. Do you seriously not think you share some of the blame?
What? What do you mean?
You know very well what I mean. She could have died in that car.
Non, normalement, t'as eu une réponse, Damon Roux. Je voulais rien demander, RS. Mais du coup, merci. Merci, il faudrait que je note. C'est bizarre que j'ai pas mis Ayou en... pour les SO. Je vais noter. Hop.
Marie was also in the car that day. You remember my little phone?
Ah! Ah, le jour de l'accident.
I can't remember why. She was going to town for an errand, I think. I parked in front of her house. She sat in the front, and then... she was by my side when I woke up in the hospital.
C'est sa meilleure rêve. Comment je fais? Attendez, j'essaie de faire quelque chose, mais je crois que je le fais très mal. Okay.
Jan's right. Marie could have died. And the doctor said that this sort of thing can happen due to trauma from years ago.
Oui, enfin, c'est un petit peu facile pour l'accident. Après, je sais pas si c'était vraiment de la faute de notre perso ou pas, de Junon, mais bon, c'est un peu facile de dire que c'est notre faute, là.
So it's all my fault then. Are you saying that? All of this is happening because of me?
Of course not. But since the accident, she's given you work. She's done her best to help you. And you just want to let her die? Shit, I'm not going to give up on her. If you hate her, that's your problem.
You're out of your damn mind.
Et tu te calmes, Micheline?
You're so transparent.
Shut up! I don't want to hear any more of this. I'm leaving.
Ok, est-ce qu'on va revivre l'accident, du coup?
Damn it. Did I really have to go off like that? Maybe she's right. Maybe we should fight, just like Marie taught us. And do I really have to be so angry? Do I really hate my mother? Oh!
Ah, encore? On va avoir le même souvenir ou on va avoir un autre? Ah non, c'est le même, hein?
When will Dad get here?
He'll get here when he gets here. Soon. Don't worry.
I can't wait. Tomorrow we're visiting Buckingham Palace, and Lizzie says I'll get to taste real fish and chips and... Oh, sorry, Junon.
I've never really been jealous of Diane's family. I was too fascinated by the concept of a family. That was an incredible discovery for me, and so beautiful to see. I was also worried for her. She had a dad and a stepsister. She had something to lose. I only had Marie, and Marie is immortal. So, I was safe.
Alors, Marie immortelle, ouais. Est-ce qu'on va devoir regarder encore autre chose ou pas? Ah ouais, on va faire un petit mix de tout. Parce que immortel, c'était aussi les homards. Bon, c'est Lara Fabian, bien sûr, mais les homards aussi. Oh. Les loulous.
Et salut les loulous.
Pas de soucis. Bah, des bisous. Nancrade. Et à bientôt. Ah! Il y a écrit quoi? Cannibale. Ah, super.
So, why do you put the elastic bands round their claws? Is it so they don't cut your fingers?
I appreciate the concern, but no, ma'am. Without the bands, they would just eat each other.
When the guy said that, my mind jumped to my mother. She used to warn me about people and how dangerous they could be. Even me, she said. Don't trust me. Trust no one but yourself. Ah, it was exhausting.
Et le briquet. Bon, de toute façon, ça va être juste pour voir un truc. Ils ont l'air cramés. Un peu, ouais. Un peu cramax. Je t'ai envoyé un MP sur Twitch, Damonron. Après, est-ce que pas cuit, c'est pas un peu noir, hein, Omar? Pas un peu marron, ouais, marron.
I'd forgotten how muscular you are.
And are you jealous?
No, I like it.
All right, Junon. You're my sister. This is super embarrassing. Especially since you're drunk off your ass.
I've always found Diane's presence comforting. She only has to stand by me and I start to breathe easier. It's funny how you forget the obvious stuff as time goes by.
Alors, c'est pas tout. Ah. Lien.
You see, my little dear, there are some things I'd have loved the chance to tell you. For starters, growing up means figuring out what you really care about and what you're better off without.
C'est sa sœur,
I never
Damonron.
understood why the whole world was such a threat to Marie. It damaged me, growing up that way. Now, I've had enough. Diane has always been a reassuring presence in my life. Although I never knew how to tell her. We had completely different lives. We're not affected by the same things, but I hope it's not too late to tell her that I care about her.
Flash blanc. Yes.
We owe her that as well, don't we?
Là, on lui rappelle ce lien.
She's terrified, actually. My little sister.
Tu
I
m'étonnes.
need to comfort her. Show her that I'm here for her. that she's not alone. You know what? Right about now, there's nothing we can do for Marie. Nothing at all.
But
I know this bothers you, and I understand. But that's how it is. It's out of our control. So I'd rather pay attention to what matters the most. Family.
And that's what exactly?
It's you. You're my family, Jen.
What about Mom?
Marie is different. That's just how she is. She's... Sure, we're part of her life, but we can't expect much more than that. Marie, she's alone against the world.
T'es saussade un peu, non?
I think she'd be furious if she knew she was surrounded with Jesus stuff.
Ah, bondieuse. Moi, j'ai compris au début qu'elle a écrit bondineuse et je me suis dit, mais ça veut dire quoi ce mot?
Oh, she's a staunch atheist. Pretty much an old school iconoclast. The opposite of her mother, who was a real Bible thumper from what little I know of her. Hence, the biblical first name.
Ouais, mais c'est souvent ça. Quand t'as des parents qui sont très très dans un truc, ou t'es dedans aussi, ou tu fais le complet opposé, quoi.
After all, whether she admits it or not, Mom has one thing in common with the biblical Mary. Both of them had a child whose father was shrouded in mystery. Which
Ah ouais, ok, d'accord.
makes me baby Jesus? I'd prefer not to end up dead on a cross, though.
Elle sait vraiment pas qui est le père.
Considering what she's been through. As a kid, I mean.
What is she talking about?
Quoi? Oh là là, on commence à être dans les doses sombres, là. Ah, aujourd'hui encore? Ouais, tu m'étonnes, oui, ça m'étonne pas, oui. Marie. Tes parents sont très carrés et analytiques et adorent les puzzles. Ah. Est-ce que ma mère aime les puzzles? Je sais pas du tout. À voir. En vrai, je pense que j'ai pris un équilibre. Mais c'est compliqué des fois. Hein. C'est compliqué. Par exemple, d'enlever le côté trop organisé et de se dire tu relâches un peu la pression et t'essayes d'être un peu moins carré là-dessus, tu vois. Sur des trucs, parce que ça sert à rien. Enfin, voilà. C'est une perpétuelle évolution, bien sûr, de soi-même.
What are you talking about? How do you know what she went through as a kid? Did she talk to you?
Once. One night. I didn't really understand. Her dad left when she was like 12 years old. She basically raised her brothers and sisters on her own.
Hold on, what? She has brothers and sisters?
I
D'accord?
guess so. And she's the oldest. And at some point, she burned bridges with everyone.
Oh ouais, il y a un bail sombre.
Forever.
Oh, wow. Did I know this? I kind of remember, but it feels like a blur. Have we talked about this before? Did I forget that too?
Puzzle style Illuminati, c'est ça.
That's not what's important right now.
Ouais, je sens que ça va être très
I
très...
don't think that Marie has anyone. Not really. She doesn't want to. She can't. She doesn't know how to trust.
True. That is the one thing that's beyond her reach.
But it's not beyond ours. We need to trust each other, otherwise we're screwed. You understand?
Of course I understand. I've spent years trying to get her to pay attention to me. And I don't feel like fighting all the time. Not against you, anyway.
We don't have to anymore.
What? You mean, now that she's fucking dying?
No, I mean, we can decide to do things differently. We don't have to play by her rules, where everyone's out for everyone. Kill or be killed. I think that's... I don't know. It might be her history, but it doesn't have to be ours. I'm not even sure she even believes it herself, actually. I'd rather believe that there are people I can always count on. And that they can count on me because I love them and I care for them. People like you, Dididou. Is she crying?
C'est beau, hein.
Sorry. I don't know what's going on with me. I'm scared, you know? For Mom. I don't want her to die.
Well, right now, she's still alive. And you know her, she's not going down easy.
I don't think you're anything like a lobster. I think lobsters are disgusting.
Is that right? Me too, come to think of it. Ugh, crap.
What? Is it the doctors?
No, look.
Alex? You should answer.
Are you sure? Are you gonna be okay?
Ask me again and I'll slap you.
Oh, c'est bizarre qu'il l'appelle.
You're coming right back, aren't you?
You bet.
Après, peut-être qu'elle l'a prévenu que sa mère, elle était à l'hôpital. Parce que je pense pas qu'elle soit restée avec lui, hein.
I don't know what would have happened between your dad and I if you were still here. Would we have agreed on how to raise you, the kind of values to impart? I think so, at least on the surface. Actually, we had made a deal when you were still... He came up with the idea, if memory serves. We don't contradict each other in front of Astrid. If we have to fight, we do it in private.
C'est trop décalé. Oui, en fait, le truc, c'est ça, c'est que quand tu vois toute l'histoire qu'on a appris petit à petit, c'est qu'en gros, ouais, elle est comment dire? Elle est plus avec le père de sa fille, mais voilà, quoi. Sa fille est décédée, donc je pense que c'est à cause de ça qu'ils sont séparés. Le... Ah, je suis assez d'accord avec le principe. Tu t'engueules pas devant le gosse et tu le fais plutôt en privé, quoi.
That never happened anyway. Your dad doesn't get angry. Perhaps because he hates confrontation.
God damn it, you know.
Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, huh?
D'accord, ok.
Hello, Alex. How are you doing, Alex? Oh, I'm so glad to hear from you, Alex.
Did you
Arrête,
take it?
Damonro.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I know exactly what he's talking about. I just have no desire to talk about it right now.
The house. Astrid's dollhouse. It used to be in my office and now it isn't. And I need it for work. I'm using it as a reference for level design.
Can I call you later? Hold on, where am I right now? I guess I wandered into a decommissioned part of the hospital.
Ouais, j'avoue, ça fait flipper, ouais.
No, you cannot call me later. It's easy. Just tell me if you have it. It will take 2 seconds.
Your dad is getting on my nerves. I'm sorry, but it's true. All right, Alex, listen. Okay, come on, keep your cool. Try and be mindful.
Pour essayer de discuter avec lui, on sait pas où elle est la baraque.
And since we're talking about last week, actually, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have showed up unannounced. I don't know what came over me.
Oula.
What does that mean? Wasn't it nice to see each other again?
You and I never got to talk about some stuff. Birds and bees, how grown-ups cuddle. Although we did have the chance. But I was never comfortable with the idea. Marie wasn't a fan of mother-daughter conversations. When I had my first period, do you know what she told me? Just make sure you don't stain the couch.
Sympa?
So I guess as a result, I'm not too good with personal matters either. But still, I have a fond memory of that moment. I had become a woman, just like her. It was astonishing, almost an animalistic feeling. I felt strong, powerful. It was very nice. But it was also completely stupid.
Don't say that. Why are you saying that?
You know why. We can't be doing this. Things are different between us now.
They don't have to be. Things could even be better.
Stop it.
You know I'm right. Deep down you know it. Everything that happened to us, it helped us. There was a reason. Maybe all of this means we are supposed to come back together. Stronger.
Bullshit.
Why?
What about Pauline?
Pauline is great.
Mais ce n'est
I
pas
talked to
toi.
her. It will be hard,
C'est ça le
but she'll
truc, mais ce
understand.
n'est pas toi.
What will she understand? That your crazy ex has suddenly decided to return after dumping you, after she killed your...
Don't even go there.
That's a really stupid idea, Alex. People don't change. And you know how I am.
I do. I've known since day one.
Bah, ce serait bien qu'elle ait un peu plus confiance en lui parce que apparemment il a l'air de toujours l'aimer. Il y a peut-être moyen, quoi.
We met in high school as juniors. It feels like a lifetime ago. We only had one class in common. Film studies. And we had completely opposite tastes. But I immediately liked something about him. His high-speed internet. Hey, back in the day, it was
La
a
fibre.
precious gift, especially in our podunk town. All of a sudden, you could pirate movies from all over the world. A dream.
Non, non, je pense qu'il l'aime vraiment. Je pense qu'il l'aime. Pour le coup, j'ai pas l'impression... En fait, j'ai l'impression que les gens autour d'elle lui veulent pas forcément de mal. Elle a vécu des choses difficiles dont on a idée, on en a vu certaines, mais pas toutes. Et je pense que faudrait qu'elle se fasse confiance au fait qu'elle puisse évoluer.
We spent hours on end in Alex's bedroom. I'm sure his parents thought we were having sex. Alex made an attempt once, but I wasn't interested at all at the time. I think that it scared me. Your dad didn't insist. That's one thing I like about him. Even as a teen, he was much less stupid than most guys. We watched tons of movies, lying on his bed, chomping on candy. I was obsessed with film. It felt like discovering a new world. And when I requested a boring 3-hour movie, the next day we would play a video game. Actually, it's not as lame as it sounds, I promise.
Eh, c'est bien un jeu vidéo.
Think about it. Don't you miss it? Don't you want everything to be just like before?
I think... Yes, I think I do.
It's not too late.
J'ai pas vu ce qu'il y avait à gauche.
You really think so?
I know so.
I'm on my way then.
Like
Quoi?
now?
Yes?
Non.
Shouldn't I?
Yes. Yes, come over.
Wait for me, I'm coming.
Alors du coup ça pue. Ça veut dire qu'il faut pas qu'elle le rejoigne. Parce qu'à chaque fois qu'on fait un truc, la décision qu'on prend, c'est pas forcément la bonne. Donc je pense que là, se remettre avec lui, c'est mort. Donc je pense qu'on va découvrir des trucs qui, de toute façon, feraient que ça marcherait pas. Au-delà du traumatisme qu'ils ont vécu.
Maybe I was just wrong about all this. That wouldn't be the first time I screwed up. The three of us were so happy together. Maybe Alex and I can still be happy.
Ah, de fond en comble, ok. À voir. Après, on va pas se mentir, j'ai pas le meilleur des avis sur le fait de se remettre avec un ex, donc bon, voilà. Chacun fait ce qu'il veut, hein, après, hein, mais... C'est pas le meilleur délire. Sauf quelques rares exceptions. Ah... Le héros avec un millier de visages.
You know, my little fawn, in life, you only have two ways out. Either escaping or disappearing.
D'accord.
But sometimes, you're unable to disappear. And escaping from yourself, well, that sure ain't easy.
Ok, il y a tout ce qu'elle a vécu.
When that happens, in your opinion, what's left to do? We can try to find out together if you want.
Ok, let's go. Attends, la séparation, même pas comment c'est arrivé ou pourquoi, mais si les souches sont restées en suspens, que ça a été entretenu. Ouais, je sais pas, je suis pas... Après, c'est pour ça que je dis chacun son avis, hein. Moi, je pense que le seul truc, c'est si l'histoire a été assez brève. Bref, ça peut être quelques mois, hein, mais assez brève et ça s'est interrompu pour une raison, comme tu dis, un peu indépendante de la volonté des gens ou autre. Et que tu te retrouves, ou alors éventuellement une amourette de lycée ou autre, et puis tu te retrouves à 30, 40, 50 ans, bon, pourquoi pas. Mais sinon, je trouve que c'est... Si t'as vécu vraiment longtemps avec quelqu'un, que t'as vécu avec, tu vois, je veux dire, ensemble, t'as fait plein de choses. Je sais pas, du Pax, du machin, du truc, pour moi, tu te remets pas avec cette personne, ça s'est arrêté, c'est qu'il y a une raison. Et coucou Momo, comment tu vas?
When Diane and I were little, Mary would tell us bedtime stories. She would make up animal fables with all kinds of mystery and conflict. Savage world, she called it. Female wolves, bears, or scorpions would find themselves in imminent danger, but they could always manage it on their own, swindling and betraying the boorish, idiotic males. Mary wanted us to be strong, courageous, and independent women, except it also made me a bit fearful of the world.
M'étonne. Ah bah cool Momo. Eh bah écoute, pose-toi, t'as prévu quoi ce soir Momo? Encore une petite fondue? En vrai, les mots sont pas non plus hyper difficiles à louper. Bon, je dis ça, tu vas voir que je vais en louper un, je vais recommencer 15 fois le truc, mais... C'est pas... En fait, ça vibre et tout quand il y en a un, donc...
Alex gifted me most of
Et tu
these
peux pas
books.
bouger non plus à
Started
fond, quoi.
as a joke, but as time passed, there were more and more. It goes back to the film studies days in high school. We barely knew one another. The teacher had prompted us to write a few scenes from a comedy, and I couldn't do it. And then one morning, your dad gave me a book and told me, check this out since you're so not funny.
RS qui se dévergonde. Moi, je mets ça, hein, du coup, cette circonstance.
Vive les culs!
Voilà.
It made me laugh. And, well, truth be told, I was charmed that he cared about me. So I read his dumb book. And believe it or not, the next few scenes I wrote were really funny. But then it turned into a habit. Every time I had an issue, Alex would find the book to address it. Some of the worst titles, too. How to win friends and influence people. The subtle art of not giving a fuck. Who moved my cheese? I was reading them casually, but they still helped me move on. Alex would call it the emergency library. Every problem has a book, he said.
Par contre, je trouve ça assez chiant, quelqu'un comme ça, dans le sens où c'est sympa de temps en temps, mais quelqu'un qui, dès que t'as un problème, t'offre un bouquin pour que tu trouves la solution. En fait, il y a un côté où c'est très bien parce que tu trouves les réponses en toi et dans le livre, et de l'autre, tu te dis, bah, j'ai pas l'impression qu'il communiquait beaucoup. Après, peut-être qu'il lui offrait le livre et qu'elle pouvait lui en parler, mais je suis pas sûre.
But when I found myself alone, the library didn't work anymore.
D'accord, ok. Ouais, toute seule, les livres, bof quoi.
At first, I stayed in the apartment for days. I wouldn't go outside. I barely recognized my own voice when I opened the door for food deliveries. I could have disappeared. No one would have known. Yet, amid the silence, if you listen carefully, you can hear some things. The air traveling through the lungs, the bowels gurgling, the teeth grinding, even a heart beating.
Ah bah oui. Et le corps humain fait du bruit, hein.
That much is clear now. In fact, Alex and Marie are like two
C'est ça le
sides of the
souci.
same coin for me.
Alors on va prendre Alex parce que Marie, on sait que c'est sa mère. Du coup, on voit à peu près en quoi elle est problématique. Par contre, Alex, ça peut être intéressant vu qu'en plus, c'est... Bah, la scène, elle est avec lui, quoi.
Alex was my crutch, my unwavering support. I came to believe that I would crumble without him. Marie was a model of strength, of courage, and determination. Everyone admires her, but she is completely unattainable. And I was dependent on her as much as him.
Ouais, d'accord.
Unable to manage on my own, but that was before.
C'est compliqué, hein. Compliqué de pas se reposer sur quelqu'un. D'arriver à se dire que tu peux avoir un soutien, mais que tu dois quand même être vraiment seul, mais pas dans un mauvais sens.
I guess you understand now, my little fawn. Your dad and I separated. And for the first time in my life, I was living alone. At 34 years old, I had no idea how to do that. And he didn't fix everything. But come to think of it, it may be the reason I began looking for who I really was.
D'accord. Oui, bah oui, c'est vrai qu'elle est passée en plus de chez sa mère à... on peut pas reculer. Elle est passée de chez sa mère à vivre avec son mec et le père de sa fille. Donc effectivement, elle a jamais été toute seule. Est-ce qu'on va trouver... Ah, carton.
I lived surrounded with cardboard boxes for months. I was unable to open them. It was physically impossible, but it didn't bother me much. I've never been a homemaker anyway. Also, if I had an off day, I could always blame it on those boxes.
C'est dans le jeu, ça. Oui.
Instead of blame it on the life that was put away in those boxes.
Oui, j'ai eu peur. Oui, c'est la télé, ok.
I think I just figured out why I love movies so much. When I was a teenager, my life didn't seem real. I couldn't say for sure that I existed, but in movies, people had pure and intense emotions. I loved that. Any fiction was a documentary to me. When I found myself alone, I fell back into that zone. I watched hundreds of movies, obscure comedies, blockbusters, absurd schlock. I was looking for a template that would explain to me how to feel. Except it didn't work this time. I needed more.
D'accord. Compliqué.
From the day you died, I had been sleeping a lot. I was still tired when I woke up, but at least it passed the time. Then everything changed. Sleeplessness kicked in. I spent my nights trying to understand, what am I still doing here?
Ouais, compliqué. Hein. Bah surtout, je pense qu'on va peut-être voir l'accident et je pense que ça va être assez traumatisant aussi, quoi. Ça s'arrête là, donc on va revenir. Mais je pense pas qu'il faut qu'elle... De toute façon, là, c'est ce que ça nous apprend. Il faut absolument pas qu'elle retourne avec lui parce que... Malheureusement, elle a pas assez évolué pour ça. Elle va retomber dans le même schéma qui est de se... se raccrocher entièrement à lui et c'est absolument pas un bon truc.
Do you remember this cup? Every morning you would drink your hot cocoa from it. I had to take it out of the dishwasher so many times. You wanted nothing else. It was in a box for a while. I thought about it sometimes when I thought about you. It was there. One day I pulled it out of one of the boxes. I wanted a hot cocoa, and it slipped out of my hands.
Non, elle a dû pleurer pendant je sais pas combien de temps.
My heart skipped a beat in that moment. I held my breath for 1 second. And then... nothing. I just picked up the pieces one by one and threw them in the garbage. I wondered whether I was a monster for not feeling devastated. But now I know that I'm not.
Bah, elle a géré comme elle a pu en fait.
I was tired of being sad. Tired. I stayed strong. And it turns out that being able to do that changed everything. That day I realized that I was strong. And that I could do it. Alone.
Oui, ok, donc je pense que si elle... Alors, cite-toi, hein. Je pense que si elle s'autorise à ressentir des choses, elle se dit que du coup, elle sera peut-être plus assez forte. Enfin, la force qu'elle a trouvée, elle l'aura peut-être plus.
Then, I understood. I turned on my computer and I started typing. Not a soap opera episode, like I was writing before you died. It was something personal. And I think it was important. I was surprised to feel the desire to write, but now I understand how priceless it was. It allowed me to switch roles. I was no longer the grieving mother, or the young divorcee, or the daughter of. I was writing. I was becoming an author. I was inventing a reality that was just as valid as another.
Oui, ça a été cathartique, quoi, un truc comme ça, de pouvoir écrire. Si je l'ai bien employé. Il faut peut-être revenir là, non? Parce que je pense que là c'est mort. Hein. Ah si, de fond en comble. Ah yes, on va revenir à la conversation avec le père. Avec Alex.
Earlier when I said that there were only 2 ways out in life. But whether you escape or disappear, in the end you're doing the same thing. Now I understand that I had to find another way. And complete solitude allowed me to face the void and to rewrite myself. It was the only way for me to change completely from the ground up.
On va lui dire non, Jean-Michel, hein, je pense. Quand même.
Don't you want everything to be just like before?
Alex and I can reinvent ourselves. I know that we can. But that's going to require a lot more work. I would love for things to work out that way, Alex. Just like in the movies. But the scene when they get back together, the happy end, we all know that's not happening. Too bad. You're at least as sexy as Ryan Gosling.
Mm.
Yeah. And I definitely have better abs.
I noticed that the other day. Is that new?
See? You're missing out.
I'm sorry things ended the way they did between us. I left because I was losing my bearings. And I felt like you were also going off track. You know, trying to convince us that we would be okay.
I was trying to help you.
That's the problem.
Alors non, on va pas dire j'ai pas besoin d'aide, on va dire tu ne pouvais pas.
You couldn't have. I was too sad. I was unable to listen. I couldn't keep leaning so much on you. I couldn't stand it. I had reached a breaking point. If I didn't make a big change, I would have... But I was not allowed to die. I had no right. So I tried living.
Sans toi.
All the people who matter to me have something in common. They all taught me that I could live without someone else. Marie taught me that I could live without a father. That I could exist as a woman in a world created for men. But she never taught me what it was like to be loved. Alex taught me that I could live without Marie. All of a sudden, I was worth more than I thought, and she much less than I thought. But what he loved the most about me was that he could be there for me. I don't hold it against him. We are who we are. He loved me, but he didn't help me love myself. And then you were there. And you taught me the most important thing. You taught me that I could live, even without Marie, even without Alex, even without you. Without you.
You know, I changed too.
I believe you, Alex.
So don't you think it may be a good time to try again?
We can't try again if we're strangers to each other.
Wow. That's a Nobel Wisdom Prize right there.
That's not even a thing.
Exactly.
You know... Oh, I don't know if I should tell him this, but...
On va lui dire qu'on l'aimera toujours. Il fera toujours un peu partie de nous, quoi.
I will always love you. And oftentimes I think to myself that we could start something new. We'd hop in the car and road trip through Ardèche. I would take off my flip-flops
En
and
Ardèche.
rest my bare feet on the
Les
dashboard.
week-ends en Ardèche.
And you would yell at me because that's nasty.
That is definitely nasty.
Oh, nastier than your damn Tupperware up in the fridge?
Nastier than your clumps of hair in the bathroom sink?
Probably not. But then I realized that all of these are memories. Some are good, many are, but some are dreadful. Those memories with you, they're too much to handle. Which means I don't have a choice. I have to leave it all behind. You understand?
Then, what about last week?
Look, Alex, I don't want to hurt him, but...
Oh bah faut le dire, hein. C'est pas la question. Pas la question, peut-être.
That's besides the point. I don't know why I did what I did. I don't even know why I went to your house.
Because you wanted to see me.
It's true. I'm telling you, I have no idea why I went. Maybe it was out of habit? I think that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with Alex. His way of figuring stuff out has always fascinated me. I'm woefully unable to make a decision without mulling over it for years. More than anything, I miss his faith. His faith in me. Of course, I wanted to see you. I told you I did. Anyway, it was really stupid, and I probably hurt you.
Come on, June, stop that. Last week you were happy. For the first time since I can remember.
What would you know? We haven't seen each other in months.
That is true. And it wasn't my call. You're the one who left. And I respected your choice. I learned how to live without you. And you showed up on my doorstep out
Eh, tu vas
of
te calmer
fucking
là,
nowhere.
frérot. Hein.
What am I supposed to think?
Yeah. He's totally right about that.
Mais tu parles un petit peu mal quand même, là. T'étais pas obligé de faire un truc avec elle non plus.
I'm sorry, Alex. I truly am. I know you're angry and...
I'm not angry.
But I was in a bad place. I didn't know what to do. I needed to see someone.
Why not your sister then? Or call a girlfriend? Even your mother, for that matter. You came to see me because I know what you are feeling. I understand your pain. Don't you think?
No, I don't think so.
Ah, on peut pas faire il souffre aussi.
You don't
Mince.
understand anything. Well, if you really understand, then why do I... Why the hell do I feel so alone?
Ok. Il va falloir retrouver un autre moyen de lui parler.
No one can understand what I feel, ever. No one can tell me how to live with this, how to do this.
Ça c'est sûr.
It's a gaping hole in the fabric of life, and living with that big a hole in you is...
Mais comme beaucoup de choses qu'on vit dans la vie, en fait, malheureusement... Je sais pas, je dois cliquer sur quoi? Ah, la brosse, ok.
Do you remember your dollhouse? Marie gave it to you. She had built it herself in secret. It was really detailed. There were even miniature figurines
Oui.
of Alex and I for you to play with. Of course
Okay.
you remember. You took to it immediately. You were making up all kinds of stories about daily life where you were the hero. It's true. I did it. I stole your house from
Ah ouais,
Alex
c'est elle qui a pris la maison en vrai.
and threw
Oh
it
là là.
away.
Ouais, et je l'ai
I don't
jetée.
know why. Could you forgive me?
Bah chaud,
If
non?
I had a really good reason?
Pas super cool pour Alex, quoi, en fait. Parce que, bon... Est-ce que c'est pour ça qu'elle a été chez lui, qu'elle voulait... qu'elle voulait voler la maison? Peut-être, hein? Pauline, ah.
This is Pauline, your father's new girlfriend. Actually, we've known her since high school, but I haven't seen her in a while.
D'accord, le mec qui se recase avec une meuf aussi du lycée. Bah c'est pas mal. En fait, il est qu'avec des gens du lycée, quoi.
She's a great girl, you know. I'm sure your dad will be happy with her.
Oui, enfin, elle s'est fait tromper quand même, la pauvre. Hein.
To be honest, I always wondered why he picked me over her back then.
Ouais. Compliqué, hein.
Your dad is still making video games, but he quit the big company he used to work for. Now he's making a game on his own. I don't know much about it. I think it's about you. In a way, every game he ever worked on talked about you. The games you were playing together actually gave him tons of ideas for his work. I thought Alex had gotten rid of that house when he cleaned out your room. After you passed, I never wondered where it was. Some people say that the dead haunt houses. I was afraid that you would haunt that one. Afraid to hear your voice if I stared at it for too long. Alex moved into this place with his new girlfriend about a year ago. He looked happy. Suburban homes aren't my thing, but I was relieved that he had finally left the apartment where the three of us had lived.
Oui, c'est quand même mieux qu'ils prennent un nouveau départ. Mais pas top que... Pas tip top que... Bah qu'ils aient... Bref. Ils aient fait un truc, quoi.
When I learned that Alex and Pauline were moving in together, I thought he had turned the page. Do you want to know what I felt? It's complicated. I think I was impressed. Once more, your father had demonstrated that he was stronger than me, and I'd like to say that I was happy for him. But in truth, I envied him.
D'accord. Bah, il a pas de temps de tourner la page que ça, parce que je pense que, bon... S'il l'aimait vraiment.
I pictured Alex alone in his office, using his job as an excuse to play with your house. I found that pitiful. That didn't fit at all with the idea I had of him, always moving forward, never moping around. And then I realized that maybe he wasn't telling me everything about his feelings.
C'est sûr. Voilà, attendez.
Your
Réconfort.
father had everything. A new girlfriend, a nice house, his life on track. Meanwhile, I was over here, toiling, slowly crawling out of the hole. And I needed to see him, so he could comfort me. Just like...
Comme avant.
Like before, I
Eh
thought
ouais.
he owed me that.
Et finalement, on sait comment ça a tourné. Pas top. Enfin, c'est pas comme ça que ça devait se passer.
He started doing it at work, just so that he could
Ah,
meet his
ok, d'accord.
deadlines.
De la
Sometimes
coke.
we did it together, at parties for fun. Oh, all right, I know it's bad, but when we knew that you were coming, we stopped. And that's why I was surprised to see some at his place last week.
Ouais, d'accord.
He tried to hide it, but I laughed in his face. I'm not his mom. Still, though, I thought to myself it was a bad sign.
Ah bah oui, c'est sûr. Là, attendez, hop.
Alex looked gaunt. Not just because of the blow, it was like he'd been crying. I tried to talk to him, ask him how he was doing. He just dodged the question. So I insisted, but he said he wanted to show me something, and he started a video game. Something called Night Call.
Ah, Night Call, yes. Trop bien, Night Call.
You play a taxi driver. It was really good, but it's hard to have a conversation with a controller in your hands.
Ouais, d'accord. Il a éludé le sujet en la faisant jouer, quoi.
We had a great night in the end. We drank beers, we played, we laughed. And after a while, he asked me what I was doing there. Really, I thought about telling him the truth. But instead, I kissed him. I don't know what came upon me. He kissed me, and more. It was very nice. Much more intense than it used to be before. And it made me want to cry because that was way too late.
Ouais, compliqué, hein.
Perhaps I threw away that house because I was mad at Alex. His whole stuck in nostalgia thing, I found it incredibly offensive.
Je l'aime, il m'aime. Il me...
Perhaps I threw away that house because I was jealous of Alex's new life. In fact, I might have wanted to show your father what he was losing by losing us. Perhaps I threw away the house to shake up Alex, to get a reaction from him, so he could be mad at me, so he could snap out of his lurch. Perhaps I threw away that house because that was my gift to him. Perhaps I thought he needed this old relic out of his life. Like he needed me out of his life.
Comment elle a fait pour voler la maison sans qu'ils s'en aperçoivent?
I'm sure all of that contributed to my reaction, to a certain extent. I was jealous, a bit petty, conflicted, and on top of that, I was a dollhouse thief. But there was something else, something that really hurt me, and that I'm only understanding now. I was ashamed.
Ok, let's go dans la maison. Ouais, il a pas l'air hyper heureux non plus dans sa vie, quoi. Puis je trouve que même si c'est un hasard, retourner avec une meuf du lycée avec qui il aurait pu se mettre à la place de Junon, Ça fait un peu genre, je compense, enfin, je reste toujours en contact avec le lycée, en fait.
I came to demand support from Alex. I thought it was unfair that he was already happy again. But when I came across that dollhouse, I realized that he missed you as much as I did, which is actually why I threw it away. That's the reason. The dollhouse was proof that for years I had been blinded. I was ashamed to only realize now that he too was hurting.
I understand your pain. Don't you think?
Si. Il souffre aussi.
How is this possible? How did I not realize that he was hurting too? And how come he never told me about it? Well, how about you, Alex? Should we talk about that?
What? What do you mean?
How many times have we talked about Astrid together? About her death? Dozens of times? Hundreds, maybe?
That's because we needed to.
I needed that. That was the only thing I could talk about, and Alex was always there to listen to me. To check how I'm doing, to inquire about my feelings, to assess my needs, to ask if there was anything else he could do. And I never asked him any questions. Not a single one.
Ouais, pas top.
Are you sure about that?
What do you mean, am I sure? You were devastated.
And you? How did you feel?
Come on, again with this shit. Pauline is always trying to make me talk to. I don't have anything to say. What am I supposed to say?
There's no way you never felt the need to talk about those feelings. That whole time when you finally got me to calm down and fall asleep? How did you feel? What did you think?
I don't know. I can't remember. Why are you dragging this up now?
Because I never thought to ask you back then.
Well, that's all right. I'm okay. I was okay. It's not your fault.
He's still doing it. He's still trying to protect me all the time. He needs to understand that things have changed. Yes, it is my fault. You were alone with your sadness. But now I'm thinking to myself that it wasn't fair. You know, I just realized something and I'm so ashamed about it. You're hurt too, and that didn't even occur to me until now.
I was thinking about you.
Not about Astrid?
When I was alone at night, I was thinking about what I needed to do to help you get better. That's all I thought about. You needed me. That kept me going. And now that you're no longer here...
I lived in fear of everything for a long time. Fear of making the wrong choice, fear of making mistakes, fear of not being good enough, not smart enough. And Alex was an antidote against all these fears. At least, as long as they were all in my head. But you know, since what happened to you, I haven't feared anything. Perhaps because I don't have much left to lose. I can take care of myself. You were the best support one could hope for. And that's why I now feel confident to do it on my own. You're free now.
Free from what?
From
Free
desire.
to face your own emotions and deal with them, to heal your own pain.
You know, if I ever think too much about her, about how much I miss her, I have to stop. It makes me dizzy, it scares me. I'm pathetic.
Of course you're not. I understand.
I'm trying to live with it, you know? But missing you on top of missing her, it's too much. I need you.
Listen, Alex. How do I tell him?
C'est pas une solution, hein. Ah bah là, faut vraiment qu'on lui dise qu'on doit raccrocher, du coup. Bah bisous, hein.
I'm going to hang up now. I blew off Diane to pick up the phone, thinking this was an emergency.
But it is an emergency. I'm sure Diane will understand.
Alex, you don't know.
Fine. The one time I need your help.
Oh, poor guy. He's about to feel very bad about this. Oh well, that was his dumb choice.
C'est ça.
Alex, I'm at the hospital.
Oh shit. Are you okay? What happened? Or was it Diane?
Don't worry, I'm fine, and so is your dear Diane. It's my mother. She had...
Oh.
I should be happy that he's relieved, but man,
Oh ouais,
that's
c'est vachement
harsh.
rude, ouais. En fait, tu sais, ou alors tu mets ouf, c'est pas toi, mais c'est quand même inquiétant pour ta mère. Enfin, j'en sais rien,
Let's be
mais
honest. Alex has never been too keen on her anyway.
c'est pas une raison.
Do you want to know how he described her? The mug of a James Bond villain, the personality of a public restroom,
Ah, sympa.
and the pictorial style of a drunken tardigrade. I'm sure he thought that she was being unfair to me, and that annoyed him.
Sympa.
So he avoided her as much as possible. Wow, I know you're not fond of her, but still.
What happened to our lady of the paintbrush? I know it wasn't her heart. She doesn't have one.
Connard.
That doesn't sound like Alex. Not at all. What's happening to him? Is he drunk? It's a bit early to start drinking. Should I be worried? Or perhaps I shouldn't say anything. It's not funny, Alex. It's not funny. It's actually pretty insensitive, which is not like you. Are you okay?
Come on. It's just a joke.
Non, c'est pas drôle.
Except nothing is ever just a joke.
Et ça, rien n'est jamais juste une
Anyway, what
blague.
do you care if I'm okay?
I mean, I care about you, and
Oh, sorry. Are you doing a stand-up routine now? Hopefully that works out better than movies did.
Et nique-toi ou pas?
Right, I don't know what's going on, but I have no time for this, okay? So I'm just gonna hang up now.
Yeah, you hang up. You can call me anytime, day or night, even show up at my house unannounced. I'm here, no worries. But if it's the reverse, I can go right on to hell.
That's unfair, Alex. I don't...
Unfair? Really? Have I ever not been there for you?
What is that supposed to mean?
Ah, plus maintenant, ok.
Are we keeping score? That's news to me. I never asked you to be there. I don't owe you a thing, okay? Just call Pauline if you're looking for comfort.
That's too easy, Juno. Giving up on me now that you no longer need me.
Alex, it's been almost 2 years.
What if I had done that to you when Astrid died?
Oh, go fuck yourself, Alex.
Ah oui, c'est ça. Attends, tu saoules là, Jean-Michel. Bon, après, elle aurait pu lui dire aussi, elle va mourir, c'est ma mère, peut-être. Donc, lui, c'est un connard.
What a dumbass! How dare he bring you up in the middle of all this? He never forgave me for what happened, but he's too cowardly to tell it to my face. He's right, though. I don't know how I would have managed if he weren't there when you... And on top of that, I hold him responsible. I guess I'm an ungrateful bitch, huh?
Oui, enfin, le mec a un problème quand même d'être aussi insensible que ça et tout. Retourne vite sa veste, hein. Bon, après, je pense qu'il a beaucoup de problèmes et tout, c'est pour ça qu'il agit comme ça, mais pas cool, quoi. Alors, qu'est-ce qui brille? Rien, pour l'instant. Ah si, ça.
Of all the stories I know, this is probably the least funny one.
Aïe.
Although it's not like any of these has been particularly fun so far. But sometimes, well, thinking back about darker things does help shine a light on them. And actually, I think this one ends well, all right? I'll tell you this story. Alex was a great dad who took good care of his child. He showered her, cooked her food, invented games for her. Anytime the little girl was home, his deep laughter would shake the house's walls. And then, one day, Alex no longer feels like laughing. Astrid was both a little girl and a very big girl. When she turned 4, she decided she would brush her own teeth. She was so eager to grow up. And then one day, Astrid disappears.
Ouais, c'était le choc pour tout le monde, bah clairement, c'est obligé.
Junon was a mom who had made a huge mistake. She had bruises everywhere, a broken arm, her skull was split. It wasn't a pretty sight, but Alex didn't mind and still took care of her. Junon was quite sure that she didn't deserve it. And then one day, she gets better. Marie was a grandmother who was often angry. As a result, she and Junon did not talk much. It was too exhausting. And then one day, Marie calls. Time passes, and Junon's body fixes itself. The bones heal, the bruises fade. Doctors call it a miracle. Junon doesn't agree. But these doctors are no good anyway. They didn't even notice that Junon's heart is strewn all around. Time passes, but a big little girl doesn't just disappear. She leaves toys and drawings lying around, and all kinds of fist-sized marks, like tiny little clenched fists punching holes into Junon's heart. Time passes, and the phone rings. Again, and again, and again. Junon doesn't know what Marie wants, but she can guess. Marie was there when Junon made her big mistake. And if Junon picks up, they'll have to talk about it. Junon can't forgive herself. So the phone rings, and
Je me demande si elle a fait une vraie connerie. Genre, elle a pris le volant, elle était, je sais pas, elle était sous influence et tout. Ou est-ce que pour elle, c'est une connerie, mais en vrai, c'est pas de sa faute.
Time passes, and Alex is still standing. He misses his daughter. He misses laughing, too. But he doesn't show it. He's taking care of everything. He cleans up, he cooks, he washes. He wants people to know that he won't crumble down. Marie keeps on calling. When the accident happened, Marie knocked her head. She looks like she's better now, but Junon is still thinking that she almost killed her. Her too, she might add, so she's not picking up. One day, Alex puts away every hint of Astrid into a big box. The apartment seems a bit empty all of a sudden. But it is what it is. And Alex isn't crying. Alex wants to rescue Junon from her sadness, wash her hair, cut her nails, spoon-feed her. He wants to be the guy you can rely on, to walk back home when you're tired. But today, Junon is not walking back.
Ouais, d'accord, je pense qu'ils ont chacun compensé. Lui, il a compensé le fait... Déjà, je pense que leur relation, elle était un peu déséquilibrée parce qu'il aimait bien que Junon ait toujours besoin de lui. Sa fille étant morte, je pense qu'il a encore plus compensé le fait d'avoir quelqu'un qui a besoin de lui, finalement. Et elle, entre la culpabilité plus le fait de pouvoir y aller toute seule, y arriver toute seule, finalement, ça a donné ce que ça a donné. Elle faisait apprendre des médocs. Ok, on refait la petite. On va tout refaire petit à petit. On aura peut-être des scènes à des moments qu'on n'avait pas avant. Oh. Ah, yes.
Junon doesn't want to be saved. Not by Alex. Not by anyone. She puts her finger through the candle flame to feel the bite. She wants to hurt. Just like that time. Broken bones and ripped up flesh. She's angry that her heart is still beating.
Oui, c'est ça, la culpabilité.
And then one day... Are you sure you want to know the rest of the story, my little fawn? I hadn't prepared anything. I was just going to wash up.
Moi, je sens qu'elle a voulu prendre des médocs et tout.
Taken off my clothes, turned on the shower, and I started crying. I couldn't stop. I couldn't go on. I had medicine for my broken heart. And I decided to swallow it all.
Ouais, compliqué là.
Your toothbrush was on the edge of the bathroom sink, which made me think of my very big little girl. Her smile full of toothpaste. I thought that maybe I too could give it a try, but I had forgotten how to. I put those little pills in my mouth, and they tasted funny on my tongue. I just needed to swallow them. And right at that moment, the phone started ringing. Marie didn't ask me why I didn't answer the phone for a whole year.
Ah ouais,
She started
un an.
talking as if nothing happened. I was crying too much, I couldn't answer. So she told me she could wait. And she waited until the last tear was shed. And then, she told me something she had never told me.
J'avoue que pour le coup, elle a super bien réagi avec elle, quoi.
Perhaps one day I can tell you exactly what it was. But, long story short, it meant she loved us very much, you and I. In that moment, I felt like an enormous weight was lifted off of my shoulders, as if she had given me the most beautiful gift. And then she changed the subject, as she does. She had a proposal for me. Her career was taking off, and she needed someone to do the clerical work. She knew I would do it well. She told me, it's a boring job. I'm not doing you any favors, but you can do me one. I accepted. Alex never learned what really happened that day. He panicked because he could no longer hear me, so he broke the door. But he was too late. It was all over already. That's it, my little fawn. That's the end of my story. If it weren't for Marie, I wouldn't be here to tell you, because she gave me more than words that day. She helped me understand that it was time I made my own decisions. That's the thing I figured out that night. And it changed me for the better. I would no longer rely on others to save me. Not on Marie, not Alex, not anyone else. I couldn't live like that. Not anymore.
On va quand même essayer de savoir ce que la mère a raconté à Diane, là, sa sœur.
Have I ever not been there for you?
He didn't actually understand. He didn't get the dynamic we had and what it did to us. And me neither, actually. Up until today, I lived some sort of a misunderstanding. But it's over. It's true. You were there. Not just when we lost Astrid, you've always been there. I knew that whatever happened, you'd be there. It's not easy to explain why you fall in love with someone. There was no love at first sight between your father and I. We even lost touch after high school. And still, I went to university in Lyon, and he studied video games in Angoulême, across the country. We found each other again by chance, 3 years later at a friend's party. We talked all night. It was as if we had never been apart. At some point that night, we started making out. And I immediately knew that it would last. There was something in his eyes. When he looked at me, I felt like he saw something invisible. Something wonderful. Something valuable. I couldn't believe, in fact, he was looking at me. I was really anxious at the time about everything. But when I woke up at his place the next day, for a brief moment, the oppressive feeling had disappeared.
Regardez hein, les gens comme ça. Hein. Même s'il faut travailler sur ces angoisses, regardez les gens qui vous font vous sentir bien. Hein. Enfin, plus apaisé, on va dire.
It happened again when I saw him the next day, and the day after, and then after that, every time we met. In spite of the distance, I felt like I was taking drugs, and it was really good.
On adore tout ça.
And I loved it.
On adore, mais on déteste. Un peu les deux, quoi.
I felt like
la drogue.
You're the only one who made me feel this way. You and Astrid. Yes, you too, my little dear.
I believe in you.
I know. Being with you was a gift, but it had to stop.
After Astrid died.
You see, my little fawn? Even when you're gone, you're never very far.
Non, déjà avant, je pense, faut être honnête.
Even before, I was just letting you lead me around. When Astrid died, I did what I always do. I leaned on you. You would have the answer. You would know what to do. But now, though, I understand. This whole time, your poor dad was fishing out corpses. Not literally. Don't worry, I'm not going crazy. It's just, it reminds me of this story I read while doing research for a script. The story of a guy named Wei Peng, a farmer in the Yellow River Valley who found himself a unique occupation. His cabin is 20 kilometers downstream from Lanzhou, an industrial city.
J'ai peur. Qu'est-ce qu'il a trouvé comme travail?
Folks looking for work. And their life is so terrible that a bunch of them are committing suicide.
D'accord.
Young women, especially. Some kids and elderly too. More rarely, but it happens. Every morning, Wei Peng grabs his pitchfork, hops into his small boat, and he searches the river. He's looking for bulky and soft lumps. Most of the time, they're goat carcasses. But every now and then, he finds humans. When Wei Peng manages to identify the body, he sells it. Otherwise, he buries
it. Il les vend à qui?
Between 500 and 5,000 yuan, depending on the client. I understood why people paid him. It's a horrible feeling not knowing what happened to a
Ok, la
loved
famille,
one.
quoi.
They were purchasing more than a mortal coil. They were purchasing peace of mind. But I didn't get why Wei Peng did it. How
Ah,
can
c'est
you
horrible, ouais,
live
comme
with this
taf.
job? Then I reached the end of the article. His own child died in that river.
Oh.
A kid your age, trying to retrieve a ball in the water. Wei Peng didn't know how to swim.
Oh non.
He couldn't do anything.
C'est trop triste.
And now I understand Wei Peng. Just as I understand Alex. Some people find it easier to alleviate other people's grief
Ouais.
than to deal with their own pain head on. Maybe that worked for you, being in that position. As long as you were taking care of me, you wouldn't have to think about yourself or about Astrid.
Maybe I never thought about it that way.
Me neither, you know, I only understand this now.
Okay, then. Why? If I thought I was helping you, but actually hurting, why did you come back to see me?
I really shouldn't have. I don't know what came over me.
I was happy to see you again.
Of course, I liked it too. But it also felt like a farewell.
Last week to me, that was just like before.
Alex? Are you still there? Marie had this weird rule back home. You only get to cry once. It didn't matter the reason, from bike falls to headaches to world hunger. She had this theory that there are two reasons one might cry. Either from surprise, when life sucker punches you, or from cowardice, when you give up on fighting back. You only get to cry once from surprise, she used to say. And there is no time for cowardice.
Ah oui, d'accord,
Well,
sympa.
I think she forgot that there was a third possibility. Sometimes you cry because you've mustered up the courage to look at life how it is. Are you okay, Alex? Oh, look at me. I'm about to win the contest.
What contest?
The world's dumbest question contest.
Oh crap, Gino, I'm so sorry. You don't owe me anything. I guess I should leave you alone.
Yeah, well, haven't exactly made it easy for you.
But I'm not doing well, okay? Really, I'm not.
Wow. You don't get these heartfelt moments from him, ever.
Metal Gear, comment tu vas?
Since I left?
Let me show you something.
He wants to video chat. Oh, wow. This is...
Ah, il est là, ok. Chaton, c'est le salon d'à côté. Bah, ça va tranquillou, merci.
Did I ever tell you the story of the lookout? It's a very special place for us. We were driving, Alex, you and I. It was a really hot day. Over 40 degrees. Okay, maybe not, but it was stifling in a car without AC. I remember that the sun was setting. I was eager to get home. I was just exhausted. So when you told me your tummy was hurting, I didn't really believe you. I remember clearly thinking, oh, she's okay. And then hearing the sound. Like snow falling from the top of a roof on the first warm day. Except it wasn't snow. It was
Ah ouais,
the
le
worst
vomi.
pile of
Ah
vomit
merde,
I've
le
ever
vomi.
smelled.
Oh
When he
putain.
saw your face in the rear view, Alex knew he had to stop immediately.
Et salut le Kabuki, comment tu vas? Ouais, la tête.
You looked truly positively puzzled. You were staring at the puddle beneath your feet, then looking around to see where it came from. And I was twisting and contorting from the front seat, but unable to help. I didn't even wait for the car to stop. I jumped out, went for your door, and squeezed you against me. I didn't care if I got dirty. I just wanted you to feel good. I thought it was my fault. I should have listened to you. Your forehead was hot. It could be serious. I carried you out to the banister on the end of the clearing and laid you on the grass. Your face was pale and your eyes were bulging and you started screaming.
Et ça va très bien, le Kabuki, merci. Mais du coup, oui, je pense qu'on est à la moitié à peu près, peut-être un peu plus du jeu.
Oh dear! You were vomiting, looking up, staring in the distance, screaming, "Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear!" And I didn't understand. I kept asking you, "What's wrong, baby?" Patting your back, pulling your hair away from your face to help. And there was a pit growing in my stomach and my eyes were welling up. I was terrified, and your dad was terrified. You were smiling. You pointed in front of you. "Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear!" So we turned around. And on the other side of the banister, there was a cliff going straight down. And down below, there was a prairie stretching between two leafy bushes. And in the middle of the prairie, there was a deer. I could have written this whole scene. He was standing tall beneath the sunset, as if holding it with his antlers. And he was looking at us, completely stunned.
Trop beau, ça.
He was Alex took a picture with his cell phone. And you kept repeating, "A deer, a deer," clapping your hands when he finally jumped out into the bushes. Wow, we were in a daze, you know. We couldn't believe the beauty of what we'd just seen. And then you vomited one last time on your dad's shoes.
Allez, le dernier vomi pour la route.
You became the world's greatest deer fan. My little deer.
D'où le petit... Ok, petit fond et tout.
What are you doing over there?
Do you recognize the place?
Of course I do. I'll never forget the lookout.
Every time I take this road, I have to stop. The other drivers don't get it, of course. They ask me if I need assistance, if I broke down or something. I'm just trying to enjoy the view. It's so beautiful. Today I came here just for that.
Why the sudden rush of nostalgia?
Je vois le jeu de mots, mais qu'est-ce que ça veut dire, RS? Est-ce que t'as revu le cerf? Bah, ça doit pas être le même cerf, hein. On va poser une question mignonne et pas une question genre mais quand même.
Did you see the deer again?
Un peu con. Hein.
No. I never saw the deer again. I never see the deer again. And that really sucks.
Alex? You're scaring me a bit. You don't look well.
I'm not well. You were right, you know. This whole time I thought I was helping you. I thought you needed me so you wouldn't crumble. But that was a goddamn lie. I was the one who needed you. Even before Astrid died, I needed you. Helped Juno with her tyrannical mother, helped Juno with her screenwriting career. Shows you know how to be happy. A good one. It was easier for me to think you had issues. But I was the goddamn issue.
It can't be easy for him to realize this. But he has to. At least I hope so.
Non, tu n'es pas un problème non plus, faut pas non plus déconner, quoi. D'accord, c'est attachant, ok. Pas mal. Du coup, j'approuve encore plus le jeu de mots. Tu n'es pas un problème.
You're not an issue, Alex.
And still you got out as soon as you had the chance. I know you can be forgetful when it suits you, but that's pushing it.
Ah, amnésie.
I remember getting in the car with you. I remember waking up in the hospital with Alex by my side. But what happened in between, it's a black hole for me. Apparently that's pretty common. During extreme events,
Your brain does not generate memories. It's too busy surviving. I survived, which I guess means that my brain worked really well. But since then, it's been mulling over this one question. Was it all my fault? I was half expecting your dad to hold it against me one day, anyway. But it doesn't hurt any less. That was really shitty.
I'm sorry. I'm just tired and sad. Do you want to know why I don't think about Astrid? The real reason? When I think about her, I say things to myself that hurt too much. That I will never see her again. That I will never hear her voice again. That I will never carry her to bed in my arms. How am I supposed to live with that?
If only I had the answer to that question. It takes time.
Yeah, that's it. It takes time. Except the more time passes, the worse it gets. And I'm getting tired of waiting.
What are you saying? Alex, what are you saying?
This place is as beautiful as ever, you know? Really beautiful. Bye, June. Good luck.
Alex, don't... Alex! Alex! Shit, I gotta get over there.
Alors, on a déjà notre mère à gérer. C'est au bout d'un moment. Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de... Je sais pas, de se calmer, quoi.
I have a really bad feeling about this. Alex is strong, but... He didn't look well. I've never seen him like this. I could be imagining this, but if anything happens to him, I will never forgive myself.
Ah. Le briquet, non? Ah, si, il est là. J'avais jamais fait le rapprochement avec l'animal qu'on heurte. Et le petit surnom de la fille et tout. Maintenant, je comprends.
You did what?
Oh, come on. I panicked. I just felt like something shady was about to happen. If you think I had any time to think. And also, I was drunk as a skunk, so...
You're insane? Completely insane?
You really think so?
Yeah. This is $3,000 whiskey. You could at least have saved me a glass.
You're so stupid. I never felt the need to lie to your father. I always told him everything, because I felt like he understood me. I can't just ignore other people's judgment. I'm not strong enough. But with Alex, I never felt judged.
Donc je disais qu'on va certainement revivre plusieurs souvenirs et trouver ce qu'il faut dedans, en fait, dans chacun, quoi. Comme il y a eu tout à l'heure. C'est mieux avec le micro allumé. Ça aide. Alors là, qu'est-ce qui va nous aider? Je ne sais pas. Ah, hop.
All right. You settled?
More or less.
And what are you up to? Are you writing again?
Shoot, Jan, how did you know?
Lady, this isn't rocket science. You're just like Mom. It's in your blood. Why do you think Alex has been pushing you all these years? You're the only one who's unaware that you're an artist.
For a long time, I thought Alex was pushing me to write out of mercy, because he thought that it would somehow fill a void in my life. It never occurred to me that maybe I was actually talented, and that he had figured it out.
Et la brosse. Oui. Alors. C'est compliqué. À un moment, ça va peut-être venir devant nos yeux. Hein. Normalement, je peux bouger. Ah, mais ma manette est éteinte. Ça va, effectivement. Ça n'aide pas. Attendez. Je mets d'autres piles. Je me disais aussi que c'était bizarre. Et que j'avais l'impression que je pouvais pas vraiment bouger. Oui, c'est sûr. Hop. Là. Le son... hop. Ok, ok, ça devrait être plus simple pour atteindre la brosse. Voilà. Bizarrement, ça marche mieux aussi avec des piles. Hein. Avec le son et les piles, tout va mieux. Ouais. D'accord. Bon bah on repart. J'ai rien vu, alors j'ai peut-être mal regardé, c'est possible, hein. M'étonnerait pas. En général, c'est assez visible. Ah, je me disais bien. Ah.
Do you remember the first time we made love?
How could I forget? Your arm got stuck as you took your shirt off, and you just stood there with your boobs out. That
Oh no.
picture is forever etched in my memory. Beautiful.
Were you ever gonna come to my help?
Certainly not. I had waited so long for that moment. I was relishing it.
I will always love your father, you know. Forever. Being able to strip naked, completely naked, and feeling good anyway, that's rare. I hope that I will experience this feeling again one day with someone else. But I'm happy to have known that once in my life already. With him.
C'est beau. Alors, il y a un autre truc à voir, du coup. Intéressant. Alors, est-ce que là, cette fois-ci, c'est à l'extérieur? Ah oui.
Time to say goodbye to your dad, I guess. I mean, farewell to us. I can no longer be with him because your absence would take up too much space. And also because I realize now that our relationship had something kind of unhealthy. But that doesn't take away from who he is or from what he gave me. Our story together is ending, but each of us still exists. And we're even stronger than before because we've grown up, ready for a better rest of our lives. Shaken, transformed, rattled, but unbroken.
C'est beau. Bon, je pense qu'une fois qu'on a réglé ça avec lui, il faut repartir avec la mère. Hein. Parce qu'on a toujours une décision à prendre et tout, hein, quand même. Hein.
Today it's your dad who feels like his heart is in a million pieces. And this time, I'm the one who can help him understand that it's not all broken. I don't know. What happened to us was as unfair as it gets. I understand why it looks impossible to overcome, but I also know that you will find a way. That's who you are, Alex. You always find solutions. I'm actually trying to learn that from him.
Tu te souviens de mon stalker? Ah, la gare du Nord. Attendez, gare du Nord, c'est bien. Vas-y, la gare du Nord. Même si le stalker me pique ma curiosité. Gare du Nord, quoi. Gare du Nord, allez.
Do you remember the Gare du Nord?
What are you talking about?
When Astrid dropped Stinky Moose and he fell on the tracks. The train pulled in and she was crying her entire life out. I was already picturing Stinky Moose split in half. And what did you do?
I borrowed a selfie stick from a tourist.
You lay down on the platform and fished out Stinky Moose, just in time. And you gave him back to Astrid without even cleaning him up? You filthy slob.
Are you still hung up on that? The whole thing was a rush. I wasn't thinking.
You'll be all right, Alex. Sometimes you need to let go of things you thought would be forever. But you're still here, unbreakable.
C'est beau comme message.
And to be honest, Pauline is totally Eva Mendes.
Come on, you're stupid. You know I'm not actually Ryan Gosling, right?
Just let me live my fantasies, please.
Thank you, Juno. Do you think it was damaging, us being together?
To each other or to ourselves? We did what we could.
On a fait
I
comme
would
on a
have
pu, hein.
loved to know another way.
Yeah, but it
La
makes
vie.
sense that we can only now understand these things. I think that's called growing up.
I'm sorry for what I said about Marie. I hope she gets better.
It's okay, Alex. I'm not going to blame you for always being on my side.
Did you go see her?
No, not yet.
You should. 'Cause you never know.
You're right. Of course he's right. Then why is it so hard?
Juno, I need to tell you something. I know that you don't remember the accident, and
Ah,
I
merde.
know you can't help it. And I know it's not fair, but I resent you for that.
Ah, de pas s'en
Scares me.
souvenir, peut-être. Je pense, non? Dans le sens où elle, au moins, elle s'en souvient pas. Oui, parce que c'est très bizarre qu'elle dise... qu'elle se sente coupable, qu'elle pense qu'il va lui en vouloir, qu'elle dit j'ai fait une connerie, mais en même temps, elle a tout oublié, donc
I'd
c'est
like to believe
particulier.
that knowing what happened that day wouldn't change a
C'est très
thing.
étrange.
But I know that's not true. Because there are only two options. Either my daughter is dead,
Ah oui, bah oui, oui.
or I killed my daughter.
Ouais, bah oui. Ouais.
Scares.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel really angry. I think that not knowing is driving me crazy. So if one day you do remember something, anything really, please tell me.
I don't know if I will, but
Mais du coup, lui, il en a pas parlé de ce dont il se souvenait. Ah, mais peut-être qu'ils lui ont conseillé de pas le faire pour pas qu'elle se crée des souvenirs qui, entre guillemets, ne seraient pas ses souvenirs à elle, quoi. Bah, je vais essayer. Je sais pas quoi dire de plus. On essaye.
You don't owe me a thing, June. You already gave me the best years of my life.
Mais non, il y a d'autres années encore. Là,
damn, Pulitzer Prize for wisdom.
Et t'as pas
No,
60
no,
ans, frère.
I'm
Hein, ni
competing in the
80, ni
batshit
90.
conclusion Olympics. I've got to go, June.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
What? No way. I would never.
Bisous.
Did I sound that depressed to you?
Oui.
A little bit, yeah. But I could be projecting.
I just need to... I'm going to call Pauline, actually. Say hi to Diane for me. And... good luck with your mom. It's going to be okay.
I think so too. I'll talk to you soon, Alex.
J'ai quand même le problème de il l'a trompé, donc chaud, quoi. Faut patate. Hein.
What a conversation. But I think it really helped us. Really. Why
Oui,
couldn't
oui.
we talk like this before?
Parce que la vie, parce que tu n'étais pas comme ça.
That
Et
depends
lui non
on
plus.
what before we're talking about here. Before you were born? Before you died? Or before we split up? Before you were born, we were kind of lost. I felt like I didn't exist, like I didn't know why I was here. I was a little bit depressed, I think. A lot, actually. Then you came, and everything changed. I miss you a lot, you know? Hey, what are you doing here? Did you follow me? It's forbidden to be here. Hey, wait! Where are these kids' parents? Come back! That could be dangerous! Oof. I haven't run this much since high school. Hey!
Je crois que c'est un peu notre cas à tous, hein. On n'a pas fait de sport depuis très longtemps.
Hello? This kid, I swear. Anyone here? There she is. What is she up to? Hey, get down from there. It's dangerous.
Don't worry, Mom. It's fine.
C'est un petit peu horrible ça par contre.
No, no, no. I've got to get out of here. Seriously though, what is happening? Am I going crazy?
Il y a encore l'accident. Bon. Ah. Mais je crois que c'est pas elle qui conduisait, non? C'était pas son mari qui conduisait quand il y a eu l'accident?
What happened that day? There's no way I forgot everything. It's gotta be there somewhere. It's so such a blur.
Voilà. Alors là, on a l'accident. Ah, on part en arrière.
Will you be sticking around this time, or are you gonna run away again?
Oh.
What the hell is happening?
Hey, what's up with the curse words? Are they allowed now?
Did you just hear what I was thinking?
Are you surprised? You've been talking to me in your head for years. Was I supposed to leave you hanging forever?
Is it really you?
Nope. It couldn't possibly be the real me, seeing how I'm...
Logique.
You know, dead. Like Dad used to say, there's nothing wrong with asking questions. Just make sure you think before you ask.
D'accord. Ouais, qu'est-ce qu'elle est alors du coup?
So what are you? A ghost? Oh, maybe I'm finally going crazy.
I'm not a ghost. At least, I don't think so. Let's just say that I'm here. Isn't that good enough?
It's more than good enough, my little fawn. This is the best thing that's happened to me in a long time. Probably the most worrying thing also.
Oui, voilà.
Mom, am I really scaring you right now?
Hey, don't do that.
Un chouille, hein?
Did nobody teach you it's rude to read people's minds?
How about you stop thinking and talk to me instead?
I'm so happy to see you.
So am I. And I think you're very pretty.
Oh, thank you, little fawn. I only sleep about 5 hours a night. My hair is so dirty that it won't budge even if I untie it. And I'm smoking more than the Amazon rainforest under Bolsonaro.
I've noticed. That's very bad, by the way.
Ah, j'adore!
Kills, Mom.
Je fume autant que l'Amazonie sous Bolsonaro. Alors celle-là, elle est géniale. J'aime beaucoup. Parce que pour l'anecdote, pour ceux qui ne savent pas, parce qu'on ne s'intéresse pas tous à ça, Bolsonaro, président brésilien, a beaucoup cramé de forêts, hein, de trucs en Amazonie. Donc voilà. Voilà. Ouais, ça serait peut-être pas plus mal d'arrêter de fumer. Surtout qu'elle a l'air de beaucoup fumer.
Would that be so bad?
Lame! If you really were gonna kill yourself, wouldn't you have done it by now?
You're pretty sharp for an imaginary kid.
Come on, let's check out what's upstairs.
D'accord. Bah, let's go. Hein.
Wow! The view's really nice.
Astrid.
Ah, peut-être qu'elle va se souvenir maintenant.
Astrid.
Sorry for what?
You know.
I have no idea. I don't read minds anymore. My mom raised me better than that.
Mhm.
That's cute, little fawn. I'm so sorry about... That wasn't a joke.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's just... Do you remember what happened?
Bah non, du coup.
No. I mean, I remember that we were going to Mina's birthday party. I was driving, but after that, it's all a blur.
See? That's why I was laughing. You totally forgot how it happened.
Mais c'est peut-être pas très drôle, non? Parce que c'est un peu le jour où elle est morte.
By a meteor through the windshield or something. So I ask again. Why are you sorry?
Ah, ça y est, et on va se ressouvenir de ça, ok.
Stop it. I know what you're trying to do, but whatever happened, it was me, Astrid. It was my fault.
All right. You're not ready to talk. You need more time to think.
Oh là. Bon, on va replonger dans nos souvenirs et puis hop, quoi. J'adore son t-shirt, il est mort le soleil. Hein. Ça, c'est vraiment très drôle aussi.
Come back. Needs more time to think. What did she mean by that? What am I even talking about? I'm mulling over my dead daughter's imaginary advice. I'm going off the deep end here.
Mais non. Bon bah là c'est reparti. Ah il y a des moutons, il y a des moutons. Sachez que je fais ça dans la vraie vie. Hein. Dès que je vois un animal, je suis comme ça, bien sûr. Mais vraiment. Je répète 2 fois et je prends des photos ensuite. Ok. Allure, sur quoi je vais devoir cliquer? Peut-être un truc différent, non? Genre un jouet ou quelque chose ou pas du tout? Ah, lunettes de soleil peut-être, tiens. Ah, tiens, le téléphone. Pas mal. Bien. Et il nous reste encore les lunettes de soleil sur lesquelles on n'a pas cliqué.
What does it mean to be a mother? Is it being 100% focused on your child? Is it always knowing what to do? Never having any doubt? Is it sacrificing your ambitions? If you do all that, are you automatically a good mom?
Absolument pas.
And what if you don't manage it? Does that make you a bad mom? I've asked myself all of these questions a lot. Do you want to try and find an answer together?
Bah écoute, let's go, hein.
Good mom? Bad mom? Maybe I should start with telling you the fun moments.
Yeah. Par contre, elle a toujours ses clés de voiture, elles sont sur sa table de nuit, c'est très étrange.
So fired up by your birth. I felt like I was high on drugs. I was taking care of you, working, seeing friends. I was living. Alex and I even became involved in politics. We were trading weekends to attend climate.
Et merci beaucoup Winter pour le raid, merci, bienvenue à tous. Et bah, j'espère que vous allez bien, j'espère que ton stream s'est bien passé. Et bah, du coup, nous on est sur The Wreck, avec bien sûr un magnifique accent. Et qui est sorti il y a 2 jours. Il y a 2 jours, voilà, on est sur le dernier tiers du jeu. Et donc du coup, voilà, un jeu avec des thèmes un peu difficiles, mais assez sympathiques. Je vous mets bah, le lien du jeu dans la page, enfin le lien de la page Steam dans le chat. Et puis voilà, il y a aussi un petit giveaway en cours si vous souhaitez gagner la clé du jeu qui est valable sur Steam. Du coup, vous avez juste à taper point d'exclamation Enter pour être ensuite pour participer, et ensuite il y aura un tirage au sort à la fin du live. Voilà. Bah oui, ça fait plaisir, merci. Et comment tu vas du coup? T'étais sur quoi? Ah oui, qu'est-ce que tu penses de Death Door? T'es contente de voir que t'aies commencé le jeu? Du coup, qu'est-ce que t'en penses? Qu'est-ce que t'en penses? Où t'en es?
I was ready to fight to make a change in the world.
Ah.
It kind of came out of nowhere. I was feeling gunky and I was a bit late, so I decided to take a test without putting too much stock into it. And here is the picture I sent to your dad. I remember that the stick wasn't even dry yet. Can you imagine the surprise? I'll admit that back then, I didn't know whether I would be pregnant one day.
Et du coup, j'aurais dû vous accueillir dignement en vous disant...
Et salut les loulous.
Voilà. Bah ça va très bien, merci. Deuxième donjon, ok d'accord, bah c'est cool. C'est cool, le jeu franchement est trop bien. Après, sans spoil entre guillemets, je te conseille de faire le 100%. Voilà, c'est tout. Je te conseille. Voilà. Bah oui, il reste, non mais vraiment, j'ai des mots d'eau. Je pense qu'on va réfléchir à changer l'équipe, hein. À prendre du sang frais, un petit peu du sang neuf, hein, parce que bon, compliqué, hein. Quelle idée de souper. Vraiment. Ah non, c'est pas évident du tout. Je me suis... franchement, je sais pas combien de streams j'avais fait dessus, mais je me suis quand même pas mal heurtée à la difficulté. Mais c'était assez cool. Et je crois que j'ai fait le... Alors, il y a des trucs que j'ai fait toute seule. Tu sais, alors, je sais plus c'est quoi, récupérer certains petits orbes et tout, j'avais fait seule. Mais par contre, en live, j'avais regardé un tuto et on avait vraiment fait le 100%. Du coup, c'était très cool. Mais ouais, il y a une bonne difficulté quand même. Hein.
Your dad and I hadn't really planned it this way. We'd been talking for a while about having a kid one day, but that was only a plan. In the meantime, we were being careful, but we obviously hadn't met you yet. Of course, a mere condom wasn't going to stop you. As soon as I saw the test, my head exploded, my little fawn. I was happy. Just happy. Nothing else. It was an incredible feeling.
Ça donne confiance dans les préservatifs, bien sûr. J'ai pris quoi à la bouffe pendant mon échappée dans le Nord? Bah écoute, RS, moi je suis... C'est pas normal. Merci beaucoup, merci pour le 3e mois de sub, Winter, merci. C'est trop gentil. Eh, il y a un nouveau son aussi. Attention. Le nouveau son est le suivant.
Vive les culs.
Voilà. Amusez-vous, bien sûr. Est-ce que j'ai abandonné toute... J'ai abandonné toute dignité dans mon stream. Attends, c'est venu de quand? C'est venu d'hier. Et pourquoi il y avait ça? Putain, il y avait une conversation à la con, bon, sur un petit peu limite. Et bah, Gavard qui est arrivé d'un coup en disant « Vive les culs ». Ça faisait très mec, tu sais... au PMU, tu sais, quand entend les gens parler, puis d'un coup, on sait pas pourquoi, il dit un truc, ça fait penser au Pays de Galles indépendant, tu sais, tu vois, voilà. C'est pas pourquoi, c'est venu, puis c'est reparti. Bon, voilà, du coup, j'exploite mes modos. Voilà, Gavard, bah oui, on parle de toi. J'exploite mes modos et je leur demande de me réenregistrer, enfin, de m'enregistrer des sons. J'ai sombré, exact. C'est vrai que l'écu est une monnaie très belle, effectivement. Il y a un petit jeu de mots là-dessus, on est pas mal, hein. Parce que Gavard, bien sûr, voulait parler de l'écu, la monnaie. Bien sûr. Bien sûr.
Alex had been on my ass to get in touch with the friend of a cousin of one of his friends who was a producer. Anyway, I was supposed to schedule a meeting with him during the next Cannes festival. I wasn't planning on going to Cannes at all. But I did what I was told. I managed to slip into a party where I eventually met the guy, and it worked out. Yeah.
Okay.
We spent the night smoking cigs, sounding off about the worst turkeys from
Il y a quand même la main sur la
and
cuisse.
a few weeks later, I was writing a spec for a series.
On n'est pas bien là. Là, je sens que ça pue. Parce qu'il y a une main sur la cuisse. Et on n'est pas censé être là-dessus. Hein. Vive les culs. Mon CV était marqué que je me nourris seulement de connaissances. Fallait pas me laisser partir non plus. Bah oui, mais bon. Écoute, tu peux manger des livres de cuisine à la rigueur. Voilà. C'est Jen Noodle qui a rendu ça sale, bien évidemment, Gavard. Parce qu'on sait que tu as l'esprit pur. Et que vraiment, jamais tu n'aurais pensé à ça. Non mais je vous le dis, hein, vous allez tous m'enregistrer un truc, hein, ça va être très drôle, je pense.
Thus, within the span of a year, I delivered 2 babies. Astrid, in January, just over 8 pounds.
Janvier! Ah, j'espère que c'est après le 21.
Vive les culs!
And then, my first professional screenplay in August. 47 pages. A veritable leap forward in my career. All of a sudden, things just fell into place. I was a screenwriter. I was getting paid for writing. Sure, it was a crappy series, but that third paid very well. I was so proud of everything that was happening to me. And at the same time, I lost sleep over it for weeks.
Sachez que Gavard, pas avant le mariage, a dit bien sûr, n'est toujours pas marié. Faire des trucs avec les couples, c'est marrant. Quand est-ce que j'ai été dire ça, moi? Tu sais que je sais que je l'ai dit, parce que c'est une citation, mais tu sais que je me souviens même plus à quelle occasion j'ai dit ça. Très compliqué. Quand est-ce que j'ai été dire ça? Ça marche, Winter. Bah, écoute, merci pour le lurk. Bon appétit à toi. Merci encore pour le raid et le sub. Et puis bah, bon app et des bisous. Des bisous. Et attention, et surtout, n'oublie pas...
Vive les culs!
Voilà.
Because there were some dark thoughts too. The ones your light could not dispel.
Ah, les idées noires, merde. Quelles idées noires? Oh là, oh là, oh là. Ah, le changement climatique. Bon, entre guillemets, si c'est que ça, ça va.
58 tons per year. A kid equals 58 tons of carbon dioxide per year. That's the same as 58 plane trips to New York and back.
Oui, quand même.
Or burning 50 tons of coal.
58 allers-retours. Ça fait beaucoup, ça fait beaucoup quand même, non? Bah après, elle est là, hein. C'est pas la peine de regretter, hein.
You didn't really get the chance to witness it, but this is a funny time we're living in. Imagine having an incredible daughter and a job you've wanted forever, and then you get glued to a screen and it bums you out. I would see people on social media.
Ne regardez pas les réseaux, arrêtez, c'est de la merde.
And they were great parents, great artists, working on great stuff, having great success.
Ah.
Everybody seemed
Pas vraiment, mais bon, ne prenez pas ça comme argent comptant.
How dared I aspire to being happy?
Je crois que c'est le stream des expressions. J'arrête pas d'utiliser des expressions à la con. Je partirais sur un stream Legbear Legacy. Ah ouais, si, ça doit être ça. Et je disais que c'était marrant de faire des trucs avec les couples et tout. Si, je pense que c'était ça. C'était ça. Ah, parce que ça, le problème, c'est que je dis tellement de conneries que, au bout d'un moment, je ne sais pas du tout de quand ça date. Le contexte, quoi.
She had found the mobile. When I was preparing for your arrival, I hung it above your crib. After you were born, I would spend hours watching it turn every time you breathed. It was always moving, finding its balance. Wonderful. Alive. Just like you, and also so fragile. Way too delicate. A mere gust of wind could have shattered it to a million pieces. Just like you.
Non, mais je préfère que vous fassiez vous-même. Bah, avec une commande aussi, ou... Ah, si c'est ça, pourquoi pas, ouais. Bon, après, c'est pas très grave. C'est toujours marrant d'essayer de se rappeler le contexte, tu vois. Ça fait travailler la mémoire, hein. Ça fait travailler le ciboulot, n'empêche.
I found it adorable that Marie came to bring us this mobile. And yet, I was scared when I learned I was pregnant. I was scared at the mere idea of telling her. It was beyond me. I panicked. So I decided to hide you for as long as I could. Obviously, she eventually noticed that I was pregnant. And her reaction was unexpected. She was jumping for joy. Why had I been so scared? It seemed so silly.
Il y a la brosse, là, sur le côté, qu'on voit. Entre autres, enfin, qui est dans la voiture, quoi. Ouais, il faut qu'on ait la suite de cette soirée, quand même, hein. Parce qu'il y a quand même la main sur la cuisse, hein. Et ça, on n'est pas d'accord. On n'est jamais d'accord. Un autre patte avec 2 variables. Mais oui, je trouve ça super drôle en fait, sans qu'il y ait le contexte et tout. Du coup, date, catégorie, bof, tu vois, je trouve ça très drôle en fait. Comme ça, on essaie de se souvenir, genre, ah, c'était vers quand? C'était quel jeu?
I know. Breastfeeding while on a cell phone isn't exactly what you picture from a perfect mother.
Bah, elle a le droit en fait.
Well, that only happened once. Or maybe
Ça
twice.
va.
Or a bunch of times, actually. I loved connecting with you, you know? It was a magnetic force. Time disappeared when I looked into your eyes. But sometimes I was overwhelmed by everything else. The earth that keeps on spinning, the anxiety of not doing enough, projects at a standstill while others are going full speed, and then the fear that it would all stop. That's always a little bit there.
Comment je fais pour tuer ma femme? Je l'ai mariée pour changer de religion, mais elle fait pas d'enfant. C'est horrible, j'avoue. Ouais, c'est génial du coup. Oh non, il faut absolument pas laisser le contexte.
Oh wow. I just remembered something that happened years ago. I guess I was 16 or 17 years old. I was in my room, staring at this mobile instead of doing my homework. Marie was in the next room, the living room, giving an interview. It was a first. I overheard her talking to the journalist with a soft voice. She was obviously trying to win her over. It was funny at first. She was giving all these juicy details about the crazy nights of a female artist in the 80s. And then she said she got pregnant after one of those nights. And at that time, she seriously thought about giving us a child. And suddenly, I understood that that child, the one she didn't want, that mistake, that was me.
Compliqué. Qu'est-ce qu'on va avoir? J'espère qu'on va... Ah, peut-être... Non, je pense pas qu'elle saura qui est son père. Ça me paraît très bizarre. Vu que sa mère ne le sait pas.
Being a mom was one of the greatest joys in my life. I wanted to feel you growing inside of me and then meet you and live all that, the whole experience. And writing was the same. I really wanted to do it, and then I actually did. I wanted these things. I bore them and I cherished them. But I struggled with them too, because I was scared. I had doubts, but really most of all I had this lingering feeling that maybe I shouldn't have been there. And when I lost you, and writing had lost its meaning, that feeling came back with a vengeance. This feeling, this knowledge that whatever I do, it is not enough.
Ok, on a fini. Bon bah bien. Enfin, on a fini cette partie quoi.
Why are you sorry?
It's hard to be a good parent when you're a damaged adult. You become responsible for a life. That requires courage, confidence, and a lot of nerve. And it's really easy to get it wrong.
What does that mean?
How can I explain? For the first few months of your life, you were like an extension of me. You couldn't talk, you couldn't walk, you could barely see, actually. And I was feeding you out of my own body.
Yuck.
Yeah, yuck! Having your life in my hands. That funny feeling. That's what being a mom was all about to me. And then one day... You got sick. It just looked like a cold at first. Alex would wash your nose twice a day with saline. Pulling neon yellow snot tentacles out of your nose amused him no end. I couldn't do it. Then, things got worse. One Friday night, I was alone with you. You started having difficulty breathing. You were in the living room, stacking wooden cubes, and I just kept staring at your chest. You were struggling to get enough air into your lungs. I tried copying your breathing, and I got woozy. It set my head spinning.
So, what did you do?
I wrapped you in a baby carrier and I ran outside. It was the fall. I remember the ground being littered with sticky leaves. I called Alex on the way, but he couldn't understand me. I could hardly speak clearly. I was so scared that you were going to die. And when I got to the doctor's office, I was a mess. The doctor asked me what was wrong with you, and I said that you were having difficulty breathing, and he was so calm. He made me want to smash his teeth in. He asked me to put you down on the examination table and take your shirt off so he could listen to your breathing. And when he got close to you with his stethoscope...
What happened?
Tu lui as pissé dessus.
You peed on him.
Excuse me?
This beautiful golden stream. A perfect arc from your hoo-ha to his coat.
Awkward.
Well, you didn't mind at the time. You were chirping and staring at him. And he said, well, this little girl looks perfectly healthy. And I started crying.
Well, yeah, you must have been relieved.
I thought so at the time. But it was more than that. I can see it now. The most important part of being a parent, and also the hardest lesson to learn. You need to trust your children.
Et ouais.
Trust them to pee on doctors?
Compliqué, hein. Il y a des gens, c'est compliqué, hein, ça. Hein.
You weren't there so I could feel like a good mother. You were there to live your life, to become yourself.
Oui.
Seems obvious, doesn't it? But I didn't see it. So I spent a lot of my time feeling guilty. Telling myself that I didn't deserve you.
What? I don't believe it. I was your biggest fan, you know?
Really?
Of course. You were relentless. You even found the time to work on your scripts. You were working your ass off to make your stories amazing while you were busy taking care of me. How did you manage to be strong like that?
Ah, ton père était là aussi. Mais c'est souvent ça hein, qui se passe. Hein. Je trouve que des fois, on se rabaisse soi-même et on s'imagine pas à quel point les gens nous voient de manière positive, en fait. Ou que même, des fois, ils nous admirent pour telle ou telle chose.
I mean, your father was there as well.
I know! Imagine! two kids at home.
Oh, come on.
Mom, you know I love Dad with all my heart. But in my view, he probably regards mental fortitude as a kind of superpower.
Okay. It was really hard. I almost gave up so many times. My career wasn't going where I wanted, certainly not as fast as I wanted, but I held on. You gave me so much energy.
I presume I took a lot too.
Of course, sweetie.
Bah oui, mais
I
bon.
often wish you had an off switch, especially when I saw my face in the mirror the next morning. But that was just a detail. Every morning was magical. I'd grab you in my arms. You'd smile back. You trusted me. I had no more doubt, no more questions. I knew exactly who I was. No one had ever looked at me that way. What an incredible gift.
It's just a shame you spent your best years writing for soap opera.
Wow, you do a great Marie impression.
Et coucou impératrice, comment tu vas?
It's a bit silly, isn't it?
What is?
All of this. Me talking to you right now.
Pardon. Ah, j'ai contrôlé le premier, pas le deuxième. Ah, bah ça va très bien, merci. Merci RS. RS, je t'ai dit, je veux que tu m'enregistres. Bah, j'aimerais que tu m'enregistres ce mot, là. Et comme ça, je peux le diffuser, bien sûr. Ou tu peux le diffuser quand j'éternue. Je vous ai dit, il n'y a pas un stream où j'éternue pas. Merci beaucoup, impératrice.
Also, just look at this sky. You usually only get these kinds of sunsets in Hollywood movies. Marie is on death's door and I'm out here chatting with my daughter's ghost?
I told you I'm not a ghost. And I love chatting with you, just getting to know you better.
It's a little late for that, don't you think?
Malheureusement.
It's never too late for a good story. That's what you always said.
I say a lot of stupid stuff.
And if you'd written down half the ones you taught me at bedtime, you'd be rich.
C'est
Do
clair.
you remember the one with the horse tribe that does karate?
Ah, peut-être qu'elle écrira des scénarios, des trucs pour enfants, possible. Ça va être pas mal, ça.
Ninja Palooza?
Yeah, it was so good. And the duck who kept solving crimes around the farm while drunk.
Oh, c'est génial. Attends. Le canard qui résolvait des enquêtes à la ferme en étant toujours sous. J'aime beaucoup. L'inspecteur l'habiture.
Inspector Drunkard.
Ah, génial.
No one is going to publish that.
Ouais, pour enfants, bof. Hein.
That's too bad. It would be a lot better than Marie's books of Russian folk tales.
Ah, those books were a snooze fest.
Right?
Then why did you hug her so hard every time she bought you a new set?
Because you can be a child and still know how to be diplomatic. Where are you up to with your script?
I haven't looked at it in ages.
Is your job for Grandma taking too much time?
Everything I write sucks.
Oh, come on! Stop it! The whole tortured artist thing doesn't suit you.
And, to be honest, I'm not too fond of the whole petulant tween thing. I liked it better when you were 4 years old.
Ouais, ça.
What are you going to do? Give me a spanking?
No, I suppose you're too old for that. Oh, you've grown up so much. A proper mini Astrid Hofferson.
Astrid Hofferson? Who's that?
Le boozer privataille tellement. Mais ce serait tellement classe. Putain, en vrai, en plus, en anglais, ça pète la classe de ouf, quoi. Bien dessiné et tout, ça pourrait être juste génial.
It's a long story.
Ah, my favorite kind.
Okay, but I know you, so you can't interrupt me, okay?
Okay.
When I was pregnant, I spent a lot of time at home. and I used that time to watch a lot of movies.
All thanks to me.
Exactly. You weren't even born yet, but I already loved you so much. Except one day, the internet went down. So, I was forced to comb through your father's nerdy DVDs. And the best I could find was this cartoon.
Now hold on a second. What's wrong with cartoons?
The opinions of a Peppa Pig fan mean nothing to me. Although, you are right. It was really good.
What was it? What was it about?
It was called How to Train Your Dragon.
Ah, mais oui.
Dragons.
I love dragons.
Dragon, ce film est trop bien.
I don't. Dragons are tacky. But there was this great character in the movie.
Astrid Hofferson.
Oui, Astrid. est génial. Si vous avez pas vu ce dessin animé, on va dire, regardez-le. Hein, c'est vraiment très bien. Les dragons sont géniaux.
Yes, Astrid Hofferson. She was a young and courageous Viking. Her belt was made of skulls.
So cool. So she's the hero?
Of course not. The hero is a bumbling idiot who we're supposed to sympathize with just because he has a shitty father. Let's not forget the movie was written by a bunch of Hollywood guys. But still, Astrid is a great character. Especially because she has a really useful asset.
Oh, c'est une warrior, c'est vrai que ce personnage est drôle. Il est cool.
She's a warrior. People try to tie her up with all these rules, and that doesn't stop her. Not only that, she becomes the best in spite of the rules. And when they change the rules, she's still the best. Because she believes in herself enough that she can question herself.
Wow.
And she's also really supportive of Harold, the idiot hero. When he's doubting himself, she's there for him. Not to snuggle, though. Quite the reverse. She shakes him up. She chews him out. All of this leading up to the realization that he can make it on his own. I thought that was beautiful. I told your dad that night and he laughed. He said he'd always loved that character too.
And that's why my name is Astrid?
It is. We were hoping you would become a warrior, a rebel. Sensitive.
C'est beau quand même comme origine de prénom.
Someone like Astrid.
Genre trop beau quoi.
Someone like you.
Excuse me?
Don't be modest. You've done pretty well so far.
Wait, what do you mean by so far?
Well, with Auntie Jan and Dad. You struggled for a bit, but eventually you managed to find the right words. That was impressive.
Oh, not really.
Et est-ce que vous savez pourquoi vous vous appelez comme ça, tiens? Est-ce que vous connaissez l'origine de votre prénom? Enfin, j'ai l'origine, pas... Oui, c'est un prénom qui vient des temps anciens, je sais pas quoi, non, on s'en fout. Mais pourquoi vos parents ont choisi ce prénom? Ou tous vos prénoms, hein. Tous vos prénoms. D'accord, et du coup, tu veux... Est-ce que tu veux en parler, RS? Moi, je trouve ça super intéressant, en fait, de savoir qu'est-ce qui marque ton ou tes parents et qui t'es dit, ah ouais, c'est ce prénom-là, quoi. Ah, un héros de BD que mon père adorait, d'accord, trop bien. Origine grecque, et je sais pas pourquoi ils ont choisi mes 3 prénoms. D'accord, et du coup, pourquoi ils ont choisi celui-ci? Enfin, quand tu dis les 3 prénoms, tu mets ton prénom principal, on va dire, et les 2 autres? Ou les autres? Parce que je crois que tu peux avoir beaucoup de prénoms derrière. Est-ce qu'ils aiment la Grèce? Peut-être qu'ils l'ont trouvé joli, hein. Des fois, c'est juste ça. Hein. On va arrêter de dire qu'on est nul, on va dire qu'on est paumé. Moi, je sais que mon prénom... Bah, en fait, tout est par rapport à des films ou séries que ma mère aimait bien. Bah, du coup, Jennifer... Il y avait Jennifer et Jonathan Hart, là, un truc comme ça. Non, c'était L'amour du risque. Je sais plus, ouais, voilà. Emmanuel, Alors ça, je ne sais pas. Alors, pour le coup, j'en ai aucune idée. Mais Angélique, comme Angélique, marquise des anges, du coup, voilà. On est là-dessus. Ma mère est grecque, donc ils ont voulu que j'ai un lien là-bas. Ah, trop bien, d'accord. Et tes autres prénoms, ils sont grecs aussi ou c'est que le premier?
I'm lost. I'm completely lost. My brain is a mess.
I've seen worse.
Really?
Do you remember my room? Now that was a mess.
Oh, my little fawn. Before you were born,
J'ai été terrifiée un peu quand même.
so terrified.
Of what? The delivery?
No, which is weird actually, because objectively speaking, the thought of pushing a head as big as a coconut through my vagina.
Oui, c'est pas une perspective de fou, hein.
So gross. I mean, it's not like you're gonna traumatize me, but I'm meant to be like 9, remember? So what was it that was so scary then?
I was going to share my life with someone for the first time.
But you were already sharing it with Dad.
It's not the same, little dear. We love each other very much, me and your dad, but we knew that it could always evaporate. I still care about him a lot, but things will never be the same between us. With you, I knew it was for life.
And that was scary?
I was a little afraid of losing myself, but I also loved the idea. When you were born, I knew only one thing. I'd never be alone again. That's how it was supposed to be. But I screwed it up. I was a shitty parent. Just like I was a shitty daughter and a shitty wife.
Mais non, eh oh là! On arrête de se dévaloriser?
Mom, stop. You didn't lose me. You really think that what, disappeared?
Ah, ok, ça va être un truc qu'on pourra voir. Je vais faire une petite pause rapide. Hein. Et ensuite, on reprend. Hein. De toute façon, on continue le jeu, hein, bien évidemment. On le finira aujourd'hui. D'accord, c'est que le premier qui est grec. Ok. Les enfants... Pour les manger plus tard, ça va, RS. Et du coup, pourquoi ils t'ont rajouté ton deuxième surnom? Deuxième surnom ou deuxième prénom? Moi, c'est Mims, RS. Alors, attendez. J'essaie de vous lire. Bah, c'est bon, je n'ai rien... Ah si, mon deuxième prénom vient du fait que ma mère me voyait souvent regarder les étoiles. Du coup, elle a décidé de m'ajouter le surnom Uranie. Oh, c'est beau! C'est super beau, d'accord. C'est super beau. J'ai bu des bières, pas du tout. J'ai bu de l'eau. Je bois de l'eau, le stream... et puis voilà. Bien sûr, la vessie. La vessie. Comment tu vas, Akira? Du coup, je vous remets le lien pour le giveaway. Si le jeu vous intéresse, il y a une clé à gagner à la fin du stream. Il suffit de taper la commande ! Enter pour avoir une chance d'être tiré au sort et de gagner une clé Steam du jeu. Volo. Let's go.
I abandoned you, and I think about it all the time, whenever I close my eyes.
What happens when you close your eyes?
Aïe, 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 aïe. Alors, on va peut-être revivre enfin l'accident. Bah, sirène, peut-être.
Oh, like Odysseus?
Not
Je crois pas, non.
sirens, my little phone. The emergency sirens. I see the crown of your hair, sparkling like a tiny sunshine on the tarmac. And then, I see your open eyes.
C'est horrible.
How can I ever be happy with that tattooed on my eyelids?
Mom, maybe you should stop thinking about it. Thinking about it like that, I mean.
I don't want to. I mustn't. If I stopped thinking about it, that would be like killing you all over again. Astrid?
C'est trop triste,
Don't
quoi.
leave me, Astrid. I don't want you to leave.
Ah oui, mais bon. Ah, c'est quoi, impératrice? Peut-être qu'on va revivre l'accident, là, du coup. Voilà. Ça marche. Bah, je lis tout quand tu as fini. Comme ça, pas de pression. T'envoies le nombre de messages que tu veux et puis je lirai tout après.
I think it's coming back. Yes, it is. Just try a little harder, you know. I need to dig deeper.
Alors, ce sera quoi là comme objet? Ah, peut-être de nouveau le... Ah non, pas les lunettes. Ah, est-ce que là, on se rappelle de tout? Enfin, dans le sens, est-ce qu'on n'a pas à cliquer sur un truc? Si. Ah, les lunettes, si, je me disais bien. C'est le seul objet sur lequel on n'avait pas cliqué.
Really, do I have to? Do I need to recall this particular exhibit of Marie's? It's a nice memory for her, obviously, but for me it's pretty bitter, even though I can't explain why exactly. A lot of memories came back to me that night. I would stand in the middle of the gallery with my eyes closed and they'd crop up as if they were connected in some way. Come to think of it, there may be something to unearth in my own personal exhibit. We'll see. Let me show you around.
Ok. On va bien voir. Est-ce qu'il y a un truc intéressant à regarder? Oula, attendez. Je crois que j'ai vu un truc. Ah non, pas du tout. Ah, intéressant.
You know this tableau, my little fawn? It's been gathering dust in the back of my personal collection. I haven't displayed it in ages. Here the artist is depicting her first day at the beach with her daughter. Do you remember? You started worshipping the sand as soon as we got there. You were delighted. We were already imagining you as a teenager with like 7,933 vials of sand everywhere and a subscription to Sand Fans, the Arenophile review. Hey, if it was between that or weed, we weren't sure which would be worse.
Pas faux, vaut mieux les coquillages que la drogue.
The weather was so nice that day. We had eaten ice cream under the big umbrella. Then you pulled out your little tongue, your head got close to my arm, and I felt something cold and wet above my elbow. You taste salty, you said. You came up to me with a huge seashell.
Ah, d'où le
I never
coquillage.
understood where you found it. You handed it to me with great pomp and told me I had to write a movie about it. I complained, I don't know his life. I have no idea what he's thinking about. If he's sad or... And then you asked me, so about what is it that you write movies then? And I was speechless for a moment, but... Suddenly I felt it welling up in my heart and my stomach. Happiness. And then, that's it. That's what I wanted to write about. I had totally forgotten this, but at one point in my life, I wanted to write about happiness.
Et ça va super... Ah bah c'est cool Akira si ça va bien. Bah j'allais dire ça va super. Mais y a pas de souci Akira. Écoute, déjà tu es en l'heure que tu es là, toujours présent, merci beaucoup. Pas mal RS. Un peu tricky, Si on comprend pas l'anglais, mais pas mal. En fait, c'est un roman visuel dans lequel on revit son passé pour modifier son présent. Et il y a des thèmes un peu difficiles et tout qui sont abordés. Et effectivement, on revit ses souvenirs comme ça, un petit peu, en avançant ou en reculant un petit peu, en revenant en arrière. Mais le jeu est très très cool.
Since the dawn of time, people have needed rituals to mark the big life events. Here, the artist is depicting her final farewell to her daughter. At least that's what she thought at the time. Neither Alex nor I could picture you in a tiny coffin. We really preferred that you remained with us, like fine sand in a pretty vase. But in the end, even that was too heavy. I kept thinking about it.
Ah, du coup, j'ai pris silence, Akira. Alors, je sais pas si je le ferai en live ou si je le ferai de mon côté et quand. Mais il y avait une super promo. Au lieu de 19 et quelques, il était à 1,99 €. Du coup, j'ai pris.
One day, on a whim, I made the call. I didn't tell your father. I didn't feel like explaining. I just called Diane, and I told her to meet me over there, by the sea. And she didn't ask any questions, nothing. She just said, I'll be there.
Ah, cool. Non, mais je suis contente, parce qu'on en a parlé et je l'ai mis dans ma liste de souhaits. Très peu de temps après, bam. Ah, je sais pas s'il y a les gros soldes. Mais je sais que bah, parfois, il y a les soldes sur tes jeux dans ta liste de souhaits, quoi.
I was crying when we arrived at the cliff overlooking the beach. Diane gently took out the urn from my hands, opened it towards the sea, and she said, Donnie was a good bowler and a good man. He was a man who loved the outdoors and bowling. I burst out laughing and snot splurted out of my nose all over my fucking chin. And Dan was laughing too, and 1,000 particles of you flew out around us, all up in my hair. I thought it would be freeing to see you leave like this, disappear. That was the goal of this ceremony, but now I know that it didn't work. It didn't make me feel free, rather it made me feel the emptiness.
Yeah. Ah.
Here, the artist is depicting herself on the bus, back from the shore. Outside, the setting sun represents something or other. Is it the end of something? Or the beginning? I was holding your urn against me the whole way back. It was empty, but it felt heavier than ever before. I was all by my lonesome on the bus back, with just a few specks of you. I looked outside the window, and this poem came to my mind. It's Lamartine. I had to learn it by heart in high school. Setting or just rising in a sky clear or gray, what good is the sun? I disregard the day. Were I to track the whole long course of his travel, my eyes would just witness all the void and gravel. I desire nothing that he could ever disperse. I don't demand a thing from the great universe. That's what I felt when I came back from the cliff. The poem, the empty bus, the urn on my knees. A void. Back then, I thought it was a good thing. I said to myself, maybe I can start writing now that this is done. And then, nothing.
Saussade un peu. Enfin, tout le jeu est saussade, hein. Mais je trouve que c'est écrit de manière hyper fine et c'est pas dans le pathos. Enfin bref, on n'a pas fini. Et d'autre part, je vous donnerai mon avis qu'à la fin. Ah, Uranie, c'est fini. Il était une fois la petite Uranie, née en Grèce, dans la capitale Athénée. Par peur que son enfant était maudite par les dieux grecs, elle décida alors d'amener sa petite fille voir un oracle grec pour avoir une confirmation. L'oracle raconta à ma mère ceci: votre enfant, au contraire, a été béni par la déesse personne. Mais cette bénédiction avait un prix, madame, celui que la moitié de l'âme de la déesse soit reliée à votre fille. La déesse pourra alors surveiller et protéger votre enfant. La mère a alors décidé de garder... Ah, Perséphone, ok. De garder sa secret jusqu'à mes 10 ans. C'est à ce moment-là que j'ai appris qu'une divinité m'accompagnait, que j'avais été bénie. Plusieurs dieux ou déesses qui voulaient spécialement me bénir, mais une seule le voulait, et c'est cette déesse qui m'a bénie. C'est beau. Je trouve ça génial, en fait. Je trouve ça trop trop bien. Tu sais, dans le sens que tu y crois ou pas, tu sais, que tu sois athée ou pas, peu importe. Bah, tu sais, ça te fait une petite... comme une petite légende personnelle. Je trouve ça génial.
I remember almost every word of the pretentious card next to Marie's painting. The auto-portrait series is undoubtedly Marie de Mange's most ambitious work to date. She arranges herself in a discomfiting position, ripe with malaise and also a certain eroticism. Self-portrait number 8 is the final entry in the series, and one of the most powerful paintings of the 21st century.
Vive les culs!
Voilà.
Apparently the critics and the public loved it. That was the series from which everything started for Marie. I must say that there was something vibrant in these paintings. A sweet and vulnerable mystery in her eyes. It made me sick. I never could bring it up with Marie. But I'm sure that these paintings were actually inspired by the accident. The ground she's lying on. I can almost guarantee you it's pavement. And her discombobulated body as if her bones were broken. No one knows that except me. I believe she painted you instead of her. Why on earth would she make such a twisted thing, do you think?
Après, pour le coup, bon, je comprends que la mère le voit comme ça, mais bah, elle a aussi fait ça un peu pour extérioriser, enfin, ce qu'elle a vécu aussi, puisque la mère, elle était là dans l'accident, hein, donc...
I couldn't believe how many paintings Marie had done since you died. Meanwhile, I couldn't write for my life. It made no sense anymore. When I left Alex, I did get started on something, as if separating from him had inspired me. But after a few months, nothing I had written was worth reading.
Eh ben d'accord.
Those paintings made me so angry. I kept thinking this. Marie is feeding off of my bereavement. Through her art, she managed to turn what happened into something else. Something beautiful. I, on the other hand, had nowhere left to go in that moment. I couldn't do it anymore. My bag of happiness was ripped to shreds.
Est-ce qu'on a une autre peinture à voir? Ah, peut-être une troisième, non, je sais pas. La plage, on a tout vu. Peut-être une sur laquelle quelque chose s'est rajouté. Parce que là, voilà, la plage, on a vu, le bus, on... Ah, voilà. Ouais, non, donc ça doit être ça.
This exhibit with me, my little fawn. What did you learn? When I see all of this again, I wonder what made me think that making you disappear would take the pain away. Attempting to erase every bit of you meant locking me out of this incredible little room inside my heart. The place that gave me life. The place that inspired me. Now I know that I need to keep that space for you within myself, so that I can write and I can live. You're still with me.
You really think that I... What? Disappeared?
No, of course not, my little fawn. But when you died, I found myself in an impossible situation. I was thinking about you all the time. I kept telling myself it was my fault you weren't here anymore. It's awful to love someone that much, you know?
On the contrary, I think it's beautiful.
Sure, it's beautiful and awful. So, I looked for a solution.
How?
I did what I always do. I watched movies.
Like what?
Oh, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Ce film, oh, qu'est-ce qu'il est génial.
Eternal
Il est tellement
Sunshine
bien.
of the Spotless Mind. It's about a couple who are separating.
Mom.
I know. I just wasn't in the mood for rom-coms at the time. If I had been, I wouldn't have gone for something starring Jim Carrey. Anyway, in the movie, there's a machine that erases people's painful memories.
C'est ça.
Jim Carrey is heartbroken, So he uses that machine because that's the only way.
Et je crois qu'il se rend compte que c'est quand même la plus belle chose qui lui est arrivée, un truc comme ça, et que bah... Du coup, je crois qu'il garde les souvenirs à la fin. Enfin, je sais plus ce qu'il fait, mais... Il veut les fuir, mais il y arrive quand même. Pas sûr. Hein.
I had medication, I had a job, and I even did a farewell ceremony. I thought that if I could get you out of my head, I might be able to feel better.
Did it work?
Of course not. Why should it? That wasn't the right way to handle things. Now I know how lucky I am to be able to think about you every day, even though it's hard sometimes. I think about your laugh, the one you made when your dad would attack you with a toy knight. I think about your little doodles. You came back from kindergarten every day with fistfuls of them. We filled up all the walls with them. So we ended up having to sneak some into the garbage.
I knew it!
But I promise I always looked carefully at them before.
Et ça marche, Akira. Akira, t'as toujours pas utilisé tes points de chaîne. Hein, y a toujours ton message personnalisé qui attend. Ah, peut-être que tu n'as pas trouvé quoi mettre. Mais des bisous en tout cas, Akira. Et puis merci d'être passé. Merci pour ton lurk et tout, ton soutien. Et des gros bisous. Hop. Pas spécialement. Au pire, si ça tient pas, je te... Bah, écris pas non plus 20 lignes, quoi. Mais si ça tient pas, je te le dirai dans le bot. Mais il faudra tester de toute façon. Donc, mets ce que tu veux. Voilà. J'ai mis le VIP à combien? Je sais même plus.
I think about your birthday pizza.
My... what?
For your 4th birthday, you didn't want a cake and asked for a 4-cheese pizza. Your father was so proud.
Ah ouais, elle est énervée quand même, la
I think
petite.
about all of it, little dear. And it's a reminder that
Ah
you are
ouais.
here with me. I carry that with me into every decision I have to make. And I won't let it go for the world. I'm better now, you know? It still hurts like hell. But I get it. I can survive this. On a good day, I can even convince myself that it could be worse.
Ok, Akira. Bon, écoute, vivement que tu m'envoies le message. J'ai hâte de savoir ce que tu veux comme présentation. 50K. Et t'as combien, du coup, impératrice? Ou Uranie. Je vais t'appeler Uranie. Hein. Peut-être c'est plus court. Des bisous, poulet. Bon stream, du coup. Je sais pas si tu stream là, mais je pense que oui. Des bisous. Bonne continuation d'aventure dans Resident Evil. Ah bah, va falloir faire quelque chose, hein, Uranie. Hein. Va falloir farmer, hein. 2,4K.
I might have never fallen in love with Alex.
Really?
Do I need to remind you that he's a video game developer? Those guys are terrible conversationalists. You've taught me all of this. You helped me open doors inside myself. That's what allowed me to grow. Of course, I'll go on without you. I have to. But it's really, really sad.
How does the movie end?
What movie?
The Eternal Sunshine.
Ah bah tiens, voilà. J'étais pas sûre de la fin, donc comme ça c'est parfait.
No. Well,
ah oui, c'est ça.
Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet meet again. And since they don't remember each other, they fall in love again.
Voilà.
But then they find old recordings of them saying horrible things about each other.
And? Do they split up again?
No. They decide to experience their relationships again because they want to recapture the good memories. Even though they know that it's going to hurt them.
D'accord.
I loved that ending.
Ouais, non mais ce film était génial. Regardez-le. Hein.
I understand why you're sad, Mom. But you can't be sad forever. It doesn't help you, and it doesn't help me. Life's short enough as it is. Why waste any more time?
Pop.
Do you think it's that easy? That I can just press a button and pow?
You can be so egotistical sometimes.
Excuse me?
Where do I fit into all this?
But I was just...
So what? I'm going to be a bad memory for the rest of your life? A distressing thought inside your head? Do you even realize what that means? I'm scared.
Oh, what are you scared of, my little phone?
I'm scared that I'll disappear.
But you're already dead.
That's not the point. I'm talking about disappearing from here. This is the only place where I still exist. Just here. But I don't want to be this rusty nail that's killing you by degrees. You do realize that's not me at all? You do know that if you keep at this, I'm not going to exist anywhere. Anymore. You don't have to do this to me, Mom. You don't have to do this to yourself. How much longer do I have to make you miserable?
Ok, faut qu'on vienne notre souvenir.
I know you don't deserve that, my little dear. It's all my fault.
Stop it, Mom. Just stop. You're stuck on repeat. I know that this can be easy to process. And I know that the truth hurts. But right here, right now,
Ah, ça y est.
you're gonna have to remember.
On va se souvenir enfin de comment c'est arrivé.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Et après, il faudrait peut-être qu'on s'occupe du cas de notre mère, du coup.
Astrid?
L'autre, ça fait 6 heures, elle est à l'hosto. Les médecins, ils sont en mode, bah, elle était censée nous donner une réponse, mais voilà. Peut-être falloir faire quelque chose, hein.
She's right. Of course she's right. I need to remember now. It's time. I think I'm ready. That's it. I remember now. Not everything, but...
You could at least crack a window. All that rain brought a cool front.
It had just rained. The road was wet and slippery.
Ah, shit, I can't drive with these heels on. I didn't sleep all night. I can't focus. Also...
I was exhausted. Stressed out. In no condition to drive. I was nervous about meeting with my producer.
Mom, watch for the deer!
I don't know why I didn't see the deer earlier. My mind must have been elsewhere. When I heard your warning, my first thought was to avoid hitting it. They were your favorite animal. So I swerved and we ran off the road. And then...
Et la brosse? Ah, on retourne ici. Ok. On va aller là, hein, parce qu'on sait jamais. Comme des fois, ils nous mettent des petits mots. Ah.
What are you doing, my little fawn?
Playing with Grandma's dollhouse.
What game?
I'm playing you when you weren't a mom yet.
Can I play? I'll be Alex. Hey, cutie. You come here often?
Hi, do you want a baby?
Oh, this is moving a bit fast. What the heck? Let's make the best little girl on earth.
Of course she'll be the best.
How do you know?
Well, I'm the one making her in my belly, so...
Talking to you was intoxicating. Every time you opened your mouth, I was expecting the unexpected. I loved the way that your little brain continually managed to make sense of the world. But that day, the most astonishing thing was your assurance. How on earth did you have so much trust in me?
Le téléphone. Ah oui, on va revivre tous les souvenirs pour essayer d'en refaire un autre, entre guillemets, ok. prendre dans chaque souvenir ce qui compte.
Damn, June, I can't believe it. I'm going to be a dad. We're going to be parents. When I got your picture, I yelled so loud, I think 3 guys here had a stroke. I'm just unable to focus on work. I'm so happy. It feels so... I feel like it's going to change my life.
I mean...
No, I mean, it's going to change me. Like, I'll never be the same again. I can't wait. And you, what do you think?
I think you should take the afternoon off and come home.
Oh, okay. But why? Is there an emergency? Do you need me?
I don't need you. But I am wondering what it's like to have sex with a dad.
Wow, what a weird thing to say. I'm on my way.
He was right, you know. Your dad. When you arrived, he changed to his core. Before you were born, he was always a bit lost, a bit wandering through his own life. But from the day you showed up, it was as if everything had become clear for him. As if he finally understood what he was doing here.
Ah oui, non, ouais, on est loin du skill, ouais, non, non. Là, c'est tu suis l'histoire. T'as des petits choix quand même, mais voilà. Après, vous inquiétez pas, on va enchaîner avec du Sherlock dans pas longtemps. Va falloir faire travailler les méninges, hein, je vous le dis. MP3 RS, c'est bien pour les alertes. Parfait. Mais après, on s'en fout parce que je peux convertir, moi, personnellement, les sons que je reçois. Donc, j'ai tout ce qu'il faut. Je peux augmenter le son, baisser, convertir. Ok.
Listen to me, Juno. You and Alex brought an extraordinary little girl into this world. Astrid was our sunshine. She gave us all a lot of light all through her tiny life. You were able to make such a being because you have it in you. The sun.
C'est beau.
And the sun never goes out. It shines. So hang on. And shine bright. I know you can. I'm proud of you.
You and Marie have a connection that's peculiar. You used to spend hours in her shop watching her paint. She loved that you were so curious. She smiled at you, explained stuff to you. She asked for your opinion about her work. Can you imagine? When I was 4 years old, I wasn't even allowed in her damn workshop. But you had something inside of you that completely changed her. Actually, I think this is what saved me that day. The idea that even Marie could be touched by a ray of sunlight. There had to be one out there for me too.
Beau.
It might be the right time for me to admit it, my little phone. You don't have magical powers. You never had any. You didn't put us under a spell. Not Marie, nor your dad or I. It's easy to hide behind the fact that your being there made everything else possible. And to convince ourselves that your not being there is forever locking us out of being happy. But that's not true. The seeds that allowed us to change were always inside of us. Sure, They were buried deeply. But they couldn't wait to grow. And you were simply an incredible, a wonderful beam of sunlight.
You don't have to do this to me, Mom. You don't have to do this to yourself. How much longer do I have to make you miserable?
My little fawn, I can't do this to you. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forgive myself for what happened, but you've brought too much light in my life for me to reduce you to that.
What is that? Mom, what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
I do, but I'm not sure you do. So I'm going to need you to say it. What is that?
It was an accident.
Yes, it was an accident, Mom. I lived a life full of joy and laughter and vibrating plastic lightsabers.
You shouldn't ever have found that. And it wasn't a lightsaber.
Ah merde.
You think I don't know that?
C'est horrible.
I lived a great life full of love. I will always love Dad, Marie, Diane, and you for everything you've given me. For the cozy spot that you made for me in your lives. And then one day, there was an accident. It was an accident. Say it again.
It was an accident.
An accident. A disaster. A calamity. There's nothing to forgive. It's not your fault. You know that, right? Deep down.
Do I? Then why do I feel all this guilt?
Yeah, that's another mystery. You're angry. But are you sure that you're angry at yourself, Mom?
I don't know.
I believe in you. You'll figure it out. And when you do, you'll make the right decision. I think you're ready now.
I'm ready. Thank you, little fawn. Thank you for your help. You can leave now. I've got this.
I know. I love you very much, Mom.
Me too, Astrid. I love you very, very much. I know you'll always be with me. I can feel you are here, and it gives me strength. And I'm going to need a lot of that if I'm going to go in there. But Marie needs me, and we have a lot to talk about. I guess I should have asked the doctor to give me a little something before I went into this room. You don't get free samples of benzos every day. All right, Junon.
Des Temesta.
Cut the bullshit.
C'est le sommeil qu'elle a écrit?
Marie.
Ah, ce sera un beau jeu de mots,
Sorry, I made
n'empêche.
you wait. I had to sort out a few things. A lot of things. But anyway, you knew I was coming eventually, didn't you? You've always had this weird gift of knowing what we're about to do before we even think about doing it. Once again, you were right.
Moi, j'ai déduit que c'était le soleil, tu vois.
I'm here.
Parce que souvent, on voyait
But I
pas
almost
le
didn't
dessous.
come in. I was close earlier, but I just stood outside the door. I was angry at you. I don't even know why. I mean,
Non mais non, le soleil, le soleil.
world. Still, why are things so complicated between us? Why do I always feel so threatened when I'm around you?
J'ai eu peur. Je me disais, mais attends, j'ai mal vu, j'ai mal... Après, là... Oui, je pense. Du coup, ton sommeil n'est pas mort. Il faut que tu dormes, Uranie.
Wait, is it? I remember now. I've seen this before. Was that last night? Oh, shit, no, it's all hazy.
Ok, petit souvenir. Dernier souvenir, peut-être, je pense. Le jeu va être fini. Oui, on était sur du 4-5 heures de jeu. Il y a eu du blabla, des pauses. Je pense que ça devrait être ok.
Hold on. What's that around your neck? Is that a cross?
This? It's a childhood keepsake. I found it in my stuff a while back.
What? Were you a choir girl or something?
It's a bit more complicated than that.
I'm listening.
Ah, peut-être qu'on va comprendre un peu, ouais. L'enfance de la mère.
What the heck? After all, why
Exactement,
not?
la pause pipi, toujours très importante.
That might do me good. And I owe
Ne
you
vous
that.
retenez jamais de faire pipi.
What's that
Ah, aux
supposed
toilettes,
to
hein,
mean?
mais ne voilà, ne
Nothing.
retenez pas trop longtemps,
Just
quoi.
Shut your mouth, pour me a glass of wine, and
Ah, on va en
listen.
prendre plus. En apprendre plus, c'est cool, ça. J'aime bien. Ça me fait plaisir, ça. Je pense que ça va un peu se finir là-dessus, mais t'as vu?
We used to live
On
in a
arrive au
small
bout, hein, je
village in
pense.
the east. Grey, boring, and hideous. People were dumb and mean, always keeping tabs on others to tear them down. And of course, these fakers were in church all the time. I spent years in that cesspool, never asking questions. When I was 14, let me tell you, Jesus was my best friend. I would tell him about everything I did wrong in my head. And let me tell you, I was a terrible kid. Naughty, ill-behaved, always running around. A tiny devil. And also, I had this desire and fire in my chest. Nasty thoughts. But I really thought that he loved me as I was.
D'accord.
Back then, I had 3 sources of comfort. Jesus, books, and drawing. So I spent an insane amount of time sketching in the neighborhood churches. It was a disease. Everything I laid eyes on had to end up on a sheet of paper. At least then, people left me alone.
Merci beaucoup, Uranie. Ah, pas mal, ça.
Otherwise, let me tell you that I never got a minute of peace. Family with 4 kids living in a
Ah,
2-room
ouais,
apartment.
elle dit qu'elle avait des frères et
So,
sœurs.
I looked after them.
Ah ouais, la pauvre.
Washing them, doing their homework. I was the oldest, 7 years ahead of my oldest brother. Those little ones were like my own kids.
Bah oui.
My mother had to
À 14 ans, l'autre il avait 7 ans, donc ouais.
While I was taking care of them, I didn't have those weird desires.
Ok. Ouais, le dessin et les livres sont mes échappatoires. Mais oui, c'est ça. Bah, de toute façon, c'est important d'avoir un échappatoire, quel qu'il soit, qui en plus peut être une passion. C'est vachement important. Ça peut être inquiétant si on est trop enfermé dedans, mais sinon c'est hyper sain, je dirais. C'est son monde, on est seul avec soi-même, avec ses pensées. Ah bah tu m'étonnes, oui. Ah, Twitch, je pense que Twitch ça sert beaucoup à plein de monde. Hein.
My dad always had a steak on his plate when he
Mais
got
le steak est
home.
un peu cramé, non? Il est un peu cramax là, le
My
truc.
mother used to say
On veut
that
pas
he
manger ça, hein?
deserved it, working his ass off at the mill for us. But one night, I was still awake when
Ah
he
ouais,
came
d'accord.
home. He was completely shit-faced. He was living in a fallen world. The steel industry was his life, but his life had no tomorrow. So he drank. That night he looked at me weird.
Oh non. Non.
I didn't understand.
Non, pas ça. Non.
I felt guilty.
Ah non. Ah non. Non, faites pas ça. C'est plus un steak mais une semelle de godasse, tellement. Ah, je sais pas ce que c'est, mais c'est pas bon. Ah non, me dites pas, ne me dites pas. Me dites... Non. Ah, c'est sûr, c'est sûr. C'est sûr, ne me dites pas ça, mais je suis sûre que ça va être ça. Trigger warning, je sens que ça va partir en... C'est pas bon.
We were two peas in a pod, my aunt and I. She was the whore in the family. She didn't want to settle, she didn't want kids.
La pute de la famille parce qu'elle voulait pas de gosse et elle faisait sa vie, c'est bien. Sympa.
The exact opposite of my mother. One time, she told me something about my mom and dad.
Voilà.
Something that blew everything else up.
Un truc sur mon père et ma mère.
There was an evening dance. He was 19 and she was 15. According to my aunt, he was a bit tipsy. He brought her into a small clearing and there he forced her. They had to get married in a hurry after that.
Ah oui, ok.
They learned that my mother was pregnant. Pregnant with me.
Bâtard.
My mother always worked her butt off. She would work one factory job after the other, then clean up rich folks' homes. I used to think she was the bravest person in the world. And the strongest. Of course, she had her own temper. She would get into these screaming matches sometimes. And she would drink too. But I was convinced that I could trust her.
Où ça pue. Où ça pue. Elle a dû lui dire un truc que le père il a fait. Elle s'est fait défoncer. La mère elle lui a dit ferme ta bouche.
One night, I went out with some
Peut-être pas ou autre chose mais.
boyfriends. We only went to the movies, but she lectured me.
La meuf va au ciné.
On this family, she said. People at church are talking. Something bad's gonna happen to you if you keep tempting men. I answered that if it ever happened to me, I, for one, wouldn't marry my abuser. She hit me.
Ah ouais.
For the first time. She hit me again later. I was getting slapped around because
la
she
répartie.
hated her life. I was blaming her for not fighting back. I wasn't going to let her treat me like this.
Ah, ça tombe bien.
The day after, it felt like a spell was broken. The church stank. The sculptures were ugly. And the male-dominated Jesus stuff made me sick. You don't love me, I whispered to him. Bastard. At that very moment, and that, let me tell you, that's something I'll never forget. The Christ starting to bleed.
Ça s'appelle les miracles ou les trucs... pas miracles, mais... Je sais pas. Peut-être... Ah! Ok, reste. Quelque part. Alors putain, ça saigne. Mais ça, je crois que c'est déjà arrivé, mais du coup, c'est pas considéré comme un miracle ou comme un... Je sais pas trop quoi, un signe et tout. J'ai plus... Peut-être un nom particulier dans la religion catholique. Est-ce que 14 ans c'est tard? Je sais pas moi. Je suis pas dans la science moi. Ouais, c'est ça la relique. Ça devient une relique ou un truc comme ça. Oh, ça pue. Vraiment, je... Oh, ça sent... Oh là là. Pourquoi je sens le truc par rapport au père? J'ai très peur. Et est-ce que du coup, nous, on n'est pas... l'enfant qu'elle a eu avec son père, et c'est plus facile de dire ouais c'est une soirée j'ai oublié quoi, tu vois, parce qu'on sait pas quel âge a la mère et on sait pas à quel âge a Junon peut-être à 30 ou 35 ans, je sais pas, sachant qu'elle a dit qu'elle avait 25 ans et que c'est là qu'elle avait commencé à vivre avec son mec. Quand tu vois l'âge à laquelle la petite elle est décédée, je pense qu'elle est morte à 6 ans, quelque chose comme ça. Ils ont peut-être vécu quelques temps avant qu'elle soit qu'elle naisse. Et derrière, ils se sont séparés pendant ensuite quelques temps. Donc je me dis... 9. Ouais, 9 ans en plus, 9 ans. Donc il y a carrément moyen que la mère ait eu Junon, avec son père. Et qu'ils aient caché le délire de la soirée, quoi. Enfin, sous couvert de c'est une soirée qui a mal tourné, elle a fait la fofolle alors qu'en fait non, quoi.
The last time she raised her hand to me, she hit me so hard. My nose started bleeding. We were having another fight about one of my outings. By that time, I was going out for real, just to spite her. You know me. She called me a harlot. So, I bit back. At least I'm not gonna stick with the first guy who knocks me up. I didn't have time to finish saying it. Whack! She slapped the shit out of me, and she spit out. If it were up to me, you're the one I would have dumped. It's stupid. But that struck me right in the gut. And that's when it came up, boiling. The rage. I tasted blood in my throat. I couldn't think straight. My ears started ringing. I felt a jolt running through my body. And then
J'ai très peur.
I couldn't walk it back.
Jésus, 5 pistoles. Oh là là, la croix.
This cross is the only thing I have left from her, you know? I took it when I left home that very night. I stole it from her. I don't know why I took it. I used to do that a lot back then. Steal stuff. But I'm happy I did it. It gives me a chance to think about her, to remember. Never.
Ça va pas, j'ai dû adorer les piercings. Pourquoi j'ai pas le droit d'en avoir? Tu veux les mêmes piercings aux mains et aux pieds? Oh, ça doit faire bien mal, hein. Ah, puis je te raconte pas la taille de la barre, là, pour les deux, là. Du coup. Oh mon dieu. Ah, faudrait que je vous montre d'ailleurs mon piercing à l'hélix. Mais quand je l'aurai changé, du coup. Parce que là, pour l'instant, c'est encore le truc basique. Voilà, on parle de piercing, j'y pense. J'ai fait il y a pas longtemps, c'est pour ça que j'y pense. Mais les plaies du Christ, ouais, c'est ça. C'est les deux mains, les deux pieds. Et celle au flanc droit. D'accord. Bah, let's go. Hein. Ah, trop le camp. Je me tire, comme dirait Maître Gims, bien sûr.
But that day, I left. I met with my aunt in Paris, with just a few cents in my pocket. I never saw them again. Not her, not him, not the kids. And I never turned back.
C'est un gros piercing, Uranie, quoi. Injuste. Mais tu vois, je me demande, le père, est-ce que c'est juste? Non, parce que c'est pas juste. Est-ce que il s'est rien passé et d'un côté un peu tant mieux, ou est-ce qu'il s'est passé un truc?
You hear, Miss Kivas? Shit, don't tell me you fell asleep. What a disaster. You really can't handle your booze. Don't worry, daughter. I will still be there tomorrow, and the next day too. There to tell you again what you already know. People are ugly, let me tell you. They're dangerous. All of them. That's just the way things are. It's inside them. The evil is, we need to defend our...
J'ai l'impression, parce qu'en fait, c'est un peu la merde dans Paris, j'ai l'impression qu'il y a des gars, mon voisin, il est en train de scander des slogans. J'ai l'impression qu'il est en train de s'exciter. Du coup, ça me stresse, parce que je ne sais pas ce qu'il dit. Mais je sens qu'il est comme as, tu vois, le point levé et tout, quoi. Du coup, je suis pas bien. Mais ça se sent qu'il y a de l'implication, hein. Voilà. Excusez-moi. Hein.
Stay vigilant. That's how I got out of it. Diane gets it, I think. But you, darling, you're too weak. You want to trust people. You want to have faith. But I told you many times.
Bah si, non mais ça c'est pas une bonne chose à dire. On peut pas faire confiance, si.
You don't need me to tell you that. Life's unfair.
Un peu trop. Tu peux pas dire ça. Je trouve que t'éduques tes enfants dans un truc, tu peux leur dire fais attention aux gens à qui tu accordes ta confiance, mais pas tu peux pas faire confiance. C'est trop... C'est trop. Je n'ai pas d'autres mots, c'est trop.
Why you don't let anyone love you. Anytime I think about how it must have been for you, it's increasingly obvious how lucky I was to have Astrid. Every second of my life I spent with her was filled with happiness. You never got to have that. Not as a daughter, nor as a mother. But how could I forget what you told me last night? I mean, I wasn't all there. Too little sleep and too much wine. But for the first time in your life, you open up a little and I nod off? It's absurd. As if I didn't want to hear it. Was it that I was angry that you waited so long before telling me? Or was it something else? Something I didn't want to look in the face until now?
Oh. C'est beau ça. Faire confiance, mais ne faire confiance à ceux qui pourraient profiter de toi, c'est ça. Après, tu sais pas forcément qui peut profiter de toi, mais surtout faire attention et accorder petit à petit sa confiance, etc. C'est important. Mais je pense que le fait de dire jamais, pas du tout, c'est problématique, quoi. Comme accorde ta confiance à tout le monde, hein. C'est tout aussi problématique. Juste milieu, si possible, et pas les extrêmes. Oui. Et bah let's go, hein. Donc du coup on avait les souvenirs à regarder. Moi je pense que c'est les... En vrai je pense que là ce sont les derniers souvenirs. Je pense que dans chaque objet il y aura un ou deux trucs à... dont on va tirer une leçon, quoi. Et puis ensuite c'est la fin, hein, je pense, hein. Ouais, nous touchons au but, comme on dit. Oula, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Ah oui. Et du coup, on comprendra mieux certains trucs avec ce qu'on a appris par rapport à notre mère aussi. Je pense.
Where did the bird go?
Oh, it's gone.
It is?
Yes. Early this morning, I opened the windows to let in some fresh air. It jumped on the edge of its box, looked at me, and then it flew away.
Oh. Did it look happy?
It did, my dearest daughter. It looked so happy.
Oui, il fallait se séparer, hein.
Lie, of course.
C'est ça.
I know that now. But I believed that beautiful story at the time, without reservation. That's another thing which doesn't work in my relationship with Marie. The fact that she would lie to me because she doesn't believe I'd be able to face the truth. The fact that she doesn't trust me to deal with it.
Enfin, après, là, elle était petite. Alors bon, autant je veux bien qu'à partir de peut-être 10 ans, 12 ans, un truc comme ça, tu commences à dire la vérité. Là, elle était petite. C'est compliqué d'expliquer à un enfant, ouais, on a dû le tuer et tout. Alors, je dis pas que c'est impossible à expliquer, mais je comprends qu'on ne veuille pas le dire tout de suite. Par contre, ce qui peut être bien, c'est de le dire après. Tu te souviens de cet oiseau? Bah du coup, j'ai dû faire ça, voilà, c'est la vie et tout, nanan. Mais bon, si là, elle avait, je sais pas, 6 ans, un truc comme ça, bon, c'est compliqué, quoi. De manière, c'est compréhensible enfant et moins pré-ado ou ado, quoi. Et surtout adulte.
These paintings are magnificent. But how do you do it?
Oh, well, that's hard to put into words. Usually I have a theme in my head, a topic I'm obsessed with, and all of a sudden, everything becomes clear. The shapes, the colors, they fight their way through my brain. Kind of like visions. And then I simply must paint. I can't control it. In fact, if I didn't paint in that moment, I could flip, do crazy things.
Et ouais, ça l'aide à, c'est ça, à canaliser des trucs.
I could hear Marie doing her spiel for Sasha. I'd heard it 100 times. The visions, what she called her mystical experience. Whole lot of crap.
Ah, mais je suis sûre que c'est quand même vrai que ça l'aidait à catalyser des trucs, quoi.
As if my body was overriding my brain. Just goes to show you. As much as I hate it, she might have been telling the truth about her process. I guess I work like that too.
Ça. Ah, les flashs blancs, par contre, faites attention à vos yeux, quoi. Là, c'est compliqué. Hein. Souvenez-vous hein, toujours de cette phrase exceptionnelle. Le homard, j'en pince pour lui. Et surtout...
Vive les culs!
Voilà. De homard. Surtout.
What about those over there, in the tank? Are they still alive?
Of course. The true connoisseur prefer to cook their lobsters
Ah non.
at the last minute. And
I'll take them.
Absolutely, miss. Do you want one or two?
I want them all.
I mean, there's about 2 dozen in there. Did you win the lottery or something?
I'll need one of your coolers too for the road.
Mais elle les a relâchés, ça se trouve, non, peut-être? J'en étais sûre. J'en étais sûre qu'elle les avait relâchés.
But it felt amazing. I was able to change things. I could reject the fact that it is what it is. Just say no.
Bon, ils ont été repêchés derrière, mais... Bon. Ils ont vécu un peu plus longtemps, quoi. Non, mais cette phrase est géniale. Le homard, j'en pince pour lui, j'adore. Je m'attendais tellement pas à ça. Mais il y a des petites vannes, des petits trucs d'humour quand même dans le jeu qui étaient cool. Bien que le thème, les thèmes abordés soient assez... je sais pas, grave, sérieux, pesant. Prenez le mot que vous voulez, hein. Choisissez.
Thank you for the mobile. I can't believe you managed to find it.
Oh, it's nothing.
Do you want to stay for a bit? Coffee, maybe?
No, thank you. I gotta go. I have a meeting.
A meeting?
Yeah, a thing. Don't worry about it. Say hi to Alex for me.
Oh, I'll call him. He's just in the next room.
Oh, hi Alex. Bye Alex. Done. Gotta go. Bye.
I rarely saw Marie being ill at ease, but the few times it did happen was when she came to the house to visit when Astrid was born. It was as if she felt like she was intruding on our family. Maybe because she didn't know what it was like having one.
Je pense que c'est plutôt ça, qu'elle était pas habituée. Quand tu vois la famille et tout, et comment ça s'est passé pour elle, c'est un peu compliqué, quoi. Hein.
Mademoiselle, could I have another glass of champagne?
Oh, I don't work here. I'm Marie Demange's assistant, also her daughter.
Her daughter? Remarkable. But you don't look anything like her.
On est obligé de peindre quand on est fille d'un artiste.
No, I don't. I'm more of a...
Of course you don't. Why would you, with such a talented mother?
Ça va pas à la tête ou quoi de parler comme ça aux gens? Et du coup, quand les gens sont les parents sont médecins, j'ai être médecin et ainsi de suite.
Love for the movies, my penchant for writing. I did it all for myself, without thinking about her. But perhaps she was actually feeling threatened, as if the creative process was uniquely hers, her exclusive domain.
D'accord. Ouais, ça doit être très pesant d'avoir des parents artistes comme ça. Jésus a gardé certains trous. Je sais pas s'il était rouge avant qu'il le sent ou pas. Sinon, c'est très bien joué. On va pas se mentir.
This isn't news to you. It's unfair, but that's how it is. You didn't choose to be my daughter. I didn't choose to be my mother's daughter. I could blame it on God, but that would be giving him too much credit. I don't know who's to blame, really. I do know that it's unavoidable, though. And Astrid, she didn't choose us either. She wasn't supposed to be part of this family. At first, I thought that she could be the one to break the cycle, but in the end, the curse got her too, and it hit again. Harder. My shitty curse.
Ah, elle s'en est beaucoup voulu pour la mort de sa petite fille. Mais je pense pas qu'il y ait vraiment de malédiction. Après, c'est vrai qu'il y a des familles, il y a des trucs qui se passent. Des fois, tu te dis, putain, sur X générations, les gars, ils meurent de cause de trucs de fous. Alors, est-ce que c'est parce que dans leur tête, ils sont un peu mindfuck en mode, ouais, on est maudits, et du coup, peut-être ils se mettent dans des situations bizarres eux-mêmes, enfin, je sais pas. Est-ce que c'est vraiment des coïncidences bizarres? Je sais pas.
It's awesome. Really? Well, yeah. Have you looked at it up close? There's always little intricate details. You can open the doors, move the furniture, turn on the lights. Mary must have spent a lot of time on it. I don't know. I think it's an awesome present.
When Alex said that, I was reminded about my mobile. Just like the house, it was magnificent, intricate, exquisite. I believe that's why I kept it in my room for so long, hanging above my bed. These two presents were the two singular proofs that Marie cared for us. That was her way of saying she loves us.
Le homard, j'en passe pour lui, mais c'est toujours drôle. On va le mettre en citation, tiens, je sais pas. Bon, après, c'est pas moi qui l'ai dit, mais on s'en fout. Je crois que c'est... C'est quoi pour mettre une citation? Est-ce que RS est encore là ou est-ce qu'RS est parti? Non, je crois que c'est point d'exclamation quote. On s'en bat les couilles des poils. Quand est-ce que j'ai dit ça? Non mais c'est bien, je redécouvre des trucs quoi. RS bar, il faudrait mettre le homard, j'en pince pour lui parce que vraiment c'était exceptionnel. Peut-être mettre The Wreck à côté parce qu'en vrai je pense que je m'en souviendrai pas et là je trouve que le contexte peut être intéressant. Mais j'aime beaucoup. J'aime beaucoup cette phrase, elle est géniale. Sachez que je martèle bien sûr la gâchette et que c'est un petit peu désagréable. On va pas se mentir. On peut plus. Ah, merci beaucoup RS, merci. Bah, c'est bien le style d'RS de dire on s'en bat les couilles des poils. Moi je dis vraiment, on le reconnaît bien là. D'ailleurs, c'est RS. RS a encouragé énormément ce son.
Vive les culs!
Donc vraiment... par contre, il y a un moment, en fait, j'ai un problème, c'est que j'ai rien qui est apparu. Il va peut-être falloir que j'aille plus doucement et que je fasse attention. À vous, RS, on t'a repéré. On fait tous croire que c'est Gavark, mais on sait que Gavark est pur et sain. Et serein. Je sais pas. Tout ce qu'on veut. Un problème, là. Est-ce qu'on va refaire un tour pour rien? J'ai très peur. Parce que là, je regarde vraiment toute la salle de bain. C'est-à-dire que je peux pas faire mieux. Répète le silence que genre le princesse. Pas mal. Mais on le croira à fond, RS. On le sait, RS. Ah, j'étais sûre que c'était là. J'ai passé beaucoup trop vite.
Thank you.
What for?
You know what for. For what you just told me. For not giving up on me. For your help.
Listen to me, dear. One thing is for sure on this wretched earth. A single thing. It's that you don't need to thank me for anything. I'll see you Monday at the studio.
found that really weird at the time, this whole exchange. First of all, Mary saying beautiful things, sounding more loving than ever before. But on top of that, her almost scolding me for thanking her, as if extraordinary circumstances had forced her out of her self-imposed duty to bully me, and that she was having a hard time coming to terms with it.
Je crois que c'est le dernier d'ailleurs, non là, le livre, ou il y a encore autre chose. J'ai un doute, hein. Voilà, oui. À chaque fois, j'oublie que c'est à moi de faire, donc des fois, je reste comme ça et je me dis, tiens, c'est bizarre, il y a rien qui se passe. Oui, parce qu'il faut peut-être jouer, en fait, à un moment. Oula, 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 attention.
And so, you're working for Marina.
It's not like that, Alex.
Like what?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I left you to run back to my overbearing mother's clutches. No, you're wrong. That's not it.
I'm well aware that you don't need your mother. She's the one who needs you.
For a moment there, I thought Alex was out of his mind. Marie needing me.
Et en fait, si, hein, c'est elle hein, qui avait besoin peut-être. Hein. Possible, hein. Ah non, on a encore la clé de voiture. Bah, c'est la dernière, du coup. Ouais, bah, ça va être... Je pense que ça va être la fin, là. Spoiler alerte, hein, bien sûr. Oui, sûr. Ah, on avance un petit peu? Pas du tout. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Besoin encore, non, je crois. Hein. Est-ce qu'on avance? Je sais pas ce qui se passe là. Vroom vroom. Ah, merci.
Oh, it's stifling hot in there.
Yeah, sorry, AC's broke. Get in, we're running late. Don't sit on my script.
You could at least crack a window. All that rain brought a cool front.
Mima, Mima, Mima!
Oh, sweetheart. How are you doing? You look great today.
I'm a princess, the computer princess.
That is so special.
Can we get going?
All right, all right. We have time.
I don't. I need to drop off Astrid at Mina's and then I have a meeting at the production office to show my...
Just start the car. That will teach me to ask you for a special favor.
Yeah, this is the third special favor this week, Marie.
Just go. In great.
C'est social parce que c'était beau, il y avait toute une génération dans un... Bah une voiture. Bah, 3 générations dans une voiture. Est-ce que j'avance vraiment? J'avance vraiment là. Mais j'avance doucement, hein, je vous le dis. Hein. Je crois que je peux pas aller plus vite. Je peux pas aller plus vite. C'est... Ah non, ça s'est effacé. Ah non, c'est bon. Yes.
Shit, I can't drive with these heels on.
Why are you even wearing these things?
Ah, silly me, just dressing up for a business meeting.
Sweetie, what present did you bring for me now?
A Clay-Doh pizza factory. I love pizza.
You look really flushed, dear. Are you too hot? Let me take your coat off.
Marie, what on earth are you doing?
Just for 1 second.
Forget it. Sit down. We're almost there.
Just watch the road.
You sit
I'm
down
almost...
right now. Stop that.
You are worse than a traffic cop.
Oh, ah ouais, ça se trouve, du coup, elle a enlevé la ceinture à la petite pour enlever son manteau. Et du coup, c'est la merde, quoi. Ok, merde. Merde. Moi, j'adorais quand j'étais petite la pâte à modeler. Je sais pas si vous kiffiez les trucs là, mais ça existe toujours, je pense. Vous savez, vous pouvez faire des glaces et tout en pâte à modeler. Oh, et en plus, avant, parce que je crois que maintenant, c'est plus le cas. Quand tu léchais la pâte à modeler, ça avait un petit goût là de sel ou je sais pas quoi. C'était trop bon. Ne mangez pas de la pâte à modeler, bien sûr. Faites pas ça chez vous. Mais c'est trop beau ce que tu pouvez faire avec.
You're still writing for this garbage? Damn, scabious. You might have the lowest self-esteem I've ever seen, but I must admire your perseverance.
No one asked for your opinion. I didn't sleep all night. I can't focus. Also, I'm too old for this.
Okay, I'm taking off my coat now.
Anyway, sounds like you're not yet too old to be a mediocre writer.
Ah, c'est ça, ça part en couille. Ah, on faisait la nôtre, trop bien, la pâte à sel, ah ouais. Moi, je me souviens une fois, quand on était en... Putain, c'était quoi? C'était en primaire, je crois. Il y avait un truc de pâte à sel et c'était pour la fête des mères. Fallait mettre son doigt autour, son empreinte de doigt et faire je sais pas quoi. Mais moi j'avais un peu fait à ma sauce. Moi j'avais foutu plein de coups de cure-dent, fallait en mettre très peu, ou alors j'avais mis mes doigts partout, il fallait en mettre peu, enfin voilà. Là il m'avait engueulé, on s'en bat les couilles en fait, c'est drôle.
I have to prod you some way or another. You are so incredibly lazy.
And they keep coming. All these flowers, really, I can't.
Nothing ever comes easy to women in this industry. I had to build it all myself. No one was there to help me. I slept 4 hours a night when you were born. I worked all the time to provide for your needs.
Oh, you really gave me everything, Marie, except perhaps self-esteem. Oh, and a father.
You're not making sense, June. You and your sister would be nothing without me, and you know it. You're both churlish and fearful. I gave you everything, and you're just squandering it all to write soap operas. Maybe you'd be a better writer if you had to toil a little bit more. Who knows?
Waouh, ok, elle est balle perdue là dans la gueule, c'est chaud quand même, non? Faut peut-être se calmer un moment. Et je vous le dis, il y a des moutons, hein. Il y a des moutons, c'est génial, il y a des moutons quoi. Voilà. J'ai envie d'aller quelque part où il y a des animaux et de prendre plein de photos d'animaux bientôt. Voilà, j'adore, c'est ma passion. Sachez-le. Ah, famille.
Mom, I need help with the.
Oh, mais c'est ça, elle a pas réussi à remettre.
What's that, my little phone?
Sure, just change the subject.
Elle a pas remis sa ceinture, c'est pour ça qu'elle est morte, la tristesse.
What am I supposed to say when you get mad like this?
I get mad because I believe in you.
Stop yelling!
We're not yelling,
Non,
sweetheart.
c'est so sad.
Anyway,
je vois pourquoi je crie.
This little one is only one thing you've done well.
Speaking of which, if we could
But
afford...
if you're mishandling her the way you fucked up your career, that's concerning. Children are delicate. They need protection. You can put even the best child in a shitty family, they're gonna blow up.
Wait, why are you even saying that? What are you talking about exactly?
Ah, c'est tellement triste de se dire qu'en fait, c'est juste parce qu'ils ont pas écouté la petite et qu'ils ont pas mis... ils lui ont pas remis la ceinture qu'elle est morte. Parce que oui, potentiellement, elle aurait peut-être pu survivre avec l'accident, quoi. Ah, dans un parc à Lille, il y a une ferme pédagogique. C'est trop bien, ça. Moi, j'adore. J'adore. Ah, mais... je veux toujours ma biquette, moi. Un jour ou l'autre, j'aurai ma biquette. Mon jardin.
I made some mistakes with you two, it's true.
We turned out okay in the end, didn't we? Whatever you think.
You don't get it. There's something hanging above our heads. All of our heads. Something that's about to fall on our heads if we're not careful. It's been there forever. Passed from one woman onto the next in our family. Like a disease.
Are you sick, Mimo?
No, sweetie, she's not sick. This is grown-up talk.
You're right, June. Love. Love of self. It's true, I don't think I taught you that. But I think that's because no one taught me either. Or my mother.
Oh, okay, and so you're scared for Astrid.
C'est un supplice. C'est un supplice jusqu'à l'accident. Vraiment, c'est horrible. Mes photos, ces animaux là-bas... Bah en fait, mets-les sur les... Mets-les sur le Discord, RS. Très trop bien. Moi, je veux voir. Il y a écrit chance. Non. Changement.
Hold on. You, Marie, the great Marie de Mange, you believe in that nonsense? There's no curse on our heads.
Next time I'll keep my mouth shut.
Unless you keep it open, actually. I know hardly anything about your life. Not a thing. But I do realize that you had a hard time. And that you're scared.
I'm not scared.
I think you are. You're scared we'll turn out like you. But we can change. Everyone can change.
My dear daughter, I'm not sure about that. Do you think so?
I know so.
Ah, bien. Eh bah, profitez. Là, il y a écrit aimante. Et pas aimanté, bien sûr.
Painful way, but still,
I did what I could.
And in the end, you did give us the means to change things. You've taught us how we could blow off the entire world and do whatever we wanted. That's your way of showing love, don't you think?
Love isn't my thing.
Oh, Mom, come on. You love me and I know it. In spite of your best efforts to hide it. I can feel it, and I love you.
And I love you too, Mimo.
Oh, thank you, dearest. It makes me so happy to hear you say that.
C'est beau, RS. Elle vient plus voir maman pour des papouilles, donc je me replie sur le nounours nocibé. Je vais offrir à ma maman. Ah bah écoute. Bon après, des fois les chats, hein, c'est un peu selon leurs humeurs. Il y a écrit mensonge. Vous aussi, devinez les mots qu'il y a écrit. Bon, on y est bientôt. Mensonge.
I like it better when you're nice.
Why are you not in your seat? What are you doing standing up? Marie, why is Astrid completely unlatched?
She was sweating. I just took off her sweater. No big
Shit,
deal.
I told you to keep her safety belt on. Are you kidding me?
You know, you're so uptight sometimes. Unbelievable.
I am not uptight. I would just like you
Mom,
to...
watch for the deer.
Ça y est. Et là, ça a été la débandade. C'est pas bon, c'est pas bon, c'est pas bon, c'est saucette parce que la petite, elle était dans son siège, c'était ok. Bah, c'était ok, peut-être elle aurait des séquelles, peut-être, on sait pas, peut-être qu'elle serait morte quand même, mais au moins tu te dis, elle était protégée. Parce que là, c'est sûr, elle est passée à travers le pare-brise, quoi. Et effectivement, la vision qu'elle a, ouais, c'est compliqué, quoi. Bah, de 5 jours, la minette, elle... Ah bah oui, tu m'étonnes. Les Doliprane, bien sûr, en gélule. C'est quoi ça? J'ai pas envie de voir l'enfant voler, par contre. Hein. On n'est pas sur un gros délire, là, de vie. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire? Ah, faut que j'avance. Ta gueule? Non, je déconne. Ah, il y a écrit quoi? Ta faute? Ta faute? Ah, ta faute!
You? You knew, didn't you? The fight, the unlatched safety belt. I'm sure you remember.
Oui, mais on va pas la débrancher pour ça, en fait. Bon, c'est bon, quoi. On va pas se venger non plus.
That's it. That's the real reason. That's why I was so mad at you.
Oui, parce qu'elle devait s'en souvenir, enfin, inconsciemment.
Also why you filled in this stupid paper with my name on it. You probably thought that if anything happened to you, it would be some kind of divine justice. I would have a
Pas sûr,
choice
hein.
of what to do with you.
Pas sûr.
And now I have to make the decision. So what am I supposed to do?
On a une vraie décision à prendre, genre? Enfin, vraiment, ça change la fin et tout? Ouais, ok. Ah, c'est génial. Donc, soit on espère... Ah, on espère, on accepte, on refuse. Non, mais attends, on accepte quoi et on refuse quoi? On espère qu'elle aille mieux, on accepte qu'elle meure, on refuse qu'elle meure. L'espoir, peut-être? L'espoir fait vivre. On laisse un aigle bouffer le foie chaque jour. Je crois que tu es... On a trop parlé de Grèce antique et tout, et reste, du coup, on n'est pas bon, là.
Maybe we could invent something else. We deserve that.
D'accord. Moi, j'ai cliqué. Ah, ok. Ah, c'est cool. Quand elle dit la phrase et ok, ça m'arrange. Mais ça signifie quoi, ça? Ah oui, du coup, qu'elle la débranche, je pense. Ah non, peut-être pas. Bah, moi, j'ai envie de dire, j'ai compris ce qu'il te manque. Enfin, tu sais, parce qu'elle disait que espérer. Du coup, pour moi, c'est espérer que chacun puisse évoluer, chacune puisse évoluer. Parce que je veux pas te donner ce que tu veux. Là, on est toujours énervé. Très bien, Marie, c'est d'accord. On est aussi un petit peu sur, bah, finalement, elle a ce qu'elle veut. Je pense que l'autre, ça peut être pas mal, quoi. Vraiment. Je vais mettre ça, écoutez, on verra.
You know, Marie, I figured out what you're missing. You've been fuming inside for years because you have no hope. But no one can live like this. Not really. I need hope. That you'll be okay. That you will heal.
D'accord.
Life will go on. And maybe even one day, you and I can talk. Really talk. About everything. And if, unfortunately, things don't turn out that way, if you were to die, at least we'll have had this. Hope that things change. Hope to change.
C'est beau, hein.
I'm not forgiving you, Marie. As Astrid would say, there's nothing to forgive in an accident.
Ça.
The only one I want to forgive is myself.
Dans la vie, quoi.
I forgive myself for my failures. For not believing in myself for so long. I'm sorry I had such a hard time realizing how strong I am. In my own way. I have the strength to live. I even have the strength to help you live if it comes to that. And with some help from the people who love us, you and I can heal.
Ok. J'adore mon skill légendaire dans l'histoire et mon contenu, c'est ça. Dans des romans, dans des... Putain, c'est comment on dit des romans... Des visual novels. Vous avez mon skill? Génial. Le silence dans la pièce n'est troublé que par le faible bip des appareils médicaux. Les yeux fermés, Marie est parfaitement immobile. Un moment c'est cool. Regardant sa mère, Junon semble en paix. Puis la main de Marie s'agite. C'est un petit mouvement à peine perceptible, mais il suffit à Junon. Elle se saisit de la main de sa mère. Ouais, vas-y. Confirme. The end. Attends, et sa fille, elle est là?
Mom!
All right, Achille. Here we go.
Oh!
At last! Are you happy with your story?
I think so.
Fine. You'll read it to me later?
I'm not sure. It's not really a story for kids. And...
I want to trade the red Stegosaurus today. Did you know his tail is actually a slide?
Really? Can I try it too?
Only if we buy ice cream on our way back.
Seems like a fair deal to me.
Ah, c'est beau, j'aime bien, parce que du coup, du temps est passé. Elle a été avec quelqu'un d'autre, elle a refait un enfant et tout, j'aime beaucoup. Franchement, je suis... Ouais, coup de cœur sur ce jeu, il est trop bien. Bah du coup, alors attendez, je vais peut-être baisser un peu la musique. Hein. Concernant le jeu, bah en tout cas... j'ai... Non mais calme-toi par contre Jean-Michel, parce que là, je suis en train de parler en fait. Je suis en train de parler, donc calme-toi. Du coup, tu le recommandes, exactement, je le recommande. Non, mais le jeu est très bien. Je trouve que c'est original, ça se répète pas spécialement. L'histoire est très émouvante avec des thèmes durs, mais quand même un petit peu d'humour. La musique est trop bien. C'est émouvant. Pas se mentir, selon ce qui vous touche et tout en ce moment, il peut y avoir une petite chialade. Ah, on a été là-dedans tout à l'heure, hein, sans vous mentir, donc mais vraiment génial. J'ai adoré. Vraiment, je trouve que selon ce qu'on a vécu, à part si on a la chance d'avoir une vie absolument parfaite et sans rien, on n'en ressort pas indemne non plus. Donc j'aime beaucoup. Vraiment, j'ai adoré.